Hello, London. Very nice to be back here.
Counter-Strike has shown up to London.
I want to hear everything you got. Are you with me?
Webley, shall we get this party started?
All I know is it's going to be a banger. The Dragon devours St. William.
Your Blast London Grand Champions, Team Spirit!
Spirit's reign over London crumbles. Despite claiming the title in 2024, they have no hope at defending it this year. We return to the OVO Arena with 6 new challengers, all with a chance to ignite the big smoke and hoist this very trophy. 3 days of jam-packed Counter-Strike awaits, as we welcome you to London for the Blast Open Season 2 Finals.
It's cold here.
Wet, gray,
relentless.
The grind never stops. No one hands you the crown. You fight, you bleed, you fail. And then, you go again. Built from hard days and harder nights. You want respect here? You have to earn it. Every round, every clutch, every kill. No backing down, no surrender.
Let's step up, okay? Let's fucking go, boys.
Just you, your aim, and your will to win. You don't wait for opportunity, you take it.
This isn't just a game.
It's a battleground. This is where conquerors are born. This is our kingdom. This is where kings are made.
London's calling once again. It's been 446 days since we closed the doors on the OVO Arena. And it is so good to be back. How are we feeling, London? Now on Sunday, a new champion will be crowned. We have royalty in MOUZ looking to take his rightful place on the throne with a crown on his head. But it certainly won't be easy. They have shown struggles and the other teams are eager to beat them. But I know that no matter what, this event will go down in history for London and the United Kingdom. Guys, let me hear you. Let's get this show started.
London is indeed calling, and by the end of this weekend, one team will be answering as champions. My name is Freya Spears, joined by a star-studded desk of Vu, Maui, and Pimp. Guys, it is so good to be back in London, right?
It feels awesome to be here, okay? Freya, I know you're happier than anybody because you get to just commute from home to get here. Just take the tube, innit?
Take the tube, it's as easy as that. We had a fun night out. You know, we went to a pub, played some card games, almost bought some Coldplay tickets as well.
Almost.
We were this close.
This close.
What about you, Vu? What did you get up to last night?
Me and Maui went for dinner. It was pretty good. I can't complain about it. I think London's got a lot of good food options if we want to go there.
Well, either way, 6 teams did rightfully earn their spots here in London after surviving what was a absolutely grueling group stage. So let's recap exactly what went down.
London's calling. We're going to have a big day. Lots of teams qualifying.
A total blowout, and with a chance of making it to London. Na'Vi just slammed this one home. It's Brolin with a triple kill of his own. And Zway's gonna put this one to a swift end. Team Spirit make up for it in spades. Sorry, Legacy, not today. Hex, that is beautiful! Jacob pops up, Na'Vi go down!
No way. It seems like the only Imperial we'll be seeing in London are the Pints.
FlyQuest with the close. The legacy run ends in the lower bracket. That's MOUZ with the victory. Oh, it's ugly. Fallen and Co. will book their place in London. Fnatic with a 2-0 finish, ending the Gamer Legion run.
Come on.
Have been made into mincemeat. Vitality pull up. There's worlds between them and FaZe Clan right now. M80 breaking through on train. Yuri gets exactly what he wants. Middle belongs to Furia. Only 6 places in London, and believe your eyes, because one of them belongs to G2.
6 days of the group stage to secure those 6 places in London. Let's recap exactly how the bracket was looking, because there were some upsets and some surprises afoot. Not so much when we look at Group A in terms of who managed to top that, with Vitality coming first, FaZe coming a close second in what was an incredible seeding game. M80 was the surprise to be making it through that lower bracket, but maybe not as much as when we look over at Group B, because not only did Furia top the charts in that one, Maui, there is no Spirit, no chance to defend their title here.
It's quite a sad reality that we live in, that Dong can be the best player in the world, and yet Spirit can't actually help him out enough to get it to the LAN playoffs of the Blast Open London. I mean, what he put on in terms of individual performance is something that no other player could even match in this tournament, and yet we're now looking at a Spirit team that is, we're wondering what's coming next for them. Are they going to make the roster move that we all know is on the horizon, or are they going to shift things up in a way just because of the short-term results?
One thing is losing, another one is losing it in the fashion they did against G2 on that third deciding map, leaving no fight at all. That was very disappointing, but as you said, Maui, there's a lot of rumors circulating around Team Spirit right now. Tenea coming in and out, Suntix in and out. It's going to be super exciting to see if the team and the rest of the guys that you see on your screen right now can finally help Dong to win some more titles.
Is this a time to pull the trigger, Vu, in terms of that change?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the third map loss that concerned me. It was the loss on Dust 2, where they just disintegrated as a team. And you have to question, are they unhappy with the potential roster move that's being floated? Do they want to keep players? Do they want to change things up? Because they just don't look like a team, which is what we've seen them donk at the head, but they've always been a good team up until this group stage. What
was the takeaway in terms of Zway's performance? Because, yeah, great debut in Cologne, obviously following that up in Bounty, but yeah, Open and EWC, not such good things.
Zway has shown a couple great series, and by a couple, I mean that literally. He had one great series versus MOUZ, he had an all-right series versus the Mongols, but really, through and through, I can expect that Zway is never going to be top fragging, he's never going to be matching Dong, he's not going to even necessarily match Zontix in performance, and so after this tournament, Zway did give an excuse for himself. He said he was playing from home, that his teeth hurt. I'm saying this. Suck it up, okay? I'm saying this, like, you're playing from home, okay? Take some painkillers, just play the game regardless. 300 FPS, how spoiled have we got? Like, what, your 360 hertz monitor has to be downscaled to 240 hertz now? Like, that's still fine. If you're actually an elite player, which Zway was brought in to be as a right-hand man of Donk, then I wanted a lot more from him here.
Never come to Maui for any empathy, by the way, because he'll just never give you any.
You don't hear about my teeth hurting. You've never heard that my teeth hurt.
A little bit of a defense for the young kid. He's joining what I think from the outside right now is looking like a dysfunctional team. You know, with the roster changes, with all the rumors, I think it's a very tough environment for him to come in and perform from the get-go. Is it good enough? No, but let's give him some time.
Okay, let's continue talking about disappointment. Team Liquid, once again, I feel like you can just draw that name out of a hat in any given event to be disappointing us with their results.
I think the true disappointment is because they went in, they lost to Vitality in back-to-back best-of-3s. You had several weeks where you're thinking, oh, they only lost to Vitality. Maybe they're actually getting something together, and then they come into this group stage, they struggle against Imperial, they struggle overall, and you were expecting maybe a little better. You were expecting them finally to make the next step. I would have expected, if I was a Liquid fan, for them to be here in London.
It's so disappointing to follow Team Liquid as of right now. How much time do we give Liquid? That's the question. I think time is up. I think Liquid should have performed by now, and the whole decision of keeping Neff, not making any more roster changes, you can argue that's fair enough, but all these different, I guess, mixed signals that's coming out from the camp, and Twist saying that we're not playing as a real team, and some of the players not showing up, and Liquid most likely not making the major. It's just a disaster class right now in Team Liquid.
Every time I see a good half from Liquid, I'm kneecapped 3 times as I watch them just fumble around rounds that they otherwise shouldn't, lose online qualifiers that they have no business losing. Like, to lose in the fashion that they did to, say, a VP Prodigy team, and to bounce back at the bounty, you know, I saw some light at the end of this dark tunnel, but once again, it has just been shut.
No light at the end of the tunnel for Na'Vi over in Group A, because, okay, there's two sides to this coin where we look at M80 managing to best them and ultimately earning a spot here in the playoffs, but Na'Vi, they shouldn't be losing. Okay, they shouldn't even be in the lower bracket in the first place, let's be real.
Now, it's been very disappointing to see Na'Vi. They got off to a good start with Makasi at IEM Cologne. You thought to yourself, okay, Na'Vi is back on track, they're looking solid. Ever since, it's been getting worse and worse and worse. We saw them EWC lose to 3D Max in a best-of-3 series. That is not supposed to happen. And as you said, Freya, you're not supposed to lose to M80 regardless of how much they're overperforming, regardless of how well they're playing. If you're Na'Vi, you need to be able to beat them. I look at this lineup right now, and I'm very, very worried. The only player I feel is safe within that camp right now is Bit. The other 4 players, to me, is a question mark. Alexi B is not performing. Emma is not performing. Wonderful has been a big question mark. And I know people want to say that Makasa has done a good job in Na'Vi. I think, just like Sway, it's incredibly tough for him to come into the lineup, but he's still a question mark. Is he going to save Na'Vi? Most likely not.
Question marks on 4 of their faces? I think that's a bit harsh for my money. I feel like Wonderful and Bit, you got to look at those guys as poster boys of Na'Vi in terms of just the Ukrainian foundation that they want to hold on to. I feel like the other players can be drawn into question, and it's so tough because obviously this team was the team of last year. We saw them make it to 6 consecutive grand finals, that the system is still pretty good, but it's just that the floor has lowered so much from what it was in the middle of 24.
Yeah, and I mean, you hear another missed shot from Wonderful right before they lose that game against M80, but really, he was one of their solid players in that series. It was Makaze struggling. It was even at times Bit was struggling in that match. You know, you really find a new way to lose for Na'Vi, I think, every time right now. Whereas when you remember Na'Vi 2024, they found a new way to win. They all came together every time. That's no longer there. That's no longer Na'Vi.
Speaking of 2024, should we take a look at some of the teams and players that were here last year and just how much that has changed between some of these rosters? I mean, namely with Vitality, Rops obviously not being on the Vitality squad. You know, we look over to the right-hand side of your screen as well. No one from M80, no one from Furia, no one from MOUZ, surprisingly as well.
It's been a big surprise. Obviously, M80 being here and Furia being here, we didn't really see that coming. In 2024, they were hardly relevant at this level. So for them to be able to play their way into this playoff and now finally get to play in London, that's a massive step forward. And I guess it's cool to see Rops now perform for a new team.
I just think it's honestly funny that Hunter's the only one from G2. As Nico, Monacy, and Hooksy at that point, we're all just kind of, they've all floated around to different teams. So it's cool to see that he's still carrying the torch for that organization.
Should we talk about the hunt for S-tier trophies when we're coming into this particular tournament, Jacob? What is the story when we're looking at some of these orgs?
There's a lot of teams who haven't won in quite some time. You can see it right here. Furia, never. M80, never. That's obviously a little pressure. We don't expect too much Vitality. Even the fact that it's been 75 days since they won something seems a little bit ridiculous because it felt like it was yesterday that they were tearing it up and owning it up. And then FaZe, for FaZe to not win anything in 509 days, any S-tier trophies, that's a disaster. And I guess they've done something to change that with bringing in Jacob, but I don't think they're any closer winning anything right now.
They're very far away right now, it feels like. I mean, yes, they have a chance to win their quarterfinal matchup, but to see them defeat teams in the likes of what Fury has accomplished so far, Vitality even when they've actually been on a downturn. Vitality's floor right now is better than FaZe's ceiling in my eyes.
Unless you have Brokey performing like he did online, because that was something absolutely magical to be witnessing. I'm curious, Maui, did you put him in your Blast TV fantasy team? Who have you got in there?
We'll have to take a look, but I gotta say, I know that in September in the UK.
Hell is that?
Wait.
Hey, what are you mad about here?
No Vitality players. What?
No Vitality players. It's a Furia fall. It is a Furia fall. Okay, we got K-Serato and Moladoy. They're gonna be leading the way. Got a couple MOUZ guys. That's just insurance because they're playing M80 in the first round. And then Hunter, I just already sung his praises. Okay, he's still carrying the torch for G2, doing a great job as a leader.
I'm not sure if you tried to make the worst possible team or if you're actually serious about making that one.
Okay, all right. Let's see our totals at the end of the season.
K-Serato?
Let's see our totals at the end of the season.
Well, we are going to have to wait until tomorrow to see Furia taken to the stage. Of course, they are in the semi-finals. But let's take a look at what is on the cards today for our 2 quarterfinals kicking things off. Our last game of the day, that is going to be FaZe versus G2. But our first quarterfinal, M80 versus MOUZ.
We're here in Malta, me, Maui, Scrawny, and our goal today is to have the best day ever. Just north of Africa, just west of Italy. Man, what a place it is. My love as of late is golfing, so we're starting here at the Royal Malta Golf Club. So how we decide who goes first, we're gonna play the hesitation game. 3, 2, 1, vegetables, celery.
Carrots.
Potatoes.
Parsley.
Damn it. I was gonna say celery. I was gonna say celery.
That one high and right?
Yeah.
That was pretty nice though.
Right on, tally-ho.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't see where your ball went. It's somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure, like in these trees, I think.
Oh, you just walked by it.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go. Nice.
Mickelson for birdie. Nice.
Oh. Oh! Damn, that was good.
What I tell you guys, this is the perfect start to the best day ever.
We're here at Rampila Restaurant in downtown Valletta. We want to get into the best day ever in Malta, and you got to have one of the best meals ever. We got a very traditional Maltese dish here in rabbit. They really exploded in popularity when the Romans came over, because Romans, they actually think if women eat rabbit, they'll become more beautiful.
Cool, let's eat.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get one ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2. Hey, we're in Malta, am I right?
I've never seen that happen in my life.
I think you'll be grabbing one now.
The Maltese eat more rabbit per person than any other European nation.
It's actually like a more flavorful chicken thigh.
Yep.
Yeah, wow. Delicious. Another hit.
I think I'll go for 2.
So it's been a wonderful day, but I thought we would end the day, gentlemen, with a little bit more violence, a little accuracy, you know, things that really embody Counter-Strike, a little bit of archery. We've got plenty of targets.
Well, then I'm going for the GOAT, obviously.
A delicacy.
Goodbye, Simple.
Archers ready? Oh!
Oh, you're shooting lasers. Now, what if I get the otter on top?
Make it happen.
Oh!
Damn.
Whoa, headshot.
Bullseye.
On the goat.
Goat for dinner. Unfortunately, all great things have to come to an end. I had a blast from start to finish.
Who knew going outside could be so much fun?
Yeah, this was a perfect day.
The biggest stage for all of your players, and MOUZ obviously kind of the favorites coming into it. How do you prepare this, and what have you told your players to make sure you're ready for everything this entails?
Yeah, I think you can overdo it with players. I think like them just experiencing the moment is super important. So we're just doing the exact same we've done for the online games, and I give them a little boost. But for the most part, it's like they have to feel it and experience it themselves.
I think first of all we need to respect that they had a difficult path to get here. Yeah. I think their wins were quite impressive, and I also, looking at them now, we studied it of course coming into this game. It wasn't just by coincidence, I think. I think they have quite a good structure in place. They play more structured than you would anticipate. Yeah. I think also there is some parts of the game that's maybe a little bit too structured, where some of the top EU teams have a little bit more freedom, or they mix up the timings or the small signals a bit more. But you can clearly see that they've put something in place that can be a consistent system. And it looks like they have a great group that gets along together. So we need to respect that, and also that they play good to get here. They probably have nothing to lose today, so probably they go a little bit more risky in the game, and I'm hoping that we have that challenge in front of us as well.
MOUZ versus M80 in our first quarterfinal. For the former, playoffs is all they've known since adding Spinks to the roster. But even if the stage has been a given, unfortunately, the trophies have not. Only one in their cabinet for the duration of 2025. But I'm sure they're hungry to be changing that this weekend. For the latter, in M80, however, just making it to playoffs is such a monumental achievement. And I love what Cyclone alluded to there. It was by no means fluke by any lucky stretch of the imagination that they make it to the top 6 here.
No, and this is such an interesting situation because for an organization like MOUZ that has always been the David to another team's Goliath, it's finally them who are the Goliaths in this kind of matchup to the M80 David.
And when you look at MOUZ for much of their year, for much of the last year as well, they don't lose to teams like this. They don't lose to underdogs. They're incredibly consistent at smacking down teams that get a little uppity and they make their way into the playoffs, and then they just go, look, you're not of our level. And they get smacked like that by Vitality sometimes, but they're very consistent at beating teams like this.
That's why it's going to be such a monumental task to even make it to the semis for M80. But let's speak about what they've already earned by just making it to this stage, because we talked about the negative implications for the VRS, for the likes of Liquid, but for M80, this is surely game-changing for them already, what they've earned.
They're already in a position where if the major were to start tomorrow, or the invites, that is, were to come out tomorrow, they would be in stage 2. That's a great position for a team like M80 to be. They're leading the way in terms of a North American team right now, as other teams like formerly Complexity, now Passion UA, and Liquid have kind of fallen off, whether through the poor results, swapping out players, or even just leaving the region. So they're really carrying the banner as it stands today.
And when you look at the way they got here, it's through great CS. It's not through a fluke victory. At times, I mean, Na'Vi let them back into the game, but they've played great CS. So you see their VRS right now, their ranking, they could go up and get higher and higher here.
And in terms of what M80 have had to weather in their team and roster history, losing MOUZ, that's no small player to lose. Like the way that they've had to rebuild from that, what's your kind of takeaway on how they've done that so far?
Well, they've actually done a great job in finding a replacement in Lake. And the one thing that you can commend M80 for is that they're willing to go and find diamonds in the rough through the North American scene, where other organizations, I'm looking at you, Liquid, are going to just go overseas. They're going to try to import some talent. But really, M80 stayed true to the idea that they want to actually build a team with a North American majority that is going to actually compete up against, maybe say not the elite teams of Europe, but at least the tier 1.5 ones, and they've accomplished that already 100%. At this tournament.
And the way they do it, I mean, they actually develop players. Lake wasn't an instant pop-off. He took a little bit of time. We were talking coming into this event that Lake was a player that had yet to prove himself against top teams, against European competition. They gave him that time. They gave him a system that he could work inside of, and now all of a sudden he's having these pop-off games. He's having these great moments against top teams.
Well, either way, the stage is going to be a very new feat for the guys from M80, all except from one. That is Coach Def, who we got a few words from, courtesy of James Banks.
Def, I know you're living in America, but what an event for you to qualify for, being on home soil. Does it make it extra special to you?
I told this my team, I don't associate London being home, but the UK crowd, man, they're always good for it. They're always are super loud. So I think Carrigan in an interview yesterday said England is one of the loudest crowds. So yeah, I'm excited to be back.
Now, what can you say about the run and the performance that you guys have shown so far to get here?
Yeah, I mean, ever since we started practice with Hex, finally, the team has just been so good. We actually thought we're just NA onliners beating all the NA teams, and then we come to Europe and in practice we look really good too. So I don't think we've reached our peak yet.
No, and I hope that we get to see the peak come to fruition throughout 2025. I mean, for Def, we talk about this very arena, he was on stage back in, 2018 was it? The FaZe major with Complexity. It must be nice for him to, come back now in a completely new role with a completely different team.
Yeah, I know. People really wanted Cypher to get in just to have some more UK representation, but it's nice that they have a coach that has the stage experience in Def. He only does have the single arena playoff experience in the Face It London major in CS. However, in Valorant, he actually played twice on stage at the VCT Champions and the VCT Lock-in events, so he's actually faced big audiences in the past before.
You're really saying the V word up here, Maui. My God, my God.
Hey, Valve ain't running this event. Valve ain't running this event. We can say it. We can say it.
What do you think the guys are feeling right now, right? There's one thing, getting on stage, setting up. There's a whole other thing when you think about actually having to do the walkouts and go into the first round in front of a crowd. Yeah,
I mean, when you're looking at the team, you're looking at players that have some experience losing at times. So you're looking at Hex, who's been on that really kind of roller coaster EG lineup. They've been not doing all that well. He comes into this roster, you're looking at him as a question mark. Is he that big of an upgrade? I thought he was a small upgrade. In this event, he's been a pretty big upgrade, Maui.
He's been a huge upgrade, and Lake's talked about the fact that Hex has been such a great vocal piece for this team, because Rec in the past, I liked him. called him reliable wreck. I thought he always did his job on his side of the map. Hex is slotted in almost 1-for-1 for every single position.
Okay.
However, in terms of what he's bringing vocally, in terms of communication, he's bringing a lot. This guy talks a lot. He's a chatterbox. He's going to give ideas to Sin in terms of helping him out with mid-rounding. And for M80, that has given them a big boost in terms of their mid-round communication, their options in the late round, and in general, like, he's more of a playmaker.
I don't want to hear about the communication. I want to see another Hex clutch. He's had one insane clutch or more in every series he's played at this event.
Well, you are going to have to hear him talk just a little bit more, Vu. We do have Hex on the line with James Banks.
Hex, you've been a player we've spoken about coming out of the North American scene since 2022, but this is going to be your first big event, a big arena of your career. How long have you dreamed of this?
Honestly, I honestly never even thought it would be a possibility, to be honest.
What?
Like, I never thought about it. Like, it just never came to me.
Okay.
But being here is actually very surreal. I'm more excited than anything, so I just can't wait.
Can you explain to me what it's been like and how this has all happened between things working out so well with you and M80?
Honestly, I said this before in other interviews, but I think it's just the vibes, like how well we all get along. Like, if something goes, like, say we lose some crazy 2v5 or something like that, we're not even upset. We start laughing about it. Like, it's kind of hard not to laugh. So it's honestly, that's been the biggest proponent for us winning, I think.
Patented the eye test, Maui. Hex is patenting the vibe test. Vibe's looking great for M80. Let's take a look at Lake as well. You mentioned him as the piece coming in terms of when MOUZ was exiting the roster. What's been your takeaway? Because I feel like he comes on our screens, occasionally shows these really bright flashes, and then he kind of just disappears. I want to see him more consistently.
Well, thankfully, Lake has also talked about the fact that Def's brought some consistency to his lifestyle. He's no longer just the 4 a.m. gremlin that's just playing late at night, probably eating junk food or anything like that. He's modernized his schedule, taken from the Astralis method of just making sure you wake up at a normal time, go to bed at another normal time. And he's found, I'm not sure if I'm going to say consistency, but he's reaching a peak right now in terms of how he's bringing it to European opposition.
The problem with that quote, Maui, is the way he phrased it sounded like he said, this event, this week.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it's a peak, just a little peak.
He's just now changed his schedule to becoming this early morning player, and he's changed his gameplay as well. I mean, he's actually showing up against these top teams. He was absolutely pivotal against Na'Vi. He's showing up with an insane opening kill success rate for how often he is utilized. He's utilized in 40+% of their opening duels, usually expecting them to fall off as you go for more. He just continues to raise to higher and higher heights.
Okay, but the question is, how is he going to withstand the numbers of exertion that's been putting up on the other side of things? Because I love that we get to see these two aggressive players, hopefully going head-to-head, depending on what maps we're getting. But is Lake going to be able to withstand this test?
I mean, Exertion's been to hell and back again. Like, he's been all over the place against such elite openers throughout the last 3 years of his play on MOUZ. And so for Lake to actually reach the same heights or consistency of Exertion, sure, Exertion's numbers may not look as stellar as they have in the past in terms of success rate or attempt rate or anything like that, but I feel like Exertion is actually now gotten to the point where he shed a lot of the arena demons, and now he looks so much more composed in those kinds of circumstances, playing around opponent's utility, coming up with a secondary plan if the first one is stopped by a wall of fire.
Yeah, when you're looking at Xerxin, he's someone that's had to grow because of the opposition he's had. He's had to fight against Donk. He's had to fight against Zywoo on the other side of him at times. And when you look at it, I think Lake might realize there's levels to this, that Xerxin might have a lower percent success rate. He might struggle a little bit more, but generally this is not a team you're expecting Xerxin to struggle individually against.
Okay, what level are we placing MOUZ at then right about now? Because as we've talked about, ever since adding Spinks, playoffs has just been like a non-negotiable. They've made it to every single one. But there has been a small drop-off as of recent time, Maui. Is that a red flag for you already?
EWC wasn't the brightest spot for MOUZ, and I feel like MOUZ are now past the honeymoon with Spinks, where they were able to capture an immediate trophy with him, and now they're having to go back to the drawing board. We're seeing that it's getting just a little bit more difficult, especially on their T sides, especially when Brolin has to come up with some kind of plan. And so for MOUZ, they're still elite. I'd still have them as roughly the 4th or 5th best team in the world, and so there is a huge gap between them and a team like M80. I expect them to be pushed at this tournament, but I don't necessarily expect it to be against this opposition.
And when you look at them struggling, the T-sides do come into favor a lot of the time because they've just fallen off completely. You've had Spinks really struggle. That's why Xertion is a talking point. His opening success is going down. But it feels like the team, part of the thing that's concerning me is they're talking about, oh, our Ancient, we have this terrible T-side, but it's not really getting that much better. I want to see them identify their problems and fix those problems. That's where they're struggling.
Well, let's see if Cyclone has any solution to the T-sides. He caught up with James Banks earlier today.
Cyclone, there's been a lot of focus on the T-sides for MOUZ not looking as strong. I want to just get your opinion of what's going on with the playbook currently.
Yeah, so I think every team has maybe some struggles on the T-side, also for us. I think part of it is we're not as good as connecting all the dots on T-side. I think we need a little bit more production from some of the guys to add in to make the T-side a bit easier. Also in the big moments, the big games, Brolan still has some ways to go in controlling everything and having good overview. And I think this part becomes easier if you have players that contribute. So something we're aware of and working on it. I also think you can see it in glimpses that we can have a really good T-side. Usually for us, Mirage is a case of that.
Okay, a little bit of a spoiler in terms of what maps we're going to be getting, but just this isn't meant to dunk on Brolan in any way, but is this one of the issues we see when, you know, a player goes at the beginning of the year, hey, I want to become an in-game leader? There's more to being an in-game leader than meets the eye.
I think part of what we're struggling with when it comes to Brolan is that they come in with such great opening ideas. That's why I respect Cyclone as a coach. So many times they come up 5-0, 6-0 at the beginning of a half, and they struggle in the mid-game. They struggle to adjust if that first plan A doesn't work out. I'm actually not that down on Brolan's mid-round IGLing. They get themselves in a decent spot. You can call them out of it. But when it comes to the middle of the game, if you just have M80 come out with a better game plan, a better opening idea of how to play the matchup, MOUZ can crumble really easily.
But he wanted to be an in-game leader when he was like 15. I don't know how that would not set him up for success. VOOV really identified what has been one of the key flaws of MOUZ. Just the fact that, you know, round 7, as you have to adapt in the half, MOUZ haven't always come up with the answers, with the exception of if they use a timeout. Usually even I feel like you see them spend 2, maybe even sometimes all their timeouts on a single half of play, which means the CT side kind of suffers too, because you can't really collect yourselves if the other team comes out with a game plan. And so it really is that deal with the spinning plates where you're trying to fix one of them and then the other one starts to topple over after.
Well, let's let Brolan defend his case, as he did catch up with James Banks ahead of this quarterfinal.
Well, with your development as an IGL, the consistency and the team have shown, how do you feel about your performance in the new role?
I'll say it's getting better. I think I've been developing my calling over the time. I think my individual level is getting better and better, but I could do much better on the T sides. Yeah, I feel like I'm doing fine. I would say I can do much better, but I think I'm developing.
I think Brolan, one thing he always has going for him is he puts in a lot of effort. And for him, some of the shortcomings are definitely in terms of communication, maybe in terms of leadership. And I think he's taking good steps and make good improvements in this area. Part of it is also just how you structure your call in the round, how you raise your tone, when you say what, and also sometimes calling is not just strategies. And I think he's pretty good at understanding the game. He watches also quite a lot of Counter-Strike, but more the calling for the people, using the people, calling against the team that's in front of you right now, and have the feeling and touch of what is needed right now. Is it the pacing? Is it slowing it down? How do I get the most out of the people around me? It's more important as a leader. And I think this is where he still has some ways to go.
And that's the thing, if you have those struggles on the T side, how much does that affect your map pool coming into a series today?
That's one of the biggest problems I think that MOUZ have right now. They used to be a team that was really strong on Dust 2. They were really strong on Nuke, and now you look at them, Mirage is the only place they feel they can call home. It's the only, they force the pick against other teams that are good on Mirage, against other teams that know Mirage is coming. It's actually one of my biggest concerns with MOUZ at the moment.
Well, let's see exactly what maps we're going to be playing on. It's time for our picks and bans. Anywhere you're expecting this one to go, Maui? I think we got a little bit of a a spoiler that Mirage may be rearing its head?
I'm pretty sure that MOUZ are going to be going with that as their pick. But the curious aspect of this to me is, do M80 put it all on the line and go for an overpass pick? It was what they beat Vitality on earlier at this event, but it is brutal to be in an arena, and I actually like this. I'm glad they go for something that's a little bit more 50-50 in terms of win rate per side, and they go for an Ancient.
Ancient is the map that MOUZ have identified. RT side sucks on Ancient. So to see M80 look at that, decide, hey, we can exploit that, despite the fact that MOUZ have had a few pop-off games on that map. I love the confidence.
I don't see this going too overpass now that M80 didn't pick it in the first round. Don't think MOUZ want to let that one through towards the end. And yeah, okay, so MOUZ do ban out the overpass here in the second phase, which should leave us with an Inferno decider.
Do you think we get to the Inferno decider? Do M80 have it in them? Like, let's be real, MOUZ are the heavy favorites in this,
Yeah.
but M80, could they pull off an upset on at least their own map pick?
I find it pretty unlikely. I'll just be frank. I love M80. I like what they brought to this tournament. Online is a different beast than the arena. Nobody on M80 has played with this kind of audience in front of them in the past, with the exception of their coach. Very different for him to be saying some stuff in a timeout versus the guys that are in the server whose hands are going to literally shake when that crowd roars.
Yeah, we saw even against Na'Vi online, they were in boot camp. They struggled a little bit. They had moments where they couldn't get bomb plants. They couldn't convert rounds. They should have been winning. You come into an arena, it's great experience for them, but I think they will crumble. I think that's just the reality of it.
Gentlemen, it's almost time to be diving into our first quarterfinal here at the Blast Open London, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, we're going to be welcoming MOUZ and M80 into the arena.
Welcome to Masterclass. I'm here with Rops, and we're going to be going over ramp on Nuke. So I wanted to pick your brain on how you play this position, some of the starting spots, how you play this at such a high level. So thanks, Rops.
Oh, fantastic. Let's start. The first thing is, like, just the rotation part of the ramp is, well, you can give it up. You can go B, play the B bomb site, take a position here. Maybe they come after you, because sometimes the T's, they want to take ramp, but they have an idea after what they want to do. Maybe they want to execute on B, or it's just for pressure and they go back to A or make a wrap around heaven.
Okay, so what about some of the best starting positions in your opinion? What do you go for in terms of starters?
Well, I think, the classic thing is the utility. I like the CS2 smoke is very big, so I like to do a smoke which goes deeper. It covers perfectly the doorway here. And one of the classic positions is just the headshot angle behind the box. It's a strong position, but I think just the meta has shifted a bit, where the T's really, on a high level, they really clear this angle. I prefer not to play this too much, just maybe for information. Like, then yeah, we'll go for this and instantly drop down, and I can get a rotation to B. Maybe Zaivu, for example, my team will pick up the rotation here, and then really off angles, which I like, would be like somewhere around here.
Oh wow!
Because this I have a green crosshair and the white kind of blends in.
Oh yeah.
So
sure.
I like to have it just on this door frame here, and it's not really an angle which people clear that often. They look at this box here, and now they kind of swing for backup under heaven. So you kind of miss this angle here sometimes.
Say they have lower control already, you know that they're getting down secret. Yeah. What are the spots that you would like to play to just defend the B hit?
When I have time to rotate to B, so they might be in double doors or single door, I will try to always make it to this position here, which is really nice. This is like an angle where the guy actually has to jump up.
Oh, yeah.
So you won't see me as you go here, but you have to jump up. But yeah, if you go like this, it's gonna be an easy frag, guys. I'm gonna catch you jumping in the transition. The T's have a reaction just going crazy with the single door, opening and then clearing the whole site like this. So this goes really fast, and you can easily be caught by that. On B side, I think position also is, this is like an off angle here to hold the B hit, because you're kind of secured by all angles, but then again, you can peek everything. And again, if they strafe on you, it's really fast, so you have to be ready for everything.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate it. And thanks, Rops, for joining Masterclass.
Thank you for having me.
It's almost time to welcome on our first teams to the stage. And it's a special one, because for M80, they have never experienced something like this. So you guys need to give them all that energy, all that love, no matter who they're supporting. And then on the side of MOUZ, they're used to this. It's been consistency for them, but this could be the event where they have a chance of finally taking another trophy. So London, let me find out from you guys. Is there some M80 fans in the house? Okay. All right, London, you're cooking for the underdogs. But what about over on the MOUZ side? There's boos for the MOUZ side. Well, London, you seem to love an underdog, so I got one more thing to ask you. Are you ready? Let's bring our teams onto the stage.
So how would you describe your team's play style?
I would say fun, yeah. We play a really interesting style of Counter-Strike, a really aggressive one. I think it's fun to watch. I'll say our play style is more aggressive than others. Try to not respect what they want to do, and we show them that we are better than them.
All the right players, the amount of X factor. Rolling, whips it around. Oh, he's not done. A triple kill for MOUZ's in-game leader. This is a team that simply refuses to die.
This is a giant opportunity that you don't get every day. Sin's gonna do this all alone. Sin wrestling it back. A huge achievement for this M80 squad into London.
How would you describe M80?
I'd say energy.
How would you describe MOUZ?
Beatable.
The biggest moment of their careers. All their hard work and dedication has led to this moment. How far can they go? This is M80! Their consistency is through the roof. Their teamwork is on point, but they hunger for more. They want more. This is MOUZ!
The stage students versus the playoffs professors. M80 simply making history by earning a spot on this very stage. But I love the confidence that Lake in particular comes into this matchup with. We heard him on the big screen. He was asked, what are MOUZ to you? He says, beatable. Is that realistic, Jacob?
I think right now is a good timing for M80 to come into this environment. I think MOUZ is beatable. I don't think MOUZ have played the best brand of Counter-Strike as of late. They've been struggling a little bit. I know result-wise it's looking fine, Wu, but if you put them to the eye test and if you hear the, I guess, interviews and the comment from some of the players, they're well aware that they've been better than they are right now. I think they're beatable for M80.
I want to say nice things about M80, but I think this is more about MOUZ than it is about M80. If MOUZ come out and they can't beat an M80 squad, squad that plays good CS, but MOUZ, we know them. They play great CS. They play structured, systematic CS. They have great players. From all regards, MOUZ should easily close this one out. If they can't, I think we're looking at a MOUZ that is falling out of the top 5 potentially.
Let's talk about the maps that we have at hand. First map, M80's pick, that is Ancient. I guess MOUZ get to breathe a sigh of relief because they get to start on the CT side of that. What should we be looking at in terms of maybe some head-to-heads, key players to be watching out for?
I think Roland is the point of contact for MOUZ, always playing the cave position, super aggressive on that CT side, likes to be in the face of the opponents, they like to play aggressive Counter-Strike, so it may not be the usual suspect, you know, normally you look towards Spinks, you look towards Exertion, Torsi for that matter. I think the most influential player on MOUZ CT side is Roland. If he's off to a good start, it's gonna be tough for M80.
I'm gonna send you the way of Xertion, and it's a little cliche, you're playing Ancient, you're looking at mid, but the reality is when MOUZ have succeeded on this map, when they destroyed G2, it was through mid control on both sides of the map. It's a map where M80 are incredible at mid control, and the question is, do they have the plan B, plan C if MOUZ's mid control wins?
We've done a bit of a unicorn segment here because we haven't even talked about the AWPers once from either side of the equation. Like, how much impact are we seeing both from each M80 and MOUZ's camps?
I mean, we kind of know what Torsi's going to deliver. He's been on the stage, he's slayed his demons, he's had a bit of a rough one at the major, but then he bounced back and he's playing some decent Counter-Strike as of right now. To me, the big question mark is Slax. We know what he's been able to do within NA. He's been having a good time over there, you know, upping up his stats and looking like an NA beater almost. But when he's playing against European opposition, when he's playing against better opposition, he has a bit of a tendency to not have the same output. Today, that cannot be the case, Wu. If Slax and Amy wants to stand a chance, he has to play as good as he does when it's NA opponents.
When we were looking at Na'Vi versus M80, we were looking at a Wonderful that was struggling, but we said similar things. Wonderful should be able to dispatch of Slax. I think Wonderful often got the better of him, but Slax did look like a solid player. He was showing himself there. Now it's time to show it on a big stage, because I'm not sure he's got it yet.
I like how honest you're being, Vu. You know what? I would have forgiven you for just being completely based NA fan, just half in that copium. Do you think they have what it takes to at least push us to a third? Like, is there any kind of small win that M80 can get here?
I think they could push us to some good games, but the reality is these are two relatively strong maps for MOUZ. You've got them on Mirage. M80, they couldn't have gotten any better in terms of the map pool here. They're strong on Mirage, they're strong on Ancient, but if MOUZ is bringing their A game, I don't think M80 have any chance.
I'll rephrase it like this. If you're M80 and you can't beat MOUZ today, I don't think you're ever gonna beat them. I think MOUZ right now is in a bit of a period leading up to the major where they're trying to figure out stuff, they're trying to get back into the groove, they're trying to, I guess, reactivate the lineup that has been the second best, third best team throughout the entirety of the year. Right now, they're not playing as if they were, so I feel like timing-wise, if M80 can't get it done today for you, it's never gonna happen.
I was gonna say, even with the rough T-sides that we've seen from the side of MOUZ, like, what should we be looking at from M80's CT side? I mean, hopefully they've been watching a lot of demos, getting some preparation together. Do you expect them to be kind of finding any holes on the offense of MOUZ?
It comes down to the mid control again. It comes down to Slax, I think, actually on the op to actually get things held on the extremities. He likes to play towards the A site quite often, and they overload middle. MOUZ generally, they get the better of almost every team in middle, regardless of the side. So I think you want to see M80 control mid, and then Slax defends the extremities a little bit.
Well, either way, it is time to kick off our first quarterfinal live from Wembley. It's MOUZ versus M80.
That's right, Wembley. It's good to see you all again. This is a nice vibe. Everyone here on a Friday afternoon, Hugo, for a quarterfinal, and a bit of a banging one at that. We kind of know MOUZ's story. We know what this team's trying to do, attempting to move up to #1 in the world, but at the same time now trying to save themselves and claw on to these top spots. Been a bit of a rough time for MOUZ as of late, but the British people, Hugo, they love an underdog.
Well, they will surely love M80. We've got Rory Jackson standing behind this American-German squad. M80, their first time on a stage. So Emily, I ask you, why don't we give them a warm welcome? This is going to be a lot of fun. M80. Never been this far before, never stood on a stage, and MOUZ, a clear favorite, but M80 have wind in their sails. A couple of huge upset victories coming into this competition. It was online, this is LAN, this is a different beast.
Yeah, they've been speaking very confidently on the run-up to this arena debut for the M80 squad, but no team knows quite like MOUZ how jarring that transition to playing in these arenas can be. So let's see how this pistol round shapes up. Spinks straight away in the feed. Exertion's getting run at, but into the crossfires go M80, and this pistol round gonna go dominantly against them as MOUZ collect.
Slaughtered. Little exec into B. There's going to be a lot of game tape for MOUZ to study. As long as they respect their opponent today, they're going to be able to have done their research and see what M80 have been doing, right? It's been a season of online play, domestic play for M80, getting a lot of reps. And it certainly helped this team in taking upset victories on map like Overpass, beating even Na'Vi. And so MOUZ know what they're up against. 4 stack on that B-bomb site shuts down the rush.
It's a classic round. 4 go A, bomb goes B.
And MOUZ bite the bullet. MOUZ fall for it. A lurk smoke even lets the part happen. Oh my God.
They've done the MM strat.
Absolutely robbed.
Everyone likes that.
Come on, knife one.
Extra money locked in at 4 M80.
Oh. They're happy either way. 5 alive for MOUZ. M80 coming through with their first gun round. Pressure is on. I like that we're getting Lake talking smack coming into this game, calling MOUZ beatable, saying they're confident, saying they can't wait to face Vitality. But this is a MOUZ that have graduated from studio merchants to masters of the stage themselves, still hunting trophies, but a team that should have no problem on paper dispatching of M80 today.
All right, first buy round for M80. They haven't loved the first 2 rounds of play. Let's see if this is where it can change. It's going to be a bit of an assault on towards middle to open this up. The nades do big damage. Jimmy on the receiving end of that. And so that will help M80 get this mid control they're looking for. Of course, it's unconfirmed damage right now, so they're still being slow on the approach.
Very slow outside of B as well, right? We know Brolin's an extremely aggressive player in this position, keen to come through smokes, keep pressure on, get flashed out in the mid-round, forcing advantages for MOUZ. But finally getting up to Heaven's side is M80. Looking to meet him there is Swisher. That molly will push Brolin back into the bomb site, keeping MOUZ 3 strong on B. How much of a fake do we get with Hex this committed? MOUZ are going to go for info first. This could pay off for Hex.
Been waiting a long time. Finally going to get the push he was looking for, and Hex deals with them both. Jimmy and Exertion falls, and that starts forcing a rotate out of MOUZ, but they're losing players all across the map.
Sharp shots.
Torshi and Spinks will be in the right place, but they've got a lot to do here. 2 versus 5 as this site hit begins.
Right kills at the right place could win you this round, but an assault of utility makes it an impossibility. Spinks late in a 1-on-5. Clears out the first, but that is the penny dropped here for M80. Absolutely fine to hunt down this gun as Spinks throws in the towel. M80 find their first round in the playoffs.
Didn't take him long.
I think it's so important that M80 actually start fairly strong in this game and don't just get swept under. You know, first pistol converted, gun round go to MOUZ, 5-0 down. You're feeling, you know, very nervous. M80 have gotten here off the wings of momentum, off of coming in and taking a map off of Vitality. They beat VP, they beat Na'Vi, they beat Fnatic. Their run is legit to get to the playoffs here. So seeing M80 come in strong, a reason to stay confident. That's the way M80 have to win today. It won't be a comeback. It's got to be them hitting hard out of the gate. So first gun round locked in.
I mean, I'm also going to be watching this guy very, very keenly. Hex was a real driving force behind their run to get here. This guy in clutches was phenomenal, and he was like the most clutch player of the group stage.
Yeah, 7 clutches across online play to get here. And he's just been a vibes guy. That's what it looks like, a very loud piece in this team. We've seen him talk smack across different iterations, different rosters over these last couple of years. A lot of energy. Definitely keeps this team loose and calm at times. And they'll need that now more than ever. This time, no A main for Hex. Jimpat takes it back. And M80 look to pop mid-late.
All right, Brolin, what you got? Deals with Swisher, the first man in. That's a no advantage for M80 this time around. They're going to have to go and earn it. Scaling back out of mid, but they've thrown in that donut smoke to try and cut off the info, and so now still feel a bit of pressure here. That's only going to add to it. Here's the opener for M80 getting involved. Lake with that entry, and now running it down. Spinks nearly caught out in the open. That was a golden opportunity to start this B play. Instead, Torshi's looked to bail them out, and so M80 scrapping their way in. They get the control, they get that bomb plant, a man down in this post plant.
And not enough nades to get him off the bomb, so M80, it's a winnable round, but they need to take position back. Lake is stuck in the open on the fade of this smoke. Changing positions last second. Lake has the cover as Torshi dies in the smoke. There's no trade. MOUZ have no kit, no nades. They've got to make it work quickly, and Lake says no. 4 kills deep into this gun round. He sends Jimmy packing. M80 get it done off their star entry. Give them an inch, they take the mile and run through this B bomb site.
Can Lake get the ace? No, Hex gonna clean it up. But that's the opener and the closer working in tandem. Lake with a stellar round. That's M80, a man down. Both times they try and make their play, and Lake able to bridge the gap on that round.
Yeah, it feels like a weird post plant there for MOUZ, right? Just getting kind of caught out in that deep Molotov. No one there to help Torshi. B can feel really hard to hold in post plants if you don't have long or if you don't have cave. M80 make it work in the open. And that breaks MOUZ fully here in this 5th round.
Gotta be honest, the smooth start for Lake and Hex is very, very promising.
I mean, those are the pieces you need. Those are the pieces that have been the most exciting part of this M80 run, right? Like you said, opener and closer, the 1-2 punch here of M80.
All right, farm up. Dealing with this one cleanly as well. A chance to start building up some money. Make themselves harder to break on this T side. That's M80 up into the lead.
MOUZ's chance to get back in the game now with a full buy. I want to see if we get some more plays being made out of MOUZ at this point in the game, right? We know it's a team that love to take back B lane, has a very capable mid player. MOUZ are no easy team to upset on a map like Ancient. Rory Jackson calling the shots here as MOUZ call their first timeout. It's M80's coach who played on this very stage 7 years ago under Complexity fame. Def back in the building.
You were here for the London Major, you would have seen him already. And so been a bit of a nostalgic feeling for Def in this M80 squad, returning to this venue.
Doesn't want to lose in the quarters again though. Hoping he can long it out this afternoon. Torshi's orb in play here for MOUZ.
Yeah, they just had the timeout as well. MOUZ going to look to try and set the record straight. Something that's interesting is M80, they even describe themselves as an aggressive team, but I would go as far as to say this has been a pretty slow T-side thus far. Not looking to make any crazy audacious plays just yet. Kind of easing their way into this quarterfinal.
Yeah, breathe, you know, feel out the atmosphere first. It's a very uncertain feeling for all 5 of these players, so let's see if they can find their comfort in another important buy round.
Both players in red get smoked off. There's not a nade to blow that open, so for now, Exertion and Torshi have to reposition.
It's very methodical for M80. Every position taken has a nade behind it, has purpose. They've got Lake in a very strong spot. Will Torshi bite? Oh, nice molly. Oh, team kill. Bit of a disaster. But they find the entry. That's what they were looking for. This backstab, timing is everything.
Torshi aggro down the ramp on a good timing, gets slacks with the util.
Big.
But still the entry's coming up, and they change their mind on the fly here with Lake opening the back door. Kills coming in for M80. They're gonna link up with an A-side plant. It's Hext and it's Lake.
Uh-oh.
These are the two heavy hitters. Let's see what they can do. Torshi and Spinks move in for the retake. First shot rallies past. Hext is given a second chance at life here. Doesn't know about the CT wrap. Lake's trying to spot it, but low on health. It's going to fall to Hext. Deals with the first man in. Do the clutches translate from online to the arena? Hext trying to cook up another one, but Spinks shuts him out of it.
Oh, awkward nade. Could have made all the difference in that. Allowed him time to peek, to reposition. There would have been no audio for Spinks, but the clutch comes through for the experienced player of MOUZ. It's an awkward little post plant where Lake feels like he has to help Hext, who's stuck in the site, who can't reposition. After an even more awkward team kill as well. It's a nice try for M80. Good mid-round call coming out from this squad, but MOUZ still survive. Trading blows here with M80, who have yet another buy. It's going to be hard to flush this M80 economy out.
It's the upside of getting some of those cleaner rounds on the board early. Flawless versus the full eco. A lot of damage done here in middle, but the kills belong to MOUZ. That third man trying to force the fight is just food for Exertion.
Delicious. And Brolin out from heaven. The only way in for M80, but they can't pick up the pace. They're still blocked at this B-bomb site. The bomb is so far away, so they have to hope for a mistake. These are moments where MOUZ should excel. Don't need to overcommit to fights, but Exertion has the info on the donut cross. MOUZ in very strong positions now. Spink starts to move over. But the timing just got missed by M80, who are getting closer and closer into B.
Torshi on a close angle with this AWP as well, puts it to work. And so for M80's captain, a very unlikely 1-on-4. Torshi just on this line, and he's got support ready to come through. One missed shot gets the ball rolling. How much further can Sin hope to take this? Jimmy's on his way. The clutch is getting harder and harder by the second. He's got a 1v1 on Exertion, but past that, nothing comes for free. And so there's the kill. Exertion on the line, and MOUZ ready to deny that clutch attempt. It's a far more dominant round against M80 with the cleanup in mid from Jimmy and Exertion.
Yeah, good read from MOUZ, knowing what M80 have been exploiting. It's been these late mid takes coming in from heaven, coming through this mid smoke, breaking it a lot. SMG's up close. Brolin finally makes his cave play. That's more the MOUZ we came to expect. Not afraid to get stuck in. Because while M80 may thrive in chaos, MOUZ have the players for that as well.
It does feel like the first few rounds of this have kind of been both teams getting a measure for the other one, right? Even though there's a lot of tape to go over, as you say, this isn't a head-to-head we've had. And so there's no degree of familiarity, right? And you can glean a lot from watching the VODs back, but as we kind of commented on, M80 came in with a bit of a slower pace than usual to open up. And so both teams kind of sizing each other up in these first few rounds. Now MOUZ are making their plays. Def wanted some time to weigh in here, calling his own pause. Ever since Cyclone got on the mic, MOUZ have found success, so let's see if Def can do the same thing. They've certainly conditioned MOUZ to worry about this mid control.
M80, the kind of team to just throw in quicker rounds. That's what we saw in online play when they have momentum in their pocket, to not be afraid of a B rush here and there. This does look like an earlier attack. 3 straight out B lane. Like keeping the pressure on the middle, breaking the smoke.
Feels a bit more like they're trying to feign some of this B action earlier, right? With that lurk smoke in, that's like a notable change for MOUZ, and it did make them more nervous, but that won't help you. Smoke spam for Brolin. And so they go about getting this mid control. They're not being given an opportunity to equalize here. Smoke blowing open, Exertion and Torshi both get away with murder.
Timing couldn't have been better there for MOUZ, and a bitter pill to swallow for M80. 2 players caught crossing. Disaster strikes. This round is over. Unless Slacks has something to say. Flank on this B bomb site opening up. He's got to meet with his teammate. He has no choice in his path. Roland with the cave locked in, but as soon as they know Swish's position, he can activate, and Spinks just nails him through the wood. Now they turn around. Slacks goes in for 2, but Brolin, still suspected in the corner, holds it down. Double kill for the captain of MOUZ, and they start to take a lead. They start to run away as M80's economy gets broken.
Sigh of relief for MOUZ, who is certainly getting a bit nervous after the hot start from M80, but now they've regained control over this game. Putting themselves in the winning position, having control of the money. These are things MOUZ love to see. It's just an eco round here. Chance to try and dig Torshi for Hexed. I mean, getting him off this line is going to be difficult.
You'll take your chances with a deagle, but Flash will help. It actually blinds M80 as well. And Torshi's got cover from rifle, so M80 are not going to find a way into this position. Slacks looks elsewhere.
I mean, as the game's gone on, Brolin's been kind of pushing his luck more and more at Cave. He touched upon how he likes to go for those kind of aggressive moves. He's down to smoke it and play through. And we're certainly getting more of that as the game's gone on. That makes even getting out through the doors here feel a little bit scary for M80.
Make a contact up. There's good room here in this site with only Spinks at the long side. It's down to Exertion's timing. If he can catch the bomb, he sees a player. That will turn Brolin around as well. Cave covered, smoke in the ramp. M80 just try and blitz through. It's not going to happen though. Looking like a flawless round now for MOUZ to find their 4th straight on this CT side. M80 running into a brick wall right now. Sin's going to have to call them out of this.
Probably feels a little rough for M80 because as far as they're concerned, they're getting pretty good space, right? They've been able to get this mid control whenever they've wanted it. But as the game's gone on, MOUZ are kind of offering up more and more solutions to this, whether it's Brolin getting aggressive or now that they've got money, Exertion and Torshi have had nades for these smokes in mid, right? That was something they didn't have early on in this CT side when they were a bit more strapped for cash. They were putting more energy into trying to actually stop this push through the smoke. Well, now they're down to give M80 the mid room.
It's also interesting how unthreatened they are of A. MOUZ don't seem to be playing A in any of these full gun rounds since Hex got that double kill. Not even Torshi's really been there, and MOUZ continue to make moves, make plays, going all the way down. On that smoke fade, got to be careful. Swisher's round the corner. And Hex is back in his A position. Swisher pays off.
I mean, this was how M80 found their first round on the board, right? It was a patient play from their extremity players to net them a double, and that's exactly what Swisher looks to do here.
Can't believe Spinks gets that kill on 5 health. Stuck by the molly. And the rest of M80 stuck behind a smoke, but MOUZ don't know that.
I think a bit of time to Slacks. You don't want him to be the kill that kind of entices MOUZ to go for this. So him winning that out was a requirement. Slacks rifling well. The AWP for M80 currently topping the charts.
Forget the AWP.
He's been nailing them on the rifles. And so a nice little return to form here. A similar note to the first rifle round that M80 found, waiting for MOUZ aggression to come through. And then capitalizing when they get those openers.
Yeah, that was MOUZ moving back into a really heavy B setup. Something that they haven't been doing for a while since the start of the game. It's been pretty mid-focused. Oh, Spinks, did he get seen? Maybe not, but Hex is coming in. Oh, he didn't check it. He didn't check it, Hex. Lazy clear. Regardless, M80 shooting for 6 by the end of this T side. They're keeping MOUZ honest right now. And surely MOUZ know, with the grave of opponents littered behind M80 in VP, Na'Vi, and Fnatic, not to underestimate M80 in this stage game.
Said earlier on how MOUZ have been kind of neglecting this A side of the map. Well, not here, not now, and an awkward boost.
Okay.
Slacks at least with the trade as he finally brings out this AWP. Important kill to pick up. I mean, both AWPers are finding a lot of success in this game right now, and so Torshi being out of the picture gives you a lot more freedom if you're M80. Going back to this mid control, they've got fights rolled out in front of them. Flash was good, but it also blinded Slacks, and so Exertion allowed to just bite down and deny this mid play.
That's a mess for M80, and they're not going to get out of this with anything. Sending the AWP in off the flash. If that was Lake, I feel like the entry's right there. Exertion's full blind, but Slack scoped, just not close enough. And this one is clean for MOUZ. They lose their AWP, and no one else. It's a matter of time here for Swisher. And MOUZ make it so. So 7 rounds on this CT side at bare minimum means MOUZ are more than favored on M80's map pick. Moment of opportunity for M80. Will it be just that? I feel like he's making that scope like there could be an AWP in the round, but there's no way.
Certainly feels like the jitters have maybe set in a little bit, right? You've had some awkward moments in that last round. Hex too wide on the boost to give away the opening pick. An awkward flash and just overall take over this mid control. If they were able to pounce out, like you say, if Lake kind of led the charge there, it felt like they were destined to at least deal with one of those players pushed up in middle who were both blind at the hands of the Sin Flash. And so as MOUZ kind of power on, M80 certainly feeling a little more nervous as this chance at a great half has slipped through their fingers.
Straight out mid, back to classic. But Exertion keeps the door shut.
One of these B plays in the final round of the half. M80 might just look to drive this one home. They've got to get past the Torshi AWP again. It continues to be a problem. Slacks on the entries. His rifling's been fantastic in this game. 2 kills to the good. Torshi displaced. Sin and Slacks. The German contingent of M80 offering up resistance here. Sin takes it one step too far. That's the bomb lost, and things get awkward for Slacks now in this 1v2. Gap closes on him. Exertion push through the site. Slacks isn't aware of this, has no idea, and so surely a dead man. It's MOUZ powering up and winning out this half in dominant fashion. M80's map pick of Ancient called into question here as MOUZ are leveling up. 8-4 on the half. Things were hot off the top with M80 showing a lot of resistance early on. They embarked on that streak. They moved into the lead by round 5, but then MOUZ appeared, and suddenly you had Brolin getting aggressive, Exertion going about this mid control, and Torshi's AWP always present and always a problem for M80.
Yeah, it's kind of a perfect storm for MOUZ so far. Jimpat not even really required in this CT side, as MOUZ just run over M80 by the end of the half. Slax has been a breath of fresh air. 13-9, barely even AWPing. Can his pistols save M80? It doesn't look good. Hex's chance back in the bomb site. They chase him down, and the dink early makes matters worse for M80.
Good opening on the doorways. Okay, it's not a lake, it's an ocean of kills from Dual Berettas up close. And he's put the pep in the step for M80, trying to drive this one home all the way through into main. They push together. Torshi up close. Lake on for a chance at another ace. This is his second 4K in the game. Couldn't get it last time. Might be required to here. Spinks in with a chance to clutch. Claws it back to a 1v2. Lake wants that ace on this stage. And there it is, a must-win pistol round, and Lake provides. Yeah, that's his first time doing it. Make some noise for him.
It's not all talk, this guy. Backs it up in the server, in the quarterfinals, and keeps MOUZ honest in this game. And so M80, a chance to play free in this second round. Just gonna go far MOUZ again. Like, don't do it to him. Switch has got the SMG, clean for 2, and that will do for M80. You know how quick these games can tighten up. MOUZ can't afford to let that happen here on Ancient.
A chance to give them a run for their money. MOUZ in with their first rifle round. And a lean over towards this A side of the map. Brolin just full sending it with util down. The rest of MOUZ instead looking for results out here in middle. Brolin's just applying pressure. M80 might bite down on this. Hext with a bit of an overextension there. Plays out through mid on a feeling. Didn't have any info. And so walks right in to Exertion. And if you're MOUZ, you think you got him right where you want him. A 5v4. This is a bonus round for M80, so you now have the manpower and the firepower edge.
It's gonna have to be Lake again. Slax does not have the weaponry for this round. And even Lake's beginning to rotate out. Oh no, a gamble being made by M80. The Spinks will only sell further. They need this kill, they find it. But they don't realize the penny doesn't drop. MOUZ making contact into the bomb site. By the time M80 know, it might be too late. Look at the space.
Go and take Donut here. There will be some fights available. Brolin catches Swisher midway through the weapon change, and that's just a free kill for him. Temptation is saved, might be there for M80, a man down. A lot of time ticked off this bomb, and they just don't have the positions to win this.
3 rifles and on a bonus round. It's the right call for M80. It's just a shame they rotate out just at the wrong time there. But a gamble had to be made. And I think even killing Spinks made them realize, yeah, this is not the guy who's going to be entering into cave on a B hit. This will be the lurk. So MOUZ, first gun round locked in. Don't let him down.
think the crowd certainly have their favorite in this game.
Haven't booed any saves yet, though.
See if that changes. All right. MOUZ, another quick round, fast into cave. M80 started this one off strong in middle, and so a little lacking on this B side of the map. You got to hope these mid players get some results. There's the Slacksaw. Lake teed up with Util, but he's caught by that Heaven reswing. The second man gonna punish Lake. There is a movement happening here for M80 though. Ramp control looking to come through. Re-aggro on the extremities. Looking to at least get info out of the way. Hext holds on to middle and denies exertion, that control in Red Room.
Oh, Slacks is just going for it right now. He's just forcing these kills. 4-on-2, bomb loose. They won't play for it. He's on his own, but they put MOUZ in a very difficult position. Spinks is trying to go forward, but Torshi will have to go back. And even though this B bomb site elected to be left by M80, MOUZ can't do anything with it. Spinks trying to force another kill. He is sharp today, 14-8. He's been ending rounds here for MOUZ. He's going to group up with his teammate. M80 don't batter their eyes.
Might be problematic for MOUZ that they haven't played for this bomb drop over in middle. They're wasting a lot of time here, anticipating that someone's pushed up. And with only 25 seconds left.
Oh, yeah.
This is already over.
There it is.
But still a very convincing round out of M80, right? Some really nice movement there. Ninja would be proud. This was a great little reaction after that mid-fight. You know, they come through with B aggression. Once that's kind of not seen anything, not accomplished much, Slacks also creeps up through main. They know that MOUZ have bigger problems. And so these gaps start to appear, and M80 go and find them.
And even Cyclone calls attack there. It seems like MOUZ have gotten in their head a little bit, even with that read on the bomb pickup. A lot of timeouts being used in this game. Burning through them. As this game tightens up and longs out, you're going to want him for later.
That's the other thing, you know, MOUZ, it's rare that you kind of get a quarterfinal like this where they are such heavy favorites. M80 are on a shocking run to have even made it this far. And in the eyes of many, getting to the playoffs is kind of job done for M80. They've already exceeded expectations. We talked about the momentum they're carrying with them into this quarterfinal, and that certainly plays a part. These guys have had a lot of reps in. Their run here to make it to these playoffs was legit as hell, besting the likes of Na'Vi, VP, and Fnatic. And so that only emboldens you. I mean, this is one of the most one-sided kind of playoff matches we've had this year, just in terms of expectation. But that can add a certain pressure to this MOUZ team to perform.
Good spot. And the all miss.
That was the chance at the 4-on-4. MOUZ might not give you another chance to punish. It looks like M80 want to try and force these fights, but with Spinks waiting in heaven, he's calmed down the line about this donut player. Still doesn't make it any easier. Lake and Hext get stuck in, and this 4-on-5 flips back the other way. M80, a man up, but empty bomb sites. MOUZ might have room to work with here.
Yeah, luckily for M80, there's no util for MOUZ to block these rotations, so Torshi really wants a kill. Looking for something as Sin doesn't speed up, holds on, lets MOUZ take the site, get comfortable. Torshi walks in for the default plant, that will be allowed, and M80 waiting for a huge flank from Lake. That picked up smoke does make a difference, but it also lets M80 cross long side. Kits available. Nate on the flank. M80 gonna have to win some fights.
Jimmy's had a quiet game. Oh, just leaving that angle. Right as Lake looks to move in. A lot of time ticked off this bomb. M80 are gonna have to start getting a move on.
Gotta go.
And with Torshi not having moved a muscle, Jimmy left to play around this bomb. Spam might have to connect for Jimmy as they get on the defuse. He's looking for this. Spam connects and Sin stops him. M80 with a huge round pickup there. Low and slow on the retake, battling back in from a man down. That could be a turning point round in this game for M80, as now the gap is just down to 1 round.
Felt like they left it too late. Lake had to run last second. That's what even gives MOUZ a chance in that 1v3. But Jimmy's had trouble in this game. I said it didn't matter in that CT side, but it certainly will if they fall in the map. I mean, Jimmy came onto this team as an explosive player, a guy doing more with less, a guy getting high value out of difficult roles, but his drop-off has been significant this year. Even when he upgraded Academy to the main team, he kept his stats across that year, across 2023 to 2024. They have dropped massively in this year alone.
Oh, backstab for Exertion. That's a big problem. Slacks and Sin stopped the initial hit, but then in comes Exertion with that backstab. And this round's still going, this round's still hot. MOUZ trying to carve a path in, and they get themselves armed now in a post plant. Nades find great damage, Spam connects as well. And this is claustrophobic, isn't it? Jimmy, get away from him. Both players, cave side, still util for M80 to work with. 3 players ready to swing long. Might be able to catch them on the reposition. Jimmy just gets out of there. Said that Hext has been a clutch player, and that's why 1v1 secured, game levels out, M80 tie us up. And finally one of these clutches for Hext.
Yeah, he's been shot out by Spinks a couple of times here. Jimmy's meant to be that other guy, he cannot close it. Only an eco for MOUZ, but so close, so winnable. And to go back to that Jimmy point, because I mean, he's dropped by a margin of 0.2 rating this year alone. If you compare it with last year, if you compare it with the year when he first joined this MOUZ team, mid-2023, his CT size going from 1.2 to just a flat 1.02. MOUZ need this floor to be higher if they truly want to be favorites. And players in anchor positions are your floor. London loves an underdog.
Love the dogs, hate the mice. It's the way of the world.
M80 have got bark and bite.
Exertion with good room gained all the way up over towards red, and there's that Torshi orb firing off. This is MOUZ picking up the pace, looking for a breakthrough round to stop this streak from M80. Oh, Exertion's been cleared. Swing out from heaven. They don't have this flank anymore.
Jimmy's late as well. This might do a favor for MOUZ if M80 try and set up on the ramp.
They're actually waiting for Lake. They're grouping very, very strong over here towards lane. Cave space has been given away, but that's because it's smoked off, and that forces them right back into Jimmy's hands. Lake goes to check it, but still can't get past him. And so this one might be too far gone for M80.
Yeah, one big pick up the ramp from Torshi's AWP, and it sends M80 packing, even with that kill on Exertion, not enough. And MOUZ get the taste of victory yet again after a streak of 3 is broken. Torshi's done a lot in the first half, not too much in this T side. That is an impact kill that has ramifications, that puts MOUZ on double digits.
Final timeout used by M80. They've been very liberal with these. Zaccharin also with a chance to speak to his boys, but it's capitalizing on the back of the M80 timeout. MOUZ might expect a change here.
Last chat from the British coach until potential overtime.
I mean, the margins on this game have been very, very small, right? Like, 1 or 2 kills making a world of difference in that. Torshi round on the AWP kind of showcased exactly that. M80, Lake was spoken to about his opponent here. The word he used to describe MOUZ was beatable.
Well, they're right there.
They've certainly had chances in this game. Being beatable and being beat are 2 different things. Crunch on the lane for M80. They get out with a 4-on-4. Swisher still in an aggressive position.
Yeah, hoping MOUZ jump the gun off that entry because there's still 3 players in this B bomb site. Smoke spam does come through though.
Trying to goad them into the stack by giving away these openers. Hoping that that proves too irresistible for MOUZ to turn away from.
It's not a bad call, but MOUZ read it. Don't jump the gun. And if anything, the hesitation might let doubt creep into M80's mind, but the big flank from Hex opens up options.
Even just him being here is kind of enough to allow you to keep that stack over towards B.
Oh, and he's not going for heaven info either. He's just patrolling the back of spawn. And so MOUZ are forced into this B bomb site.
Oh, missed Molly as well. Now blocked over on the ramp side at 40 seconds. This is a big problem for MOUZ.
At a certain point, Hex should start to move and get a little bit closer. Box MOUZ in. Make sure you can jump on that flank very quickly. And there he goes. 30 seconds. M80 know it's coming.
It's rare that you're in this position, have so much info, know exactly where the site hit will be arriving. Oh. Damage down range. Lake and Hex with kills apiece, and Brolin, that molly forces him forward, but he's got no room left to run here. No time to win this round. He would need all the kills. Caught in the knife swap, and Hex, just a gift for M80 in that round.
Dude, what a roster change. I mean, they've been shooting up the ranks ever since they added this guy to the squad, right? Winning domestically is one thing. It hasn't really been, a difficult opposition. M80 even complaining about the lack of crack in NA, but they've come to Europe and they've not slowed down. Taking down proven European squads, taking down top dogs, and now on a stage, 10-10 against MOUZ.
I think it's just felt nice for Hex as well. Is like he just seems like a smart, safe pair of hands. I know he has a very wild and out there persona, but the decisions he makes feel really, really solid. I think that's why he's been so threatening in a lot of these clutch rounds.
Bringing much needed energy to a team that have admitted they're not always vocal. And bringing that ability to close that NA teams have struggled to do. It's that next generation of North American CS here on this stage.
It's just rare as well to have a guy that kind of ups the emotional level while also bringing composure to the squad.
Well, that doesn't help though. Maybe Slacks can make up for it, but Exertion is in no giving mood. Jump spot check. Don't know if he saw him or not, but MOUZ want nothing to do with it. Back to B.
I mean, last time there was that aggression, M80 employed a stack to try and bait MOUZ into the hit. This time, MOUZ get active on the other side of the map, but they are actually playing into M80's hands. Late with a chance on long. His teammate's coming back, so he just has to buy time for this crossfire. M80 looking to retake the lead once more. They've got to get past the 2 heavy hitters for this MOUZ squad. It's Torshi and Exertion, worlds apart in the 2v2.
The fact that MOUZ are even bailing from those rounds, that's a 1v1 for Torshi. He could be taking or could be trying to put the bomb down, but his teammate's so far away, MOUZ have to concede. And M80 get to long out this round again as MOUZ try to find the gap. 30 seconds, Slacks filling the void. And M80, their reads have just been immaculate in this game.
Throwing the util early as well. That's going to telegraph this site here. That lets them bring Swisher around way earlier. And this is the bomb. This is the kill for the round. The util displaces Slacks. He won't be able to get a shot off.
14 seconds. Do they risk it?
Swisher hides in the CT smoke. Naded open. Exertion dead. Only good for the one. It's AWP-on-AWP violence here in this final 1v1. For control in the late game. Both teams at their wits' end for the money, so this round hits very, very hard. And Slax is suspicious over the smoke push. Torshi never went there. Holds on with the AWP instead and holds his nerve in that 1v1.
Hey, if Jimmy can't close, Torshi certainly can. That's a must-win round for MOUZ at this point in the game. No timeouts left. Economy on the line for both squads.
Yeah, that was kind of the final all-in from both of these teams. And so that is a back-breaking round to lose if you're M80.
Lets the kill come to him. It's Slax feeling the pressure. And M80 now must be, because they forced up into this round. They are putting all in to try and compete with MOUZ. It's going to be a full A rush, no one even here. M80 going for complete mid-take, control to them, but the sight goes to MOUZ.
Lake pushed through that bottom mid-smoke very, very early, but Exertion's gone back to watch it.
You just got the manpower to check everything right now. MOUZ have positions, they have advantage, and even though that spam comes through, it's not before the bomb plants. M80 might have to throw in the towel.
It's really not a save you feel good about, but you risked it all on this force fight.
I love that call for Brolin though, right? Coach maybe not approving of it, but just going for the full A rush deep in the game with money on the line, knowing that there's no way M80 could read that with a gamble stack on A. It's so out there, it's so audacious. Upgrades go far here for M80. Every kill matters.
Bomb's gonna help out. Guns to be retrieved. Locked out by Spinks and Co. They only managed to savor this one Galil. And so the gamble are going for the exits, for trying to arm yourselves in this round. Doesn't exactly pan out.
Definitely wasn't what they were hoping for.
That's fair.
Torshi go kill.
And this is it, man. M80 are not left with a hell of a lot. Another explosive round for MOUZ as they try and brute force the mid hit. Heaven split for Spinks. This has been powerful. It's where a lot of these trades have come from, and he's linked up with Torshi.
3 on 5.
Instantly turns back in MOUZ's favor. And they're looking to run this one home. The 11th hour, they save themselves on Ancient. A breakthrough clutch from Torshi to get them there. M80's map pick is given away.
From the likes of M80, and just not enough to get it over the line versus MOUZ.
No, very, very competitive game. You know, a good showing from M80. They really kept this one tense, I'd say. You could feel on MOUZ that they were forced to play some proper Counter-Strike. Some of the individuals who was forced to step up as well. So much, much better than I think a lot of us would have anticipated. And I can't help to feel a little bit sorry for M80. They got so close, you know, making it hyper competitive. I feel like overtime could have been possible right here, but it's the small details, it's the small nuances. They weren't with M80 there.
When we look at this matchup, that M80 are capable of getting it close. They play some great Counter-Strike, but at the end of the day, MOUZ just have a better team. They've been here before, they're ready for it, and when it gets to that close game, it gets to the 10-10 scoreline, they're gonna be the ones that push it over the edge.
Should we take a look at some of the individual heroics that you know, M80 did manage to pull out the bag? We got round 4 right out the gates, which is very impressive for the individuals to be firing on all cylinders already this early into a map, when we have to consider that they've never even played on a stage before.
That was the first sign we got that M80 can play good Counter-Strike, proper Counter-Strike in a very tough round. Again, early in the game, very important to get into it, very important to get a feeling that they are on par with MOUZ. Trading goes back and forth right here. I highlighted Brolin, said that he's hyper-aggressive towards Cave. Got punished here for being a little bit over-aggressive, and then again, another kill going the way of MOUZ. But that's the point here. M80 is put under so much pressure throughout the round. It's a 3v4, the bomb goes down, Hext is at 37 HP, but they keep that cool. They find the right openings. Again, Lake is not a afraid of being aggressive. A massive round coming in, a good team flash, and he gets this quad kill in the round, which essentially is putting Lake on the board, essentially is putting M80 on the board, and that was the first sign in this game that they can play Counter-Strike fair at a very high level.
We've seen that type of round time and time again when it comes to M80. When they lose a player, they are so much better than most teams out there at understanding their next win condition, how they can turn a 3v3, even under that type of pressure, into an advantage. They go for that peak long. They did that against Na'Vi quite a bit. That's where M80 really shines, so it's interesting to see it again in this game. They do it from the start.
Now, Vu, we often talk about those kind of intangible issues, I guess you could say, that you experience when you're playing on the stage for the very first time. Did you see any of those jitters actually translate into this first map?
Yeah, I think round 7 is a great example of that. I think the CT side as well is a bit of an example of that. But round 7 specifically, they go up 4v4 from the very start. They have the intro where they get the kill on ZywOo. Then they go right back in towards mid afterwards, so we can start from the beginning. A little bit showing there from Hex, so his leg gets shot off, but great play from Slacks to bring it back. We were asking for that in the pregame. Then you have a flash I'm sure they've done a million times before, but Slacks just peeks a little early, gets full whited by it, and then the trade isn't there, and they just can't convert this round. This is a round early on in the game. It's still round 11. They can close out the half, bring it to 6-6 off of that 4v4. You have the advantages teased when you have that type of trade. They knew the type of setup that MOUZ were likely to be in, but they just made that little misstep that brought the round back. And when you look at it, you go to the end of the game, this is a round that could have made the difference.
It definitely is a round that could have made the difference, and it's a great example of some of the small nuances we're talking about when it comes to M80. Overall, they played as good as they did by qualifying, getting into the playoff right here, but there's still a step to the next league, so to speak. Still a step before we put M80 at the same level, I guess, as a team like MOUZ, and we got to see that in this game as well.
That's the thing, right? When you look at how close they made it, just the fine margins, as Vu was saying, you know, if you get a round like that over the line, then we could be looking at a totally different scoreline. Lake, he was trying his very best to keep M80's head above water in this one.
He was, and he was a massive win condition coming into this game as well. Has been a massive win condition for M80 throughout the entire tournament. You talked about it in the pregame as well, involved in around 40% of all opening duels. This round, of course, again, as you said, Vu, an 8-4 half. At this point, if MOUZ is winning the pistol, it's game over. They get the first kill, they get Hex down to 18 HP, and then Lake comes in with the dual elites. Some may argue that it's a little bit lucky here, but I think Lake has thrown us throughout the entire tournament that he can definitely play Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. And the dual elite play right here is just a confidence booster for him. It didn't amount into the massive comeback, but it made the game competitive and it gave hope in the second half.
I like the aggression back into A main as well. He gets the triple. You could call it luck. You could call it skill. I'm going to call it skill just because I'm an NA fanboy.
I hate that you're calling this luck, Jacob. Why are you trying to rain on his parade? That was sick.
Yeah, all I'm saying, it's the dual elites, you know. I would have loved to see him do it with another weapon. It's again, it is a skillful play, but the duels is just sometimes a little bit, I guess, hidden prey.
Okay, well, he's got 2 more pistol rounds to do it, not with the dualies, Pimp. I'm sorry it wasn't up to par. Either way, Vu, sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, I mean, I did like the re-aggression. This is Lake at his best, but he did struggle at times in this game. There were times where he went a little missing in the middle of the half. You were mentioning, Pimp, that he, what was it? He went 5, 6, 7 rounds without getting too many kills. That's the Lake we wanted, a little more consistency, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the big issue for Lake right here. He had these massive pop-up rounds. The dual elites was a great example. He had the quad kill as well, and you can see his kill distribution right here on your screen. There's a long period in the game where your most influential player is not getting the job done, and that's another thing you can look at. Lake didn't have a bad game, but Lake, you know, in the group stage and how much involved he was a player that could have done a little more right here, and he is, to me, the best player within M80 and the biggest win condition. So I'm hoping to see a bit more in the second map.
You had your eye on Slacks, particularly coming up against your opposition, because the numbers kind of spoke for themselves, I guess, when you're comparing them to NA opponents on the other side of things. What was a temp check for your money view in this one?
I think he played really well. I mean, we saw that trade. Hex died early, the round 7, and he has the confidence, not only, but he has the confidence and the ability. He goes for the shot, hits the kill, right back onto the off there, and then he manages to convert a lot of these rounds on the rifle. You actually saw him entering towards the B site a couple of times. He brings a couple of rounds back in their favor that were either even numbers or they were down in numbers. There was so many rounds from Slacks, and it wasn't necessarily with the op in hand at times, especially on that T side, which gave them so many more options options on their ability to, can they hit a bomb site? Do they have to worry about having an op? No. Then they go into the CT side, and he's actually making plays left, right, and center. I mean, this is the Slacks we see in NACS.
This has been a breakthrough for Slacks. I feel like he had it a little bit during the group stage. We saw he was playing better and better, found more and more impact. Now you're coming to the big stage where you're playing MOUZ, and you were the best performer for your team. As you said, that's the Slacks we get to see in NA, and he's slowly but surely transitioning into becoming a player that can do it against a team like MOUZ as well.
What's the story? You know, we kind of preface for MOUZ, T-side struggled, that is evident through their statistics. When we look back at that first half, Brolin and Torzi, two men that we had our eyes firmly set on, did they live up to their end of the bargain, do you think?
I think so. You know, there was moments in the game where they did better than other moments, I'd say. Again, Brolin to me is always a player that is very aggressive on the CT side, plays the cave position. Together with Torzi, they are the two aggressors, you know, with Exertion as well being in middle, and we saw that from Brolin a couple of times as well. Had moments in the game where he did a tremendous job. Same could be said for Torzi. Not necessarily a game where they played out of their mind, but I think this is what you get when you have two players who are very stable in their roles and stable in the way they approach Agent every single time.
Yeah, we did see that round 4 you highlighted where Brolin stuck around a little too long in Cheetah. He does that from time to time, but I think overall you can't be critical of Torzi and Brolin in this game. They were the backbone of that CT side. They put themselves in good positions. They got the kills they needed to, and that's why it was an 8-4 half.
Was there a final nail in the coffin moment where, you know, M80, they're tying the scoreline, it's looking hyper competitive. Was there a moment where it kind of all fell apart for them, or was it just a long time coming in this one?
A bit of both. I'd say, you know, the game was super close when it was 10-10. I thought to myself it can go either way. The money was a bit of an issue for M80. They were forced in positions where they probably could have gone for a retake if they wanted to, but they had to save for the next round. They were struggling a little bit with utility, etc., etc. So I feel like at 10-10, that was the moment where it felt like, oh, MOUZ is slowly but surely taking control over this game, and it was you know, accumulated pressure that mounted over time, I feel, for MOUZ, that put them in a tough position, especially financially.
I think when you point out 10-10, I have to point out, I believe it was 9-9 or 10-9, where they finally break the economy of MOUZ. They put them onto the pistols, and then you're looking at it, they should convert this round, and they're in the good spot to bring it home, but they lose 4 players. They do win the round, but they lose too many players. That puts them in this economic situation you're talking about. They can't afford to go for retakes. They have to worry about it. Maybe they're low on util. That was the round that I think really put them on the back foot for MOUZ to be able to close it out.
Well, no bringing it home for Def or the side of M80 on their choice of Ancient, and things only getting tougher from here on out because it's MOUZ's map pick of Mirage, which awaits on the other side of this break.
Counter-Strike is all about first. I've met Ewan here today. It's his first time watching Counter-Strike live in an arena, and you're cheering for M80. Just tell me, first of all, why did you decide to come to London and see Counter-Strike here?
Look, coming to London's always a special thing in itself, but coming to actually watch a game you love is something entirely different. So we made the trip all the way from up north down here to come and watch one of my favorite games with lots of lovely fans out here today. It's such a great time, man.
Now also, you're cheering for the underdogs in M80. MOUZ will get in the booze. What's made you cheer for M80? Why are you liking them?
Listen, you said you'd hit the nail on the head with that one. You have to go for the underdogs, dude. You have to big up this little team. Always support the big guy, or a little guy, excuse me.
Yeah, the London crowd love an underdog, don't they? From first-time fans to first-time on stage, and for M80, close but no cigar on that first map, Maui. How do the numbers paint the picture when we're looking at MOUZ's map pick on the other side of things?
Well, when we look at it, of course, MOUZ, they find a home ground here on Mirage. They've only lost to a single team outside of the top 10 in the last 3 months on this map. It was Virtus Pro. Who did M80 just beat on Mirage to get here to the London playoffs?
You're onto something.
Virtus Pro, okay? We're huffing major copium here, okay? There's really very little chance that M80 is actually going to be evening up the series here, but they did show a lot of life in that game. I like the cat splits that they had. I like the way that Hex was able to flank the defenses. There were a lot of great moments. They got to all come together here if they want a chance.
There's a couple of win conditions going the way of M80. I'd say Sin is a player that we don't talk a lot about. I was just looking into the stats specifically from Mirage, and he's the highest T-sided rated player out of all of the M80 players. Not Lake, not Slacks. However, he's the lowest CT-sided rated player, right? So you get to see his best work on the T-side. Sin, as an in-game leader in that department, that's probably a good thing. Slacks, to me, is the big win condition. He is the best performer on Mirage overall, and he just had a bit of a breakthrough on 18. I think he played well. He did it on stage. He did it against European opposition. If M80 want to stand a chance for you, Slacks has to continue.
Well, that's the thing. Him and Lake as well, gesturing to the crowd, really lapping up that experience. They are going to be starting on the CT side of things, which means MOUZ, we've talked about it so much, are starting on that T side. Do we have the same concerns with that offensive half of MOUZ on a map like Mirage than maybe we do on some other maps?
Versus the best 5 teams in the world, yeah, there's a concern. But against a team like M80, they should be making mincemeat of them. Unfortunately, I think that MOUZ is too great in the way that they layer their offense. They oftentimes take that mid control, have great splits onto the A bomb site. And M80, I mean, they had some moments in the last game, but they have to constantly be aware of all of the positions the MOUZ players could have snuck into and how to actually take space back away from MOUZ. I want to see them go out, if they do on this map, with a fight. Don't just turtle up into the bomb site, actually try to push some of the extremities here.
Well, we are ready to be getting the game back underway. MOUZ already 1-0 up in this series. Time to see if they can seal this quarterfinal in 2.
M80 make it interesting here, but now we go to Mirage, and this is MOUZ's map pick. MOUZ looking to win this event, Harry. I'm going to throw it out there early in this game, because I think it's a talking point. I think it's a conversation. This is a MOUZ who are looking to make a simple 2-0 on the quarterfinal, go into a game v Vitality, a team they've beaten recently, and maybe even look to lift a top-tier trophy here in London.
Can understand why, right? They've had a new kind of kryptonite as of late, and with Spirit gone, Vitality, a matchup now they know they can win. Things get interesting for MOUZ, but let's see if they can keep that going in this quarterfinal as they look for the 2-0 finish.
No doubt London's loving M80, but they need more than your energy here if they're going to win on Mirage. Signs of life, no doubt. Strong moments from individuals, but MOUZ have that in spades. Lake's Julie's found an ace on Ancient. Why not 2? That's why not.
Little ugly on the first spray. Sin tries to make up for it. Are they ready for Slacks? They've just seen him on triple. He's a dead man. Exertion charges straight for him as MOUZ battle through the pistols.
Oh.
Swisher even picked up.
Bombs up top. That's awkward here for MOUZ. They have to go all the way back around and get it. Climb up the ladder. Dear, oh dear. And Hex has the perfect position to stop this pickup as well. It might be coming down to gunfights for MOUZ. Awkward, stalled out.
Still getting good mileage as well, right? Like low on health, but just a bit more chip damage, put down range.
MOUZ are freezing, trying to find Hexed.
He's yet to play his hand. Oh. Sin with the swing. And now Brolin is a surprise, but it leaves it in this 1v1. Hex bided his time at the stairs, looking for this clutch. He's brought Brolin down to just 11 HP, a shot away from certain death. Hex with the power of clutches all tournament long. And he adds another to the tally here with a pistol round pickup to get M80 started.
That's the safest pair of hands is Hexed in this team. Been such a welcome addition, not just in energy, but in output, game after game, closing rounds, closing out 2v3s, 2v4s for M80. And they don't panic in that 2v2, and MOUZ freeze. M80 don't even know why. They stay both in the bomb site and they put on their pistol. MOUZ, no plant. Brolin, a force. But all MOUZ have. Do I hear an echo?
MOUZ were hoping to be given this peek in a lower.
Oh.
Awkward misnade for Slacks. Could have been big damage. But M80 still making moves in the mid round. They've given up mid. They want real estate elsewhere. And so some aggression comes in over towards ramp. And that kind of frees up Slacks to give up some control over Connector, right? He's just now watching on the extremities, making sure that no one from MOUZ is able to slip the net.
And even if you hit gaps and you find timings here, you have Glocks, guys. This one is all down to Brolin.
Oh, a little awkward on the initial spray for Lake. That's when Singh springs the trap. In with the backstab. Buying time. Slacks moves in and mops up. So the one hero gun for MOUZ doesn't leave much of an impression.
Not the most uncommon move for Brolin, just to take the L, have a pistol in the next round. He can throw his util still. And as far as bonuses go, it's a better buy for M80. 4 rifles. Early attack here for MOUZ.
Blocked in at ramp, and with only Torshi there available to go, they might feel that they have to respect that. Although they're very, very strong in this Palace setup. 3 players looking to come through. Flax has really got his work cut out for him. Spot on the first. Sin now under a lot of pressure. Able to stop the spillover for a second, but wasn't going to get respected for long. MOUZ somewhat have the control they were looking for, but having to take the pace out of it now, things feel awkward.
Yeah, Brolin trying to find timing. Maybe they'll meet up in jungle here because Swisher is completely on his own. M80 playing right to retake from CT spawn, but Swisher can't afford to give away this space for free. He needs to hold his position, and that's a good job. Brolin gone. They try to take jungle. M80 need to help Swisher out. Come through that spawn together, and so they do. Jimmy traded, and there's the round for M80. Knowing exactly when to move back in and offer a helping hand. M80, don't let MOUZ get weird in that mid round.
Now, they've forced a couple of these awkward slowdowns already in this series.
They suck.
M80 got that ego. Let's see if they can prove it.
I mean, up until Hex arrived, it was kind of Lake who you looked to be a bit of a mouthy player in this M80 squad. Had a sporting background. And so learned to appreciate the value of BM. Now that he's got support in that, you've seen M80 have a kind of number of these sick little voice clips where they're just trying to cultivate a good vibe.
Consider it cultivated. Can they back it up is still the question. For MOUZ, it took many, many months to become accustomed to the stage and the pressure behind it. M80 trying to shut down this B play. Looking good to do so. Bomb loose. Ooh. Oh, okay. Surely not.
OHP on Lake, who looks to be the next to swing. There's Hext to hold it down, and so no weirdness on the pistols. This is a very convincing start for M80. Haven't felt worried for them yet in this game.
But it was also slow to start for MOUZ last map as well. We had the first 3 gun rounds go the way of M80, so still MOUZ came out and won that half 8-4.
All right, that's gonna go a long way. Exertion through the smoke in top mid. Doesn't even get to play the return of rifles for MOUZ. And that's a big kill to find. That's a lot of pressure alleviated. The space taker for MOUZ knocked out. Lean back into this 5v4. Try and find some comfort in it. Torshi's hoping for an equalizer, but nothing being offered. It's a nade on this smoke back in con.
Oh.
Tag to Swisher, but not the killing blow.
Read the jump out as well.
Might just be another one of these A plays. That might be what you're left with if you're MOUZ. This attempt to take the mid control feels a little too tenuous. They know they've at least forced M80 back, and so they don't have the info over mid. And it's in that uncertainty that MOUZ will go looking for the A play.
The read is here. M80 even playing active, confirm what they think. 4 players surrounding this A bomb site right now. Scope has got to be on the right place. They check con, but Sax needs to worry about ramp. Full blind, his teammates got his back. Sim with an entry. 5-on-3 right now. MOUZ need to get into the site. Don't get stalled out again.
Lake's ready to barrel through the smokes over a bench. Molly denies it, and so space given up. Plant found for MOUZ in the final 20 seconds.
There was no cover there.
Torshi holding for this wraparound, just leaves the angle right as Hext has moved in. So the timing couldn't be worse for Torshi. He's still focused, and seeing that barrel, that's only going to keep him tunnel visioned here. Hext has got this kill in the bag. Brolin and Jimmy battling back. It's just Jimpat. 1 versus 1. Hext is being asked to clutch again for this M80 team. And with Jimmy in a powerful position, bomb planted for him. This isn't an easy one to win. Stick in the defuse. Jimmy swings out and puts a stop to it.
Big round for Jimmy. No room for error. No another second to stop that stick. And Hex knows that's his only option, just going for it and hoping. Jimmy shutting down a very important clutch here for MOUZ to get them in the game. It was about time. A 3-on-5 when MOUZ come out of ramp like that. But cover from above, Jimpat with high impact on this T side. Cyclone trying to keep them calm.
Generational MOUZ hate.
This crowd's got more aura than MOUZ.
Ooh. in Hamburg anymore.
In the end.
Make able to peek over the top of this. Nothing spotted yet in middle. Slacks. Next point of contact, and he nails his shot. Brolin. First to fall, they lose this lower lurk, and they might just leave mid altogether. MOUZ haven't been able to get this first fight. They kind of just decide they want nothing to do with it. Awkward timing for Hex, who gets put up on that boost right as Spinks comes around the corner. Still a lot of movement here for M80, uncertain as to where that bomb is going to end up.
I like the gambles M80 are pulling in this game already, though. They know they need to catch MOUZ off guard and outread them. If they want to have a fighting chance, MOUZ have stronger individuals, more proven in every metric. Lake hears him come through connector, and he shuts Exertion up. Cat split instead. Slacks coming back in time.
Hex put up in the boost here because he's low on health. He's going to leave it to his teammates to try and thin the herd. Catching one, drawing the crosshair off, and MOUZ getting torn apart. It's just Jimmy. Ball rolling on the clutch, though. Slacks is going to shut him down.
Hey, nice shots for Jimmy. Getting a lot more out of him in this game already, but M80 are running away with this one. MOUZ are yet again going to have to come back from a slower start and prove that championship difference between them and a team that has never stepped foot on a stage. We're starting from quite the hole here. Economy, name of the game, and it's gone for MOUZ. They got nothing to show on this T side, just Tech-9s. And they've just got the moves. M80 continually breaking smokes to find picks. Slacks gifted yet another 5v4 up mid, and Lake follows up, shooting through onto Exertion. Stat last map showed how M80 were often the ones to get spammed through smokes. But right now, that's exactly what they're doing to MOUZ. Porsche 1v5. And even with the element of surprise, it's a clean round from M80.
I mean, this is going to get you so fired up, right? This isn't like a back and forth tug of war like how Ancient felt. You're getting no resistance right now at MOUZ. M80 running away with this first half and a chance to finish very, very strong as we're kind of in the last quarter.
I mean, we came into this game talking about how this is MOUZ's event to win potentially, right? Don't get me wrong. Vitality waiting in the semi-final of this side of the bracket, but MOUZ have beaten them before. Vitality going through a tailspin, have to restabilize here. And if they don't, it's MOUZ who should and could do it again. But right now, MOUZ are struggling to get through M80 here on Mirage. It's a slow start, and not for Slacks, who rifled his way through Ancient. Now putting the big green to use here. Multiple opening kills on this CT side, and he's looking for more.
I mean, in the past, if they've lost this initial mid-fight, MOUZ have just left mid altogether. Only ever looking to come back maybe in the late round. But here, they want to stick to their guns. They want to do something in middle.
Slacks is 5-0 on opening duels on this CT side. They have not lost an opening kill in this map. Lakes are 2-0. And MOUZ are searching for answers. Nothing being given. Another stack setup here on short. Slack says, go B.
Yeah, it's another correct gamble for M80. 3 strong over towards B. You'll have to shuffle 2 of these 3 players in a position, so you kind of want Slacks, who picked up the opener, got this 5v4 to keep nailing these opening shots. His teammates now arrive on the short side, and Slacks has assistance, has support, no entry in a B, it's closed. M80 continue to dominate.
I mean, the stacks have been really, really good on this CT side as well. It's another round, but they have everyone in the right place. 3 strong on that B-bomb side, plus the AWP. When has Slacks been left on the wrong side of the map? I don't think it's happened yet. MOUZ, another timeout burned. 7-1 lead.
And dude, when Def, these timeouts are coming in, Cyclone having to take a bunch of them early on to try and re-inspire some faith for MOUZ. Can't imagine what Def is even saying on the other side. He's just probably like, yeah, keep it up, boys. This is good. I like what I'm seeing. Because M80 have played a very active game. That's the other thing, right? It's been a tailspin for MOUZ since arriving on Mirage. But that's somewhat forced by how M80 have played on this CT side. There's been a lot of aggression in the mid-round. They have entirely shut MOUZ out of middle, and a lot of that is thanks to the Slacks AWP. Oof. High damage nade to start off this partial buy.
Oh, God.
And MOUZ is so wounded before they've even seen anyone. Roland has been getting red on these lurks out through middle as well. Haven't really seen him be able to get away with that. Oh, plant denied. Sin stops it in its tracks, and there's the support. Is it another flawless round for M80? Yes, it is.
That's 3 in a row without a kill for MOUZ.
This is so one-sided. And that's just not the expectation here.
NA players on Mirage. We didn't know.
And even though M80 looks stunning to get to this point, you can't say their Mirage was a huge part of it. The only time they played it was in that final map versus VP in short. That was a part of making it here, but compared to the other maps, don't have a tremendous amount of reps on Mirage versus international teams, let alone one as big as MOUZ.
M80 in that flow state saying we're not going out without a fight here. After a close Ancient, I thought that was the best we were going to get from them. Instead, it was, I guess, galvanizing. They proved to themselves, we can compete. They're giving us everything they've got right now up against MOUZ. Spinks with no kill in this game. Exertion, 0 entries. 10 rounds in. Jimmy, the one guy to deliver MOUZ around with a 3K and a clutch.
And this at times is, this has kind of been the pitfall for MOUZ, is whenever they get to these high pressure games, it feels like they can't get everyone firing at the same time.
And you want to put this game in that category? You want to put M80 on their first stage game as a high pressure game? It shouldn't be for MOUZ.
No, it shouldn't be, but it is, right? 1-8 down, lagging behind.
They know.
Great timing on this flank for Swisher.
This team have got to survive.
And it's allowed them to start moving around here. Sin trapped, stuck in it low, and needs to get out with something. They try and run him down. He deals with Jimmy. And now Swisher gets to arrive on this backstab. This is far quicker than MOUZ are expecting. 2 lined up. Swisher gets them both. Only Torshi remains. MOUZ just looking to scrape by with anything on this T side, and it now rests solely on the Torshi AWP. Pressured up close. He doesn't know where to look. And so M80 just keep beating them down.
The thing that's crazy, as I said back on T-side Ancient, was it's methodical for M80. There's a bit of Utah behind every move, everyone playing in sync with each other really well. On this CT side, the same could be said. It's not chaos. It's not M80 brawling in middle and MOUZ forced into a style they don't want to play. MOUZ are getting the room to run executes, to take mid control, and then M80 are just systematically picking them off one by one, playing big flanks. Slacks finding huge entries. And even when MOUZ get the space, it's meaning nothing on this T side. Still not a single entry kill from MOUZ in this map. It is 10-0. And a huge thanks to Slacks for that.
Go, boys. We're playing fucking insane right now. Let's fucking go!
And he's not wrong. They are playing insane right now. Slacks, don't do it to him again, man. Mid has just been his domain.
They're fast though. Good space taken. Lake hears him coming.
Oh, he's gotten past. They don't know. They don't know. Flash and dead. Quick trade for Brolin. MOUZ decide they're done with respecting middle. And so they play with one hell of a pace. They get Brolin into the ladder room. Sights now set on a B split.
But Slacks is here. He always is. Hext. Got to stay patient. He's been in this position many a time, leading him into big flanks. He goes forward. They're waiting for him. Bomb coming in late. Util on Brolin, down under. Or rather in ladder. So there's no execute in this B bomb site. They're going to give Slacks open shots with this AWP. Hext has to hold his own.
Hasn't moved a muscle. Waiting for this exact push. Hext only good for one. Slacks sees one player made it past. Spots two. Bound for the apartments. Oh! Short. Slacks so mobile. And MOUZ repelled again.
Slacks ain't slacking today. Big double on the B-bomb site, and he has been everywhere in MOUZ's head. They run right into him.
And dude, I mean, this M80 team represents two kind of regions that are very down on their luck, right? Obviously, NA struggling for a while now. Finally having some new players, some new faces to get behind. It's not the same recycled, 5-6 names you've been used to seeing over the years. But also, German Counter-Strike is not exactly at an all-time high. Slacks and Sin giving you something to get behind. Slacks' AWP has been a huge problem, and Sin's calls have felt fantastic. He's moved the pieces around, always to MOUZ's detriment. These stacks have been in the right place every damn time.
Well, Sin doesn't know how to play with the cheer of the stage. He won't shoot through that smoke. But he hears it coming out. He's been caught many a time in this position. Down the ladder goes Jimmy. Will Jimmy be the savior for MOUZ to try and find a second round? That's MOUZ's first entry kill of the game. They need to do something with it. Bomb planted. M80 coming in from spawn together.
Slacks AWP reclaimed the 4-on-4, but this time there is a con lurk that will find impact. This is a position that MOUZ have struggled to break through. Exertion taking the attention away, sees MOUZ through to a meager 2-round T-side on their pick of Mirage.
Rumich remains posted, now no support.
And with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually gonna come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
Oh! Easy pickup for Na'Vi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. Fifth player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m80, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and m80 is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no way, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh my m80. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m80, a pure 1v5. And as Emat tries to get out through that smoke, m80's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m80, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent m80.
The Flames and Degster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Degster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Degster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag.
but the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, oh, beyond! Oh, welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing!
Ahoy M80s, as MOUZ's ship gets plundered by this North American roster. A 10-2 CT side on Mirage, MOUZ's map pick, and you wouldn't believe it with the game we just got out of M80.
No, and this goes on and paint maybe a bit of a dismal picture for MOUZ's chances in the series. Ancient was close, right? That one came down to the wire. Your map pick in Mirage is going horribly. One opening kill for MOUZ in that entire first half. And it came in round 12.
Yeah, and alone, Slacks has found 6. So you're not going to stop M80.
I mean, look, this pistol round is for the game, or for the map. If you pick it up, Mirage feels like it's locked in.
Exertion with Spinks at 3 kills here in this pistol. Where is your firepower, MOUZ? Oh no. Oh, it's right here. Better late than never. And he just walks away. Oh my. No, not again. Not the
Seems
electronic
like a very
again.
smart player. This was how he managed to finagle their way past Virtus Pro.
It's going to go back to CT to try and take this A site. London, don't give it away. Let him cook.
They have no idea. As far as they're concerned, this is not an option. There's no way he should be here. Hex could be onto something huge. 2 players in front of him. He's looking for the second. Damage done. Brolin holds on, but not for long. M80 have found a way in.
He's bought them time. They've got a molly as well. There is no kit. There is no smoke. There is no way to stop this. It goes down to force a fight. Spinks put down after his double, and Jimmy in the clutch has to put on another one for MOUZ. 1v2. Bomb's not for them, but he ain't got a kit. He ain't got a hope in hell.
And they just don't have to fight him. They have no reason to peek this. Tap on the bomb. That will instill a little bit of panic, but they've seen he's off of it now, and you can just keep toying with Jimmy. The grim reality is setting in for MOUZ. They're not winning this pistol round. Mirage is slipping through their fingers. This one is set to go the distance. A must-win round. And MOUZ locked out. M80 on the path to victory on Mirage.
Just unbelievable, and you said it earlier, this is not a map M80 have had in their wheelhouse. It's not been the way they've been running through this international competition. Sure, they beat VP on it, but this is a team that took over pass off of Vitality, a team that managed to defeat Na'Vi. Mirage played no part in those games. And M80 are doing it on stage against MOUZ. This is going to be a hard reset for MOUZ to go back to the player lounge after this game.
Gonna need solutions in another disadvantage for M80, and this time they don't have some crazy out position available. They're just gonna have to do this one together. You want to give MOUZ a second chance, because it's one thing when you're riding the momentum. 11-2 victories right there. You just have to reach out and grab it, but that can be the hardest part. When you're feeling this much pressure for the first time, Spinks! What's he looking at? And that's given them a kill, that's given them a way in. 3-on-4, but instills a bit of chaos into the MOUZ ranks. Slack's left to his own devices. That bomb moving in up through short. Exertion on a smoke walk. Should be able to catch him back turn. Oh, what? Slack's had no business winning that.
No one's in B.
Rest of MOUZ are out of position. Torshi is the only guy fighting for control over this bomb site. The molly's making him very uncomfortable, but he buys enough time for reinforcements to arrive. MOUZ are clinging on in this game.
Hey, they close a 5v3, but they close it barely. We might just see more buys for M80 with no economy, no choice. So keep the pressure on while the money's low. See if M80 can crack their way into this T side.
Spill over in mid, Spinks contains. Oh, boy, does he contain it. That is a glorious transfer, and it stops that force buy in its tracks.
Yeah, 4 kills for Spinks after a really rough first half. Talk about Lake and X being the opener closer. Well, Exertion, Spinks were the silent pieces of MOUZ's T side. A lot asked of them if this map is going to get longed out. This round comes for free.
I mean, you're just going to take it real slow. They haven't really had to take the pace out of this game. They haven't had to really sit back and talk to each other in this one so far. It's been so dominant.
Is that Big Ben?
It actually might be.
Blimey.
I wonder if MOUZ know. Seems like they have pieced this one together. Ron wants a confidence boosting eco mowdown. Oh, that's not great. Drive by. Spinks up close again. With the spray control. Spinks ain't to be trifled with.
Yeah, learning it on the Khalil. But here we go for M80. Better sink your teeth into this T side. Don't want to give MOUZ a reason to believe in a comeback here. So M80 called attack. MOUZ are probably glad to have some respite at this point in the game. As Def tries to keep his team in it and get out of it into Inferno. M80 out middle. Torshi gets blocked. Gonna take that off to B. Whatever your best pocket strat, M80, better pop it now. In through the smoke, up short.
Thanks for the chance at another mowdown, but they don't give him the opportunity. They run into more resistance over here on short, though. And Hext and Slacks bail them out. 2 on 3. On lost. Slacks battles forward, goes looking for these kills in middle. He was the man who had to pick up that bomb. And so it's Hex left up in this one, a 1 on 3. And this reposition from Brolin isn't something that Hex should ever expect. He is out in the open. Low on health, doesn't matter. Brolin keeps it clean, and this scoreline's starting to close up now.
Yeah,
the nerves might be setting in a little.
You definitely don't want to get ahead of yourself against a team like MOUZ on a CT side of Mirage, right? Anything M80 can do, MOUZ can do as well. And the opportunity was there, granted, after a pistol win, but with MOUZ winning Force Buy, breaking the money, doing it again, M80 very quickly will feel like their opportunity is dwindling. And so even getting a hero gun in a round like this, making it interesting, is a good decision. They can stay winnable.
I mean,
Sin faking the B-rush.
These rounds can sometimes feel quite liberating, right? When you feel like you've hit a bit of a brick wall and you're slowing down a lot in the rifle rounds. Every decision, you know, you're maybe overthinking, not wanting to throw away these really important rounds. But here, you're kind of not meant to win this one. And so some of that confidence can make a return in rounds like these. Let's see what they're able to do with this hero gun on Lake.
He needs to hit hard. Him and Hext aware of flash potential. Things like boosts might be your best bets to gimmick a kill. Seen M80 do the double boost before. And MOUZ are in the dark right now.
Yeah, but I mean, look, everyone saw that clip of the boost through window out of M80, and so Spinks has actually moved off of the B side to just go and sit and watch for the window wraparound.
Oh, leg.
With damage. That's the gun looking to get removed. Back in connector.
Okay.
Good pick up for Sin. He did slip the net. Takes it one step further, but this Torchiol just ain't missing a beat. Able to reposition. Fresh mag loaded in, and Brolin with the covering fire. MOUZ keep the streak going.
Yeah, maybe Sin makes it through and over Spinks, but Torchi doesn't miss a shot on that AWP. Fast as lightning. And right now, the writing is on the wall in this game that MOUZ can and will come back.
This was 11-2 to M80. They've not moved a muscle. 5 rounds in a row from this MOUZ squad.
Big buy round now. Slax's CT orb was a monster. He's got it out on the T side. Torchi fires his off, but it's blinded. Spammed out even. Slax put on his last legs. A nade down to 10.
MOUZ have a bit more fight coming back in as well, right? All throughout that first half, it was very respectful, in particular over this mid control. In fact, they just couldn't win a fight here. Frequently a source of these 5v4s that they were up against. But all of a sudden, since embarking on this streak, since getting onto the CT side, a lot of these rounds have been won for MOUZ on the back of this mid control. Spinks with aggression. All the way up into the top of middle. Util up close. Flash got to be good. Get Spinks off the line for a second. Lake isn't able to capitalize. And so now your hands are tied, M80. They've got to follow through with this A-hit. 3 up in Palace. 1 flash on Slacks to try and sort them out. They play through without it. Contact on the hit. There's that Torchi AWP. And the bomb dropped back in Palace. That slows this round down even more so. Slacks might be low on health. He's gotten rid of a big threat. The Torchi AWP removed. Jimmy spotted at the spawn side. M80. A golden opportunity for their breakthrough round. They've just got to stop Exertion and Spinks. Both players low. Both players wounded. Swisher tucks in. Slacks is limited in terms of how much he can help here, but that's a golden chance. Exertion out in the open. Gives one away. And Spinks surely can't win this. First found on Swisher. Slacks has no reason to fight. No reason to peek. Jiggle now, and he knows he's done it. That elusive map point secured by the Slacks
all on 10 health as well. He held that shot for what felt like almost too long. But Slacks puts the round in his backpack and takes M80 to match point.
That's just such a huge sigh of relief for M80. Doing it in a man-down position.
combat warping as well. He threw himself over the stairs to find Torshi. Was the bane of M80 the round prior. And hey, M80 don't have a lot to show for it. They're not out of the woods yet. Still Galil's on this T side. Might force them into a faster round. But they have that relief. Sin on mid, uncertain. And even though the deep molly comes in, they're still committing through it. Jimmy holds his own, Spinks on the crossfire as well. They haven't found Jimmy. They know he's still here, somewhere in the site. Pressure comes on from Exertion with a dink as well. Jimmy has not moved a muscle. Have they forgotten about him? They've forgotten. Jimmy, tucked in a bench, puts 2 down.
Molly to stop the push. It gives you a window of opportunity to get this bomb planted. Retake for MOUZ. Brolin and Torshi left to it. Sin makes it up onto the boost, but doesn't last long. And so this is it for Swisher. Chance to end this here and now. Util misses the mark, but the catch for Brolin is there. MOUZ pull off the retake, keep this game alive.
Oh yeah, it's getting hectic for M80. The fact that your B anchor is getting a first kill on the push and then not being cleared back on bench. Despite seconds for someone to call it, plenty of time. That's just MOUZ cycling players, throwing waves through the market. And an important 2v2 closed out clean enough to keep MOUZ in this map. Hunting for overtime now. MOUZ are a team who have pulled off some big comebacks though this year. It's probably what Cyclone's reminding them of. Can they keep their cool?
Partial buy out of M80. And a faster pace over here towards ramp. 2 players lurking lower as well. Looking for this split. Now the Torshi Orb is in the right place again. That first shot sails past, and that's info for M80.
Bomb spotted. MOUZ don't shuffle too much. They've got a strong setup still at the A site. It's all about stopping this boost or flank through the connector, and Spinks is aggressive off Cat to maintain that. Up Congo's one.
He didn't actually spot Lake make it this far. Still, his team get decimated, and so in the blink of an eye, Lake is left as the sole survivor for M80. Caught on the reposition. MOUZ keep closing the gap. Just 3 rounds apart now. Only a couple of rifle rounds left in this for M80.
And MOUZ have had almost every entry kill on this CT side right after getting 1 in the entire first half. They're doing right back what M80 did to them.
And look, it took this MOUZ team a very long time to find their comfort on stages. That's no secret. Even now, even when they've been able to take down top dog teams, their biggest rival in Vitality, new challenges have emerged. And so MOUZ still have growing left to do. They're still kind of on this original path that started years ago now. M80 have 3 rounds to try and come to grips with playing under this pressure. A feat that it took MOUZ a very long time to accomplish. So it's a tall order, it's a tall task. And they've got to try and find their way in a 2-on-4. Sin and Hex linking back up towards this A-bomb site. 2 low players in Torshi and Spinks. Sin goes looking for room. Got to beat his captain counterpart for this MOUZ team first as Brolin sits pretty. This is where Sin likes to play on his CT side. Ready for it! Sin's got the reply! And that's M80 in with a chance and opportunity Sin has provided as much. A 2-on-2, bomb planted, another chance in the post plant.
Or picked up as well, he gets space. A reflash for Hex available. And as they upgrade, MOUZ move in with a smoke and a kit, a hope and a dream, a 2v2 to walk over. Sin waits to fire off his third shot. Finish what Slack started. Jimmy close, missed shot. It's up to Hex in the clutch.
They played this bait and switch, and they did this all to set up their clutch player, their Iceman. Hext, time is low. One kill can make all the difference. Hext is off the mark. Jimmy with the defuse. He's got 1 second to make it. He's done it! Hext is racking up clutches, and it's putting M80 on the map. This quarterfinal now goes the distance as they stop the MOUZ comeback in its tracks on Mirage.
After a CT side masterclass in the first half for M80, what a way to be closing that one out, Maui. They can bend M80, but they don't break in the face of MOUZ.
No, they definitely don't. A lot of pressure on them towards the tail end, but Hex, the guy that's been coming up with clutch after clutch throughout the group stage, is able to produce one on a big stage, the biggest stage that he's ever played on in his career.
They questioned him. They were doubting Hext, but man, has he proven himself in this group stage, in this playoffs now, with the clutch after clutch, and that felt like M80 was crumbling. That felt like M80 giving up overtime, and MOUZ 2-0, and they get the comfortable win, the uncomfortable win. But man, Hex, just every time you doubt him, he comes right back.
And credit for Sin as well for opening up that what looked like an impossible situation for M80 to get over the line in that final round.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a lot of things as an American to be patriotic about recently, and I still can't take too much credit because that was a German, that was a Canadian. At the same time, still very happy that M80 were able to get it over the line off the back of an incredible CT side that really propelled them. And yeah, you got to give credit to Sin too. That double entry that he was able to get towards the tail end right there, I mean, I don't think that MOUZ were ready for him to just spin around and instantly get the second.
Would you say that was a humbling to MOUZ on that T side? That was disgusting from M80 to start off this map with. Right?
MOUZ and really Brolin's T sides have once again been humbled.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in the pregame. They continually hit the same timings on many of their gun rounds. Slack's 6 and 2 on openings in that map. It was 10-2 for M80 on the first half. That is constantly, every single gun round, MOUZ open up their 4v5, they regroup into an A hit most of the time. When they go for B, they get absolutely run over. I think M80, the problem is they knew Mirage was coming. They were able to prep this for as long as they wanted. They knew what timings were coming, and MOUZ, it was too little too late before they adjusted and tried something different.
Preparation massively paying off for the side of M80. We could dive into basically any single one of those rounds in that first half, but you've chosen round 6, Maui. What was so impressive? What stood out to you here?
Round 6 demonstrates a bit of what Vu was talking about, that Slax is able to understand where the first fight is going to be coming from. And you know, all the top teams, they take some shortcuts or else they become a little bit too obvious, but that one was just too easy for Slax. And really, the defensive duo that was able to just really earn their wage on this roster today was definitely Hex and Swisher. But we see how stringy MOUZ is in this kind of round too, that it's one death towards Con, another about 20 seconds later, and even their approach towards the B bomb site itself, there really isn't the synergy that you would expect from a team that is otherwise elite. And really, their CT sides have where all of their money has been made for them this year so far, but this is once again another T side that just looks that it's out of sorts and just way stringier than an elite team should have.
I think some of the time when you look at it, MOUZ, they don't adjust strategically, and then they have the individuals. You see Spinks go for that play. I think he's thinking, we need to change up the pace, we need to try something different, and that's where the openings are left for Slax to find a free kill on a rifler. Slax in a kind of different position. He's a player that usually plays more towards CT. He was playing Ticket a lot of this game. He knows that they're going to try something different. Individually, no flash, free kill.
Were there specific kind of MVPs that you would give that first half to for M80?
A lot of people held up their end of the bargain. So I would give a ton of credit to practically everybody on the team, but it's more of a duo. I would give a dual MVP for what Hex and Swisher were able to do. I feel like the way that they were pressuring towards the B side, I mean, first of all, they were locking it down on their side of the map, but on the other side, they were also pushing. They were also getting flanks off for the team. So even if the A defenders fell off and they actually weren't able to hold their side, it was Swisher and Hex that came up clutch in terms of multiple rounds where they had made pushes through mid, through B, and they were able to get really great timings, and seeing Swisher and Hex have this sort of mobility and freedom, it really just showed that they were not afraid of MOUZ in this game.
I think the key that you're talking about there is the mobility, because often they were doubled up on short. Sometimes they left B a little bit empty so they could go for the aggression towards mid. You had Swisher, one of the most iconic rounds of this game is the push through Palace, where he's on the A site and he goes for the flank. They're all over the map, and that's because it's enabled by their B holds. When the B holds are strong, you can do so much more as an anchor.
That's the thing, right? When we look at this, absolute masterclass coming out of M80 in that first half, you have to flip the script a little bit and look at MOUZ and go, it took you until the last round of the first half to get a successful opener? Like, MOUZ, come on, this is meant to be your map pick.
That is MOUZ struggling to adapt. I think you got to round 9 or 10, there was another pause taken, they changed up the pace, they didn't get the right play that time, but then you go into the last round of the half, then they really get something going. I mean, how many times do we see in that map where someone goes down the ladder on A under balcony and gets killed by someone under balcony? That's 4 or 5 times that half. You cannot be doing the same play that often.
Oh no, Sin was just reading that completely. Every time they were going for an A hit, it's like he knew what their entry route exactly was going to be. And MOUZ, even though they keep picking Mirage, in some ways in this game, it felt a little stale. And yeah, I think the game planning from M80 was just too strong. The fact that Slacks was able to read the offense so well, the fact that Sin was able to read the kind of execs that were going to be coming his way. I mean, we already praised the B defenders. Like, really, M80 was so prepared for those first 12 rounds.
100%. And then we flip on over to the second half, MOUZ, they start to mount the comeback. I think, okay, this is the moment where M80, I'm sorry, it's your first time on a big stage. This is the moment where you crumble under the pressure. But round 19 happens. Credit to Slacks, an incredible play.
This is one player lifting his team up when they are desperate for it, to jump across from Tetris to stairs, to get the kill right there, and to be able to play the late round situation so well, because this was getting dicey. The spam's going through the boxes, Hex gets taken down as he's trying to get away. Swisher is barely holding on to his life right now, and Slacks, he really lines this one up. Like, he doesn't want to choke that. That was the longest half second of my lifetime, okay? That was just way too drawn out. But then look at this, doesn't overswing, doesn't overface. The time on the bomb is sub 10 seconds here. He knows he could probably just go for a swing at any point, but really, the patience there is prime stuff.
And the style points to go for the peak. I mean, he was low HP. He knows the round's over at that point. He still goes for the peak. And you can say Swisher got kind of lucky, was behind the boxes and didn't get hit with that extra bullet. But as MOUZ, you have to say, look, we let them get to that point where they were 1-2 rounds away. We let that happen. And then you have some heroics. Then you have a bit of fortune. But still, you had Jimmy coming through CT, doesn't get the kill on Swisher. Great shot from Swisher as well. That's just a round where I think a lot of the time MOUZ do pick that up, but the reason you can't let it get to a 10-2 half is for that reason. You lose an unfortunate round, and then it's just, the game's over from there.
We get to see so many proactive plays in the Slacks package as well. So many multi-kills. I'm so successful in terms of the openers as well. He's not afraid to get aggressive, and as Fu said, get some style points along with it, right?
I mean, Slacks just had a great feel for this game, all in all. I think this is probably a combination of what he's feeling in the moment in terms of some of the fights he's taking in the latter portion of the round, but in terms of openers, seeing the 6-2 opener and at one point being 5-0 on the CT side is just, I mean, it's understanding all of the tendencies of your opponent before you load up in the server, showing that the prep is really half of the battle in these higher level matches.
We talked about Def in the pregame. I think this is a time to give him maybe a little bit of praise. I think the coach often works with the opper to give him openings, to give him ideas of the timings. And 3 times I saw that half, Nade blows open a smoke, insta-kill. Slacks knows exactly what's happening. He knows the tendency, he knows the timings. I want to give a little credit to Def. 100%.
You allow me to get patriotic as well, when I'm talking about these British players being back in London. But for you, like, emotionally, having a North American, core roster do this, pull off a feat this grand versus MOUZ, like, how impressed are you that I know it's only a map, but it was a really impressive fashion they did it in.
I'm already impressed on about the group stage for M80. I did not see them coming in here to bench Electronic, to make Navi question whether they're going to make a move with their roster, and then to defeat Fnatic. Because usually watching a team like, say, Complexity of the last couple of years, they do the hard part. They get one nice win under their belt, and then they just crumble at the last hurdle. But M80 getting to this point and getting a win, this is where we begin to believe.
The third map that we all thought was impossible, now made into a reality by M80. That is going to be Inferno, and it's going to be going down on this very stage after this short break.
with you. Upper view us. With you. I'm peeking 3, 2, 1.
Nice! Let's fucking go, boys. We're playing fucking insane right now. Let's fucking go!
Woo! Fucking go.
Dude, they feel like they have sticks up their ass, bro. They feel like they're statues.
They're
no emotion.
They're so nervous to lose to us, bro.
Spinks was 0-10.
Exertion 3-12, probably 0-10 in opening.
Man, M80 not afraid to be talking a little bit of smack in this one as well. Fair play after what was just an absolute decimation of MOUZ on that first half. Jacob, what are your takeaways now? We're looking at what we thought was so improbable, and that is M80 taking us to a third map.
I think we came into this game saying that MOUZ were beatable, and I think M80 have shown us that. MOUZ is definitely beatable at the moment. They're not playing their best brand of Counter-Strike, and M80, they just continue down the trend that we saw during the group stage last week. They're playing their best brand of Counter-Strike right now, Boo. So I'd say it. I think MOUZ right now are heading in, sure, as the favorites, but they are beatable.
Yeah, when you look at MOUZ coming into this, you're really thinking they should have almost no chance of losing it if they turn up at their best level. The problem is they're not turning up at their best level. We had Spinks at some point, I think he was 0-8 in that game. You had openers going the wrong way. That's the part of the problem when you have such a limited map pool that MOUZ have right now. Going into Inferno, this is a map M80 rather, have a little experience on already.
Lake was really on to something in that pre-match interview, huh? Already calling MOUZ beatable. MOUZ will be starting on the CT side after winning that knife. Makes sense when we're looking at the track record on the T side. How difficult does that make M80's life then in terms of trying to pull off this upset?
It make it a little bit difficult for M80, but we've seen throughout this tournament against Vitality was a great example as well, that they can play a decent T-side, they can apply a bit of pressure, and I don't think MOUZ right now are playing better than Vitality did during the group stage. So I think that confidence that they've built up throughout this matchup so far is something they can take with them into Inferno. Naturally, starting on the T-side is going to be a little bit more difficult, but the more I watch M80 play, and I've said that during the group stage as well, the more I learn and the more they grow on me. I feel like they're getting better and better and better every single time they join the server, and if MOUZ is not stepping it up, they could lose.
You're saying starting on the T side might be a problem. I think ending on the CT side is where I want to say the problem might be. You saw them against Na'Vi. They started to struggle. They started to have the nerves come in. I think it helps to end on the T side where you can say, hey guys, we're going to group up and do a B hit. Even though it's readable, we're going to go for it. That's how they managed to push it over the line. When you're on the CT side, you just have to wait for MOUZ to come to you. I think that's where they might struggle.
And I just want to reiterate that for the viewers at home who maybe tune in now and didn't watch the group stage. M80 played Inferno against Vitality, a very competitive game that M80 ended up losing, and M80 beat Na'Vi as well on Inferno, right? So people may think at home, yeah, M80 versus MOUZ on a map like Inferno, they can maybe do it in N8, they can't do it against top European opposition. If you come close beating Vitality, and if you take down Na'Vi and eliminate them from the tournament, they can most definitely put up a fight against MOUZ.
100%. Vu, you have a bit more of, you know, some personal relationships with a couple of the guys on M80 in terms of that NA history. Who should we be looking at coming into Inferno?
You're looking at Inferno, it's actually Swisher's map. He's the highest rated player for M80 on this map. You saw them against Na'Vi. It was more of a team effort though.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing though?
That's a bit of a concern, but Swisher did have a solid map last map. I think coming into it, it's going to be more of a team effort regardless. It's the way they beat Na'Vi was a team effort. They had a good idea of the strategy. They're going to come in here knowing how MOUZ play.
What we thought was simply a dream for M80 now so close to being a reality. We need that third and final decider we need to dive into Inferno.
M80 with the opportunity of a lifetime, with the match of their careers hanging in the balance. They grinded for this view to get a chance to play on the stage up against top opposition, taking down legit teams in the run online to make it here as well. And now they go up against a MOUZ who get a little bit humbled coming into the third map of this series. There's upset potential on this one. There's a chance for M80 to make it to the semifinals.
Very dark times for NACS right now. M80 looking to be the one light, the one ray of hope for NACS. First time on a stage, they've taken MOUZ the distance. And now they're going to start off on the T side of Inferno. Chance to play their plan. Aggression from MOUZ looks to make a statement to open up this third and final map.
They can speed up, they can get past this. Jimmy here's the wraparound, even though Torshi found a double. It's Jimmy alone in the bomb site with a lot to do. He's getting hounded down, played with by Lake, who finally finds that entry. Torshi is on for an ace right now, cutting down the bomb in the open. He can just stop, play this package. 3v2. M80 need to come for the kill, and they're getting flanked as well. Porsche's patience, looking for a fourth. Hex takes the bomb into the site. That's when Spinks jumps through, and MOUZ just keep the pressure on the entire time. No clutch up for Lake today. It's Torchi's pistol and Inferno.
And that's MOUZ trying to inspire a little bit of confidence, right? And trying to set the record straight on who is the favorite in this matchup. They come through with an aggressive pistol round. They're going to take some control over the server again. For M80, that one feels like a bit of a learning experience. All right, they still have fight left in them, you say.
Force up's bold, but M80 is confidence, which has gotten them here so far. Refusing to fear their opponents. Go out on your terms. Against a MOUZ who look to just remove any worries we have with this team by taking a dominant win on Inferno. That would have to be the only way. M80, they've got a couple of scalps on this map already. Getting closer and closer on this A-Rap with Spinks smoked off, but not for long.
It feels like the penny's dropping for MOUZ. They start to shuffle over even more. It's actually a group in a fight into CT for M80 here. They bypass Spinks, but that might be to their detriment as he lines up too. Brolin's pressure, but he's got support on the way. Sin needed the tap, but he can't quite deal with exertion. MOUZ convert. Force Spy doesn't leave too much of a mark on this MOUZ team.
Yeah, and hey, M80 started Mirage really, really strong, right? Going up 7-1 at the start. I mean, they 10-2'd the first half. But it's going to be a lot harder now, having to take a full eco, give MOUZ that 3-0 lead before the rifles come through. It's one thing to play from the front, but how will they handle playing from behind?
Talked about it on the desk as well. Swisher is someone we're going to look to here on Inferno to have a good game, because as far in this quarterfinal, I haven't really had to talk about him all too much. A lot of the focus has been on Slacks and his entries. Sin and his calling on this Lake and Hex combo as the openers and closers of these rounds. And so you'll want Swisher to rise to the occasion. Something else that's maybe a bit of a bad omen is a far stronger start from Torchi. Maybe had to really see him dominate on that AWP, kind of showed some signs of life in the latter stages of Mirage. If he finds his footing now, that's a disaster for this M80 team.
All the pressure of a third map on Inferno as well, a painfully slow map at times. This is where MOUZ really should show true that experience, that difference in these two squads. I mean, let's be real, this is a MOUZ who, from the start of the year, from this having this full roster, have not missed out on a semi-final until EWC. They've made it every single time, top 4 or better, with a trophy and a handful of second places. And so to have fallen in a quarterfinal to one of the biggest underdogs into an arena this year would be quite a shock. So MOUZ look to reset coming into this third map. M80 first 4 by now.
He's already been bullied by Util on Banana. That forces a bit of respect out of him. And MOUZ make one hell of a move after dumping all that util. They anticipate a reaction here on the other side of the map. They're now 4 strong over at A.
Oh, break. Watch out. Oh, catches a whiff, but Sin turns around, ready for that reflash. Everyone in middle gets mauled by MOUZ. Low health across the board, but they're going to get that bomb plant, and Exertion's too far away to really give this consideration. M80 get on the board early in this T side.
Far from an easy spot to do so as well, right? You're going into a top mid stack. You get out with 3 players still standing. Exertion wishes he had more room in these pockets. All this util dropped here. It's going nowhere. So M80 don't wait long to get on the board. Their first rifle round, and their first taste of success on map 3.
Just such a strange test to see MOUZ in this position. Fan favorite Finn. Coming up next game, G2 FaZe. We spent the whole year watching Vitality lift trophies. And MOUZ are right there, second place merchants every single time, nipping at their heels. They finally break through in Cologne. And so to miss an opportunity to swing for Vitality again would be a shock for MOUZ, especially to fall to a team of this stature. So MOUZ must have a fire lit beneath them. They want to prove themselves again against world #1.
So just think, you know, when you have a year of kind of losing to Vitality and Vitality alone, you finally beat them, but now your Rogues gallery is growing, right? They've had losses to Spirit, losses to Falcons back at EWC. This would be a new low for MOUZ in this year, and so there is a lot of pressure on it.
Right now they're answering the call at the start of Inferno. 5v3 in this gun round. Brolin looks to go through and sink the knife deeper, but missed shots. Lake Full Blind recovers his sight. 3-on-4 Orb. Could make this difficult, but missed chance. M80 getting closer.
MOUZ have the read. They've got everyone here, all pulled around towards the A side, but they keep baiting these shots out of Torshi. Down in the pit, Jimmy's overwhelmed, and one more missed shot cost them dearly. Lake's the only survivor, though. Even though they get past the Torshi Orb, that's nearly the lineup for Lake. Oh, God.
See ya.
Nade comes in and ends his round there.
God, they lined up indeed. I think there was a team dink as well coming out from MOUZ. Recovered, but Lake with a chance to clutch up right then and there. And another broken buy here for M80.
They haven't really explored this B side of the map yet. And MOUZ, as a result, have had a lot of info ahead of time. That's often what's let them come through with these correct gambles. Every gun round M80 have played thus far, they've walked right into the stack.
Ouch. MOUZ still think it's coming, right? Second util volley. Retake down bottom B. And Exertion pushing the boat out. It's got more smokes to block as well. M80 just getting completely stalled out, feeling like they have been running into stacks all half, and they're not wrong. So waiting out this banana util to try and push MOUZ back. First things first. Ooh, Exertion gets out just about. Reflash available.
Waiting a retake and fight for top banana. Looks like they've decided against that. So blocking now at the 30-second mark. There is a nade on Swisher. Just to try and drive this one home. Exertion caught, back turn, 2 kills from Sin's Deagle. And that should be enough on this low buy round for M80.
Hey, I think MOUZ expected a little bit more respect, you know, on that B-bomb site. Smoke comes down, Sin just runs through with the Deagle. He doesn't even wait for util. And so MOUZ completely caught off guard, changing positions, fumbling with nades, just run through. M80 show them how they do it in NA.
So for MOUZ, you're a little worried. You don't want this to become a trend, right? Up until now, M80 have largely steered clear of B. They go there on a low econ round, and they come out with a 5-on-3. Nobody dies, they get out with guns. It's a very clean round for M80. And you kind of don't want that to become a problem. Right now, you've had a huge degree of freedom because this B site hasn't been pressured. If it starts, feeling a little weaker for the MOUZ team, that's where you kind of overcompensate. That's where you leave players there. You lose some of this dynamic CT side movement that they've had in the game so far. You feel less confident leaving B to a solo hold if it's a successful side of the map for M80.
Yeah, especially with how clean they get through there, right? You want to at least put up some resistance to put in the fear of a retake attempt, but that was never going to happen, even against pistols there.
See, Def had doubts whether or not the home crowd would get behind him. They certainly have in this series. It's made M80's first time on the stage an enjoyable experience, but they really want to sweeten the deal. A chance now to break MOUZ's money, and that would be a significant turning point in this first half.
Yeah, they need more than a bittersweet memory. M80 looking to jump the gun again on this B bomb site. Quick boost up, gives them control, but MOUZ have info ready to go. Util to block this pop. M80 puff their chests up, but will they commit? Blinded off the angle, AWP revealed. That gives MOUZ a lot of info, and the grenade is massive. Oh, again caught out in the open. They're just running through the smoke.
Oh, caught with the nades out. Exertion and Spinks cover their captain and put a stop to the B hit. It's only Hex left, and not for long.
Almost looked like a disaster was erupting there for MOUZ. I know there's 3 on B, but getting caught out in the open, changing position. Again, M80 just play a crazy timing. But good cover, crossfire established. MOUZ hold down B. M80 learn their lesson. It's not free every time. And after shutting down A early in the CT side, MOUZ still feel free to play committed with 3 in the bomb site on B. Feeling like M80 are kind of a one trick right now. They're not doing much faking.
Yeah, and because MOUZ are playing from the front, they kind of have the freedom right now to play patchwork CS, where wherever the problem is, that's where you lean a little heavier.
Oh no.
Torshi's AWP firing off for 2 quick kills on the long side. And no trade, some ground gain for Lake, but it's an awkward engagement. He can't get his bearings, and so Brolin gets out with his life. There's even a backstab, 2 players all the way down through Banana. That earlier triple B lean for MOUZ that gets activated very quick on the flank. And so M80 are getting strung out. They've lost all this ground, and once more they would be left moving into the stack if they commit to this A play. That 1 kill from Sin. How does that change the round? Lake's moving back to join him. It's exertion you're not supposed to be ready for here.
Still the harder of 2 sides right now with this crossfire. Jimmy trying to find that angle in the pixel gap. They go over the top. Exertion's a guy to worry about. Put down by Lake. Trying to do this on his own. He has to now. 1v2, and Jimmy doesn't let him through. Holds down the pit valiantly. 3 kills for Jimpat. And MOUZ building more and more in these mid-round moments, even into a weaker bomb site. Go M80. They can't get out with a thing. Torshi's AWP has not been taking over in this series. But that's a high-impact round just to stop M80 from splitting a weak A-hold.
Now here on map 3, and that's the maps that really matter. That's where Torshi's done his best work. He's had a series of high-impact rounds here. On the rifles mainly, and in the pistol, now on the AWP. Only too strong towards the B side of the map, and that nade wrecks Exertion, who was looking for some re-aggression. This is more standard from M80, less of these 5-man grouped pushes. They've gone back to a bit of a default here, looking for a pressure over towards Banana, trying to make MOUZ scared of top mid, and only now making their final move.
Not much blocking util, just smokes, and we know M80 and their proclivity to go through them. Give them an entry, you give them wind in their sails. Without it, they still look interested. Popping through with a flash right click, they're full blind, but so are MOUZ. Swisher makes it in. Roller needs something more, but they keep the pressure on and they make it in unscathed. 4 on 3, cross shot connects, and bomb dropped here, opens up a chance for MOUZ.
You know, if you could just deal with Spinks there on that push out of Lake, that might be enough to stop the retake in its tracks. Instead, Spinks keeps it going. On for the ace. Only Sin remains in a round that has spiraled away from M80 so quickly at the hands of just one man. Sin.
What?
Good for that, but all 5 out of Spinks. The third piece, the third man. And the lead extended for MOUZ as one player in isolation takes that one away.
Oh, they don't like that. But Spinks all over it. Been integral as that third piece in this B bomb site, shutting it down round after round for MOUZ as M80 just run pops, popping out mid, popping out B, trying to overwhelm with firepower. But Spinks holds strong, and M80 running out of road on this T side. 3 more rounds, 2 to their name. M80, remember how they closed the series out against Na'Vi? It was those back-to-back B-pops very similarly, with far too aggressive setups in Banana for Na'Vi on the CT side. MOUZ have not made that mistake. They've not had Torshi on B. They've been playing very passive every single time. Torshi now starts here as well. But M80 avoid it. They are just going for these 5-man group plays. This round, no exception. Hex coming through apartments, but they run through the mid-molly. Jimmy caught off guard.
Dumping all his util, trying to slow this down, make it uncomfortable. Keep them trapped with the Spinks spam. Jimmy head on a swivel, and down to the pistol. He'll take them all out of the round.
These are getting brutal now from MOUZ, and you wonder if M80 just don't think they can long out proper default rounds. Try and go toe-for-toe with MOUZ. On a map where experience often reigns true, where it's not just about your individuals. And no doubt MOUZ will be favorites in this third map, but M80 are not beating them with their game right now. Playing very fast. And MOUZ punishing every step of the way. Lazy clear for Hex, just walks through the doorway.
I mean, look, the second half is supposed to be better for M80, but that hinges on you getting to play it, right? CT side is where this team's actually looked to do their best work. But if they get through with just 2 rounds in this first half, it means you're a pistol away from losing this quarterfinal.
For a team that was just so methodical and ancient, the way they took map control, gave it up. The dance on this T side, none of it here on Inferno. They take Banana, they go back. MOUZ over-rotate. This is what M80 wants.
Yeah, I mean, at bare minimum, you've kind of spent all this first half giving the illusion to MOUZ that wherever you first show your hand, that's where you're ending up. And so MOUZ bite down on that premise in this round.
Is it enough? Or can Jimmy hold strong?
I mean, he was fantastic in that last round, was able to stop the spillover. They're asking him to do it again, but only manages one. It's Spinks next on the scene. Knocked out after his single. And they've gotten past the Torshi Orb. Chance at a plant here, but they're caught fighting, they're caught scrapping. Slacks out in the open is found. And MOUZ are sprinting towards double digits.
Bomb was stuck on top. They had to climb back up to get it. They couldn't even prioritize plant in a 2v3 where you could argue M80 maybe even favored in that post plant, but they can't get that far. MOUZ playing from the front. Poking out M80's eyes with a 9-round CT side. This underdog story being put down here on Inferno.
Nades find great damage. That's already a horrible start for M80. Another fast-paced play over towards this B site, and Brolin, he's learned a thing or two about it. He's expecting this. So is Exertion. They've got guns on. You're not catching them with util out this time around.
Hey, the smoke. They've got to use it or lose it. Oh, Switcher could have walked in, gone CT, but instead they go back. Hex has already been denied in middle. And in this final round on your T side, what do you have to show for it? 2v5. Blocked. And MOUZ 3 strong. M80 meet their maker.
And MOUZ have just always had stacks in the right place. M80 haven't exactly made it difficult for them, but Brolin has always made sure they're padded up, they're ready to receive. They learned their lesson early on about the kind of pace of this T side, and since that point, they just haven't let up. One kill for Swisher. It's only going to reclaim so much ground here as there's still more challenges rolled out in front of M80 and behind them. As Exertion's teed up with flashes, he plays right through in tandem with Spinks. MOUZ destined for double digits. Sin left in this 1v3, can't get anything going. And so MOUZ powering up come the turn of Inferno. They're searching for semi-finals.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players. Yes. This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And of course, starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
MOUZ stumble, but they don't fall flat on their face in this series. Third map with a stellar defense on both sides. Here on Inferno, M80 may have hit their head on the ceiling. A sweet upset on Mirage, but this third one shows nothing. 2 T rounds.
I mean, there's so much weighted on this pistol round. The entire game now hinges on it for M80. And the MOUZ on the T side, they get to set the pace and how this round will be played. They're being given a lot of respect right now by the M80 team. All the room they want to launch this B offensive. Brolin's got the util. And so the hit is coming. It's Swisher and Sin who have got to respond. Chance to block, but they won't respect that smoke. MOUZ are coming right through. Swisher only good for the first. These dual Berettas have to find something and they can't hold on. Overwhelmed. It's a 3-on-3 in the retake for M80.
Yeah, you need more than 2 on a hold like that, especially with dual Berettas. That's what they were meant to do. But MOUZ now plant their feet firmly with Spinks after a stinker on Mirage coming through 18-4. Locking down coffins, looking to put bodies in bags. Spinks finds his third of the round. Ace denied, but Pistol hanging in the balance here for M80. They've got to stick this, but no kit right now. They get off again. Hex with 1. He's sticking in the smoke. Brolin's got the knife out. He's missing it. He's missing it.
Oh, no!
Oh, save by the bell. Brolin puts the pistol round down for MOUZ.
And just like that, M80 must feel crushed. This was the round they had to win if they wanted a chance at the comeback, and it's sealed with a knife from the captain of MOUZ.
What could be the final timeout for the British coach on this stage? It will be if MOUZ have their way. 2 rounds until they meet Vitality in those semi-finals.
I mean, you know, when MOUZ are in this position back on Mirage, they're able to find success in that force buy, but they're the more experienced team. They've got more reps in high-pressure scenarios like this. They played on more stages. They had to come to grips with the difficulty and the pressure within that. M80 are merely at the beginning of this journey. And this third map has served as a reminder of that fact.
Yeah, hopefully a journey that keeps going, though. We've still seen massive growth from M80 to even make it to this place. The wins they found, defeating Na'Vi in the way they did. And of course, stealing a map against MOUZ on a stage in their debut is an admirable run here for M80. But maybe, just maybe, this is as far as it goes.
Really awkward fight there. As everyone's blind, Slacks collects what he can. Brolin with the turnaround, though. Immediately returns MOUZ to the driver's seat, and with exertion here, he's heard the footsteps, knows that kill is coming his way. MOUZ on to match point.
Nothing but reassuring, at least, to finish off this series for MOUZ. Even if Mirage leaves you questioning the form of some of these players, many questions answered by the end of Inferno. Gotta admire the ability to reset in the way they did. 20-6 for Spinks. Field day.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been unmatched here. Come map 3. As you see there, going on to have a best half in quite a while, and that's after an 0-10 opener on Mirage. Dead on for crediting his reset. Spinks being a real driving force behind this success, and the rest of MOUZ level up around him.
They're letting the kills come to them. MOUZ don't feel the burden to force these fights. And so M80's boost shut out.
I think the only sore spot here for M80 was coming into this, the idea that they put forth that MOUZ are beatable. And I think he was right in that conclusion. You know, when you kind of look back, you kind of think retroactively to this game, M80 did have a chance to 2-0. But with MOUZ starting a little stronger, pushing all the right buttons on Ancient, you're left with this feeling of, oh, what could have been for this M80 team.
Bittersweet memories after all. But right now just bitter because Swisher picked through that smoke. MOUZ sit 5v3, just ready to force it over the line.
And they're not going to feel too flustered here, sitting a man up, about to get this B plant. Jimmy even able to block on the banana side. MOUZ know that this is it. This is where they deal the killing blow to M80. Hex going to break through, but it's a glimmer of hope here. Very little to hold on to as they go searching for this retake. Another block, smoke down in their face. They've run out of room to run, surely, as Hex does all he can. Will it be enough? Or can Brolin stop them here and now? No! M80 hold on! One more round of play in the Wembley OVO Arena.
Yeah, one final smile, one final thing to remember here. 3v5 on the flank, no one in the B bomb site. And they win out an impossible retake. A robbery, yes. But to keep it up for 10 rounds of play, doesn't feel realistic.
They just have so much freedom, so many rounds, so many chances to play with. They can throw in a cobbled together force fight like this and play group, play fast, give M80 a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah.
Exertion open, his teammates falling like flies. Lake is now the only hope, and he's boxed in. Torshi will find him. And so MOUZ go looking for that delayed gratification here. 4-on-2 post plant. And no way to mess this one up.
So you'd like to think, final ditch here, Sim with some nades, a hope and a dream for M80. But a reality for MOUZ, a day with destiny, a day with vitality, 2 kills away.
And Swisher on borrowed time. M80's journey on the stage is ended in the quarterfinal. MOUZ saving themselves just in time after falling quiet on Mirage, getting back into that game enough to arrive on Inferno in terrifying form. Semis secured for MOUZ, and for M80, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, still things to be proud of for M80, not just their run in the online stage, but here on the stage, coming through and getting a MOUZ map pick gone. They could have done it in 2. Ancient will leave a mark, but MOUZ at least make a statement come Inferno. Still waiting to see if this team can take on Vitality again in a semi and do it once more like they did at Cologne. A shaky Vitality, a wounded Vitality, but one coming at least off of a break into a stage game. It's bound to be a banger in that semi-final.
Yeah, it feels like the kind of reality for MOUZ is this. Your biggest competition is tomorrow. If you can take down Vitality, this is feeling like your tournament for the taking. In many ways, tomorrow might feel like a grand final to this MOUZ team. As once more they face an old foe, an old rival for that route into the grand final.
Final boss Vitality, but Bossman Torshi down on the stage with James Banks.
MOUZ have done it. They successfully have taken down M80 and find themselves in the semi-finals. But Torsi, the first thing I have to ask you, on that walkout, there was a lot of boos for you guys. Were you expecting that in London?
No, we didn't expect it. I was really surprised, but yeah, that's it.
Guys, they just won. You got to cheer them. I'm not having that. Guys, make some noise for MOUZ! Sodom. Either way, we got to look at this game, right? Ancient, strong performance from you guys. You must have felt like you had it in the bag coming into Mirage, but you were playing 4v5 most of the map, mate, on this T side. Why was it so hard for you guys?
Yeah, to be honest, we gave up a lot of entries. I gave up, Sershan gave up, everybody gave up a lot of entries, and it was really hard to play. And we also started to focus on it, and it was not the best from us, in my opinion. And it got into our head a little bit, you know. But I have to give them some props. They got those entries. They played really good, in my opinion. They had a game plan, and it worked out for them. But on Inferno, we showed that we are a better team.
You really did, but was there a bit of worry knowing that M80, they've taken down VP, they took down Na'Vi, you were going on to Inferno. Were you concerned at all of the final map, or did you always feel like you had it in control?
I mean, they had a really good run, in my opinion. I think they deserve to be here. They beat really good teams, but objectively, we are a better team, so we should think like we had it, and we were thinking like that, and yeah, we also beat them, so we are happy to go to the semifinals, but yeah, they had a good run. Yeah, they played good.
Now, looking at you guys and what you're going to have to do tomorrow, it's Vitality again. You did get over that hurdle. You beat them last time. But if the MOUZ that showed up today goes up against Vitality, can you do it again?
Of course, but we need to step up. I think if we played Vitality today, I don't think we would beat them with this showing. I mean, on Inferno we played really good, but other than the two maps, it was not the perfect. It was not the best, but we know we have to step up, and we will do that for tomorrow because Vitality is the best team. So yeah, we're gonna do it.
Well, this crowd, some of them are believing in you. Guys, London, let me hear it for Torsi and MOUZ!
MOUZ course correct at the opportune moment, and unfortunately for M80, their dreams left crushed. I love how eloquent Torsi was in those closing words, but I kind of don't buy into that he wasn't so nervous coming onto Inferno, because you just got, absolutely slacked on your own map pick of Mirage. The course correction was needed. Like, it was a necessity to come out of MOUZ.
Really, all M80 showed to MOUZ is that they can game plan them on one really strong half. That Mirage CT side that M80 had definitely left MOUZ shocked for that map, but the reset between maps 2 and 3 was enough to get them over the line. I had really very little doubt that even in the face of adversity, MOUZ are going to just bounce back as they usually do when they're facing opponents that are outside the top 5.
That's the thing with MOUZ. They never seem to lose to teams below them, right? And I think you're right, Freya. I think Torsi and I think the MOUZ camp were a little bit nervous, maybe a little bit uncomfortable in that position, but it took 4 or 5 rounds on Inferno to feel that, oh, we're back on track. Now we're winning. We're playing our A game. So it wasn't really that close, and that's the worst part about it. It never got close enough.
Any particular individuals that you can kind of pick out from the side of MOUZ who felt kind of back in the server when we got onto this third map?
I mean, Spinks went from what, being 0-8 to start on Mirage to going 20-6 at one point there on the map. I mean, yeah, the bounce back from him was something that you expect from the guy that I definitely think is the best overall player for the team. So all in all, I just don't think that, even though M80 can walk away from this happy about the one great game plan they had for MOUZ's pick, when it came to map 3, really didn't put forward a convincing half.
No, that's very true. Impressive from Spinks, obviously. Impressive from MOUZ to bounce back. But I think if you're M80, you just have to look at the broad perspective. You know, you're able to knock out Na'Vi. You're able to push Vitality into 3 maps during the group stage. You took off a map off MOUZ on a stage the first time you ever arrived to a big playoff game. So I think there's a positive, regardless of where you look at M80. For them to win against MOUZ, that was maybe a little bit out of reach, you know, at some point. But as we said, they were beatable at times, and they definitely put up a good fight.
That's the thing. Like, objectively for M80, this is a loss. There's no other way to put it. But there are so many wins that they can take from the entirety of this tournament. And now I feel like it's fair to say that they are firmly on our radar going forward. And the amount of VRS points they accrued from this tournament alone, like, they're going to be getting invites subsequently forward.
Generally speaking, these kinds of runs to make it to the playoffs of a real S-tier event here is what a team like M80 needs. Those kinds of sparks are what put people on the map. Like, think about some of the teams that have in the past just made it to the quarterfinals of the major, then they just kind of, maybe the team doesn't move forward, but you get these little flare-ups from individuals, like some of the moments from Lake here, some of the moments from Slacks throughout this. The fact that Hex in late round moments was fantastic, even having a magnificent clutch on the last map there, those kind of moments are ones they can take with them moving forward. We'll see if over time M80 decide to change the route or anything like that, but right now, this is a great stepping stone for them to be landing on.
A great bounce back, you know. I think when they lost Malps, I think a lot of people were like, all right, they're never gonna come back. That was the one talisman you had. It was the one diamond you decided to sell him off, which makes sense at the time. And then it took M80 a little while to figure it out. They imported Slacks, they imported Sin, 2 players that were left, you know, maybe to hang out with Big, and thank God for them not being right there right now. That's a much better place to be in M80, and I think it just took a bit of time. And as you said, Maui, it's exciting to see them now move forward. And I think this team and the lineup that you see right now, obviously there's gonna be new roster changes. They're gonna be now a time where they can play together and hopefully confirm that what we saw right here is what we can expect for the future. I would make the case that they're kind of like Legacy during the major as well. They got a great run during the major. They now have a chance at a couple of tournaments where they get invites to show that it wasn't a fluke, that it wasn't a one-time thing, and that's only for the future to be decided. And
for Sin as the in-game leader, right, what do you think he can take forward in terms of, okay, we accomplished this mammoth feat of finally making it on stage. In terms of his kind of calling, game planning, is there anything you think he can kind of take forward with this?
I think that's it. What Sin should first of all think about is that he made the right decision to actually join this kind of roster where, you know, Sin was kind of bouncing around in the German scene a bit, and I'm gonna be a little bit scorching here, I guess. It's just like, look at where Big's at versus where M80's at. I think he's extremely happy about how he's actually taken his career. And look at Slacks as well. I feel like both of them right now are pretty happy that they decided to join up with this North American core, work with the resources that it has, and now actually they're really punching up in a way that it's like there's signs on every map that I've seen throughout the group stage and one that I saw here in this series where I'm like, okay, M80 actually might be cooking with gas at this point.
100%. A valiant attempt from M80, but sadly, it does mean their end here in the quarterfinals of the Blast Open London. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Banks and Sin.
M80 had an incredibly good run across all of Blast Open London, but the run does end here in the quarters. I've got Sin joining me. First of all, my friend, commiserations, but I've got to look at this, right? Ancient, you certainly had chances. You guys were fighting back and forth. What little details was it? What was missing for you where you were not able to play it the way you wanted?
To be honest, I think their Ancient City side, I kind of expected what they did. So they said from the get-go, hey, our game plan is to not really fight at all. So they had their balance rounds, where they actually went aggressive on the whole map, and they faked their balance rounds, where they let us think a little bit. So I think in these rounds, it was just a little communications. Like actually, for example, they did door smoke. Normally it means that they're a lot, like that they're gapping A, and that they're a lot on the B side and middle fighting, but the rounds where they faked it, but like the little update communication where, wait, there's actually no flashes here, so we were like too scared and then took the round too slow, so I think we could have gotten for sure a bit more T rounds.
Was it also hard starting on your map pick, being the first stage game? Did you notice any difference in the team? Like, was it something you could feel?
Yeah, I would say it's the little things, right? And I think we improved that, especially on Mirage. But yeah, I can't blame nobody, right? It's the first stage game for every one of us, like in front of a big arena ST event, so yeah, it was the little things, the little comps, so I hope next time we'll be more prepared and ready.
Now, I'm not only going to talk negatives, because Mirage was incredibly positive. You dominated them. You were putting them in 4v5 situations again and again. Was this just you guys now going a bit more carefree? Was this guys willing to fight more? Because they kept giving it to you, but they couldn't get it.
I think we were really confident in what we do, and we stepped up our comms like throughout the round. So we were always at 100%, and it was just a great, like we had such a great synergy. We were moving around like a team, and we knew when to fight, when to not fight. So it was just great. And then we had obviously good reads because we kind of snowballed them. Yeah. So we kind of knew what rounds we had to expect after that.
And on Inferno, they kind of did the same to you, basically. At the start, you can say it's more back and forth, but then they got control of it. What do you put that down to? Because, like, we saw your Inferno. It looked good against Vitality, you know. It looked good in general. We'd seen what you'd be able to do.
Yeah, I think they got us again with some good nade damage, which made especially the early game tough. I think that's what we have to work on. But also, we just didn't win our 2 free rounds on T side that we should have won. Like the afterplan, for example, one round Spinks was on B, and he survived so long and got another kill through the smoke in the end. Like these kind of rounds that you need to win on Inferno, otherwise they were just like I said, they will just snowball, and yeah, they had a really good CT, of course.
Now let's just look at the event as a whole as a final question here. Obviously, this was a huge step for you guys. You beat some great teams to get here. You had to fight a hard road. Are you proud of what you managed to show, and is this a good sign of just what the future holds for M80 with Hext?
Yeah, 100%. It's a great showing that we came so far. We made it into arena. There's honestly not much more that we could have hoped for coming before into this tournament. And yeah, just really happy that we had a nice run. The crowd was amazing. And yeah, can't wait to replicate this feeling at some point.
I like the words there, replicate that feeling again. I wish you the best of luck with it as well, and just good luck in the future, man. Thank you very much.
I'm glad to see, Citizen 2 gutted after what was and ultimately a loss versus MOUZ here in the quarterfinals, because there is so much to be taking forward when we're looking at the rest of the calendar year, Jacob, and just the statement in of itself of making it to the top 6.
I agree. Take a look at that lineup. I think one of the most underrated aspects about M80 is the fact that they don't really have a weak link per se. Swisher has had a couple of pop-off games. Whenever we cover the MOUZ as well, you go into the different maps. Some maps, Sins is the highest rated player. Some map, it's Lake. Another one, it's Slacks. You have different players who thrive in different environments and different maps, which makes the case hard to see, well, that guy, we can upgrade him clearly. Or you look at that guy and we got to upgrade him. I feel like I'm looking at a lineup where it actually makes sense. Role-wise, it makes sense. Performance-wise, it makes sense, which gives me confidence that what we saw right here was not a fluke. That's something they can build off.
The Hex move for Rec definitely paid off.
Reliable
already.
Rec, yeah?
Yeah, reliable Rec. Yeah. But Hex is just popping off. He has a lot more energy. He's bringing a lot more in terms of team chemistry.
Yes.
Some of those moments where we're patched in and hearing what they're saying, he's the one that's actually given a little bit of a pep talk to the team. So I'm glad that they made the move, because I feel like it was probably pretty hard on them to decide what they want to do in the offseason.
100%.
But it definitely has shot them up at least 7 or 8 points in the rankings.
When we're looking forward for MOUZ, on the other hand, of course, they make it through to the semi-final. Banks alluded to it on the stage, as did Harry and Hugo. They get teed up versus Vitality. And now let's just reminisce about the last time they went head-to-head. Finally, MOUZ were able to tame their demons. Are we looking at both of these teams in the same kind of area? Like, I don't know. Vitality were clearly not on their A game back in Cologne, but neither were MOUZ. Let's be real. So, like, how are we kind of teeing both these teams up?
It's a really good question. I think that's a fun matchup, because the story was obviously Vitality beat MOUZ 7 or 8 times in a row. They would never get it done. During Cologne, as you said, Torsi finally got it done. MOUZ finally got it done. And now they find themselves in a weird place where I feel both teams are not playing their A game at all. I think it's fair to say that Vitality are struggling a little bit compared to where they were before the break. Whereas for MOUZ, they're getting the results, Maui, but in terms of playing the games and the eye test, they struggle more than they used to. So I do feel like you set it up pretty well for it. It's 2 teams currently playing their B game, and we'll have to see which one is the stronger at that.
That's a great way to frame it, that both of them, neither of them is really in their tip-top form. We've seen the cracks from both of the rosters here, so this is definitely going to be incredibly telling. It's going to be a litmus test for both MOUZ and Vitality for kind of the midway point of the season. Like, what are you actually shaping up with right now? Because I feel like Vitality has a lot more in terms of it has a much higher ceiling. MOUZ, they're still trying to really push it to actually lift that one trophy.
If you were going to put them like on a graph of, okay, this was the point they were at in Cologne, this was the point both teams were at in Cologne, is there like a slight uptick, slight downtick? Is it basically the same for both teams? Like what's the setup there?
I think MOUZ is equal to where they were in Cologne, maybe a little lower.
I go a little lower.
Yeah,
a tiny bit lower.
I think Vitality is trending downwards. I think, in terms of the way they play, compared to where they were at during Austin, obviously winning everything, it's like if that's your notion, if that's your bias set high, then yeah, I think Vitality is trending more downwards than MOUZ is.
I would just say that Vitality's really stagnated as maybe the second best team or third best team now. It's kind of it's a weird position to be in a holding pattern in because you were just the team of the first season here.
Yeah.
I think that they can bounce back, though. I've just seen it enough. I've seen enough from them, and also the star power from Vitality. It goes missing so much less frequently than for MOUZ. So I'm gonna take their personnel and eventually the bounce back.
I feel like your recency bias of just watching the third, fourth place decider between them and Falcon.
Yeah, I didn't care about that. See, I didn't mind that one at all.
Yeah,
that one doesn't play into effect.
too much stock into
No.
Three semi-final losses in a row for a team that dominated everyone in the beginning of the season. If you set the bar high,
MOUZ got
gotta
8
keep them to it.
at EWC.
They lost to 3D. No, not 3D Max. Who did they lose to?
Navi lost to 3D Max. Not sure. Put me on the spot. Don't do that.
Someone, I don't know.
Don't put me on the spot like that.
It was Falcons. Either way, shall we dive into novashots.io? Because, you know, it's time to put some of our stocks where our proverbial mouths are. So I'm going to pose the question, who are we buying into for that semi-final match tomorrow between Vitality and MOUZ?
I feel like you already gave the answer.
Stocks are,
MOUZ stocks are down. You want value for money? Or you want
value. The value here looks like it's got the value proposition's MOUZ, surely.
Yeah.
I mean, 3-1. Yeah. Okay, you know, I mean, I think that Vitality is going to win, but for 3-1, I'm taking MOUZ. Taking MOUZ.
Do you agree with that? You okay with that?
Sure.
Sure.
It's nice of you to ask my opinion for once.
Well, something.
But yeah, people should get in on this because you have a chance to win 25,000 USDC.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a whole lot to be winning. And it is free to play as well at home. So if you sign up now, you get 1,000 credits just to be playing with all of that jazz. You do have a little bit of time to head on over there as we are going to head things to a quick break before we kick off what is going to be our second quarterfinal. That is FaZe versus G2 after this.
Welcome to Masterclass. I'm here with Rops, and we're going to be going over ramp on Nuke. So I wanted to pick your brain on how you play this position, some of the starting spots, how you play this at such a high level. So thanks, Rops.
Oh, fantastic. Let's start. The first thing is like just the rotation part of the ramp is, well, you can give it up. You can go B, play the B bomb site, take a position here. Maybe they come after you, because sometimes the T's, they want to take ramp, but they have an idea after what they want to do. Maybe they want to execute on B, or it's just for pressure and they go back to A or make a wrap around heaven.
Okay, so what about some of the best starting positions in your opinion? What do you go for in terms of starters?
Well, I think, you know, the classic thing is the utility. I like the CS2 smoke is very big, so I like to do a smoke which goes deeper. It covers like perfectly the doorway here. And one of the classic positions is just the headshot angle behind the box. It's a strong position, but I think just the meta has shifted a bit where the T's really, on a high level, they really clear this angle. I prefer not to play this too much, just maybe for information. Like then, yeah, we'll go for this and instantly drop down, and I can get a rotation to B. Maybe Zaibu, for someone on my team, will, you know, pick up the rotation here. And then like really off angles, which I like, would be like somewhere around here.
Oh, wow.
Because this, like, I have a green crosshair and the white kind of blends in.
Oh yeah,
So
sure.
I like to have it just on this door frame here. And it's not really an angle which people clear that often. They look at this box here, and now they kind of swing for backup under heaven. So you kind of miss this angle here sometimes.
Say they have lower control already, you know that they're getting down secret. Yeah. What are the spots that you would like to play to just defend the B hit?
When I have time to rotate to B, so they might be in double doors or single door, I will try to always make it to this position here, which is really nice. This is like an angle where the guy actually has to jump up.
Oh, yeah.
So you won't see me as you go here, but you have to jump up. But yeah, if you go like this, it's gonna be an easy frag, guys. I'm gonna catch you jumping in the transition. The T's have a reaction like, you know, just going crazy with the single door, like opening and clearing the whole site like this. So this goes really fast and you can easily be caught by that. On B side, I think position also is, this is like an off angle here to hold the B hit, because you're kind of secured by all angles, but then again, you can peek everything. And again, if they strafe on you, it's really fast. So you have to be ready for everything.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate it. And thanks, Rops, for joining Masterclass.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, my name is Kerrigan. I'm currently the IGL for FaZe Clan, and today we're doing some map analysis. The game we're looking at is Liquid versus Heroic. So first of all, you want to always play for some mid control, or at least throw some mids as the CTs. And most of the time, you actually are going to play 2B. So the third option is always, are you gonna control mid with 3 CTs or you're gonna control B with 3 CTs as well? So what happened in the round is basically they took the option of starting 2 guys B, counter the early aggression if it comes in with utility as you normally see. But they wanted the CT side to fight 3 guys mid. So to set up the round, they have to figure out how to wanna fight mid. The utility dump you get down in this, what we call pocket area in our team, is where there's a lot of HGs, a lot of molos and flashes, and CTs are swinging with them. In this case, what Liquid is calling for is a classic tactic that's been played on Ancient for a while. So they send the best swarm out mid, and Heroic decides to fight aggressive up window. They want to be in this area. So they send Twist out mid with 1 guy supporting from spawn, 3 guys running towards what we call A main with bump. And of course there's a default smokes mid. We all have seen maybe donut smoke, there's a little bit of everything. But the key thing here is the guy coming out mid, the second he sees nothing, I am pretty sure the call is walk A main. Because if mid is clear, they are playing for A side, right? It means there has to be players B and players A. So in this scenario, normally what they want to happen is that the guy's running out mid. Hopefully he gets a kill with the support in his back. But in this scenario, he didn't get the kill, but he got information about the 3 players in mid, meaning there is 90% chance no one is A. What they do next is the key element of Ancient. They're coming out well knowing the closest player is probably here or he is in this area in spawn. So the round unfolds in this way that they're rushing out A main, the mid guy is coming back, the guy from red who supported the window guy is coming back to CT. So now this guy is smoked off from the angle here, so he can't really support the guy. Now the decision made by Liquid is really good. The first 2 guys rub in a hand, third guy throws a flashbang behind the box over here that blinds the angle all the way into donut area. These 2 guys swing, they take out the donut guy. And now the key element in this thing is sometimes people smoke donut insta, but in this scenario Liquid decided to go in to take donut. Mostly important with that is that they can plant the bomb without getting spammed from 2 angles through the smokes. So they are actually getting a map area, because on Ancient A side you wanna take an area, especially when planting the bomb, because there is nowhere to go after you plant the bomb. Liquid did the right thing. They went in to kill the guy, trade the guy that killed Twist in the middle, and therefore they had a good success to setting up the after plant and therefore win the round. I hope you guys enjoyed this map analysis by me. See you soon on Ancient.
Now you face FaZe in the quarters. They showed good form throughout the online stages, especially even with the newcomer, Brokey being back as well. But did you notice when researching for them and looking at them that they've got some weak spots still that you can exploit, that you can get the advantage in?
I think for them as well, like it's a new period now with Jacob, and then obviously Brokey coming back after summer, but it's gonna be like trying to find their way, like somewhat similar in a way than us also. I think it's not exactly like set in stone or established yet. So there is some weaknesses for sure, and I think they might need to play around their positions and everything on multiple maps, so it's gonna be interesting, I think.
Looking at G2, who you're facing today, and with Hunter leading, they don't have a definitive star, so does that make them less of a threat? Does that make them a very different G2 than you're used to?
I think they have started having a star, especially since Cologne. I think Hunter and Saw has done a great job to kind of like realize what pieces they have and use them in the right way to make sure they are creating a consistent game plan when it comes to very aggressive but also very explosive and Wolfpack mentality. So I have been watching a bit, but I also made sure that I didn't want to overthink some of these scenarios, because they are smart on the other side, Hunter and Saw. So we play our game and try to adjust slightly to what I believe they'll bring to the table.
A new face for FaZe and already earning an arena spot at the Blast Open London. The first outing for Jacob in the FaZe jersey translates to his first ever ever Tier 1 playoffs appearance. But by no means is this going to be a walk in the park, because despite G2 losing Nico, despite G2 losing m80, MOUZ, they've weathered the storm surprisingly well coming into the second half of this year.
Oh, G2 have really impressed so far with what they've got. I mean, Saw comes in, everything feels like it's already rolling so well, so quickly, and to be in the playoffs here in a very stacked group where they had to take down Spirit to accomplish that, I mean, they've already earned their position.
That's the cool thing about G2. I feel like every time you see them play, it gets better and better and better.
Yes.
During Cologne, you saw the first glimpses of a team that could actually play Counter-Strike at a high level, came so close, taking down Furrier on Inferno. And then at the next tournament, even better. At this tournament, even better. And if that continues, then FaZe is in for a tough one.
Let's take a look at how many changes have been on the cards for both FaZe and G2 respectively, because last time we were here, MOUZ, not a lot of the remaining G2 players are coming back for a second London foray with Blast.
It's almost laughable. the fact that Hunter is the only remaining player for G2, I mean, he knows where he wants to retire in that jersey, it feels like. I mean, he's done such a fantastic job already, though, as an in-game leader. Yes, on the FaZe side, a lot of familiar faces. You have the stalwarts in Rain and Kerrigan holding it down for FaZe, but then Brokey back in tow, along with Frozen, their superstar. It has looked pretty good for them.
And they've, of course, got their eyes on the ultimate prize. It's going to be a battle to get it there, but just like the length of time.
Jesus.
FaZe and G2 have last lifted a trophy. That's pretty insane.
That don't look right. That doesn't look right. 500 days since FaZe has lifted a trophy.
Things that should be illegal, that.
Exactly. And for G2 as well, I mean, it's been since April that they even had a playoff berth, and that was a completely different roster as well. So they've really scrapped things together, they've got things rolling, and it's kind of a collision of two cars that are just held together with duct tape right now.
For G2 though, it's a very solid result to obviously seal their place here versus Spirit. Did you think, if you looked at this roster, you know, just a couple of months ago when it was announced less than, that they would be capable of taking down Spirit? Would you have laughed, or would you have believed whoever was saying that?
I probably wouldn't have laughed, but I wouldn't believe in it, to be completely honest. I think it would gonna take some time before G2 could finally show some good signs. What I saw during Cologne was uplifting. You know, that was okay, a sign for the future. I think the most interesting aspect of this G2 lineup for me is the fact that Hunter has come in as an in-game leader already by now and seemingly doing a great job. Not only individually is he putting out a great output in terms of the fracking department, especially considering he's going up against Kerrigan, who are we going to discuss later, not necessarily doing too well in that department, but the Saw and Hunter combination, those two together, that's an interesting aspect, and that's something I think can develop for the future as well.
There's just no coach I would rather have behind me if I'm a new in-game leader today than Saw. I feel like he makes things incredibly pragmatic. He's not trying to develop this ridiculously layered system. A lot of their calls, they're fast, quick, they default for 30 seconds, and then they just go into a side hit with whatever map control they have. That's if Hunter doesn't have to think about all the mid-rounds, about how to put all the pieces together, and it's that simplified, then he can use the pieces that he has to the greatest effect.
Well, let's check in with Saw himself, courtesy of James Banks.
Saw, 3 months into this G2 project with you as coach, first playoffs for the team as well. How is the progress going in terms of where you wanted it to go and where you expected to be at this stage?
I think it's going all right. Like I would say, obviously it could be always better. It could have been some playoffs even before this event and so on. But I think it's going all right. Like we are doing the right steps. I feel like we are taking the right things basically at our own pace. So it's gonna be building the foundation, creating the structure, and that always takes time. But I would say it's been like okay. I would say decent. I wouldn't say totally bad, but at the same time not the greatest. Like not so many high peaks at the same time.
High peak could happen here, though. There's certainly potential for that. But MOUZ has been mentioning that the playbook has improved a lot recently. Can you explain to me how you've gone about this process with rebuilding the playbook, work on the playbook? Like, how did you approach it? Is it some of the old G2 stuff mixed in with your stuff, or did you just start fresh?
I would say it's a mix. It's a mix of what we had in Heroic, like me and Sanpayas, and then of course a mix of what they had in G2, trying to build it the best way, fit both sides, and then mix it like that. Obviously, I think it's in some ways it's kind of basic. Like you need to start with the basics, defaults, everything, working from there, adding some set strats, but then building it as we go. And like right now we are getting to a stage where we add more details, so we try to polish it a bit more.
So tell me just how much you've seen Saw helping Hunter in terms of taking up this official mantra of in-game leader. Like, sure, he was calling some of the halves, some of the pistol rounds previously for G2 as well, but it's a big deal to transition into doing it full-time, right?
For sure. I love that Saw is so unassuming because he doesn't really come across as this leadership figure. I feel like some of the other people kind of just wear the jersey a little bit better, like Zonic types that really always know what to say in every single interview. You just think to yourself, okay, that guy definitely is going to instill a lot of confidence. But then we hear it. Then we actually hear what Saw says in a timeout, asks his teammates, is your W key frozen? And suddenly they all start to pop off in those kinds of moments. Like, he says the right thing at the perfect time, but does it in private. I take that 10 times before I take a guy who's just going to say the right thing in interviews.
He doesn't play the game, and I love that. I think you're spot on with that analysis. He doesn't play the game. He doesn't care what kind of people perceive him as. I think the team who's ever played with him, all the players he's ever had under his control, they praise him 24/7, and that's a guideline, I think, for a lot of people. It's very tough to find out what are the coaches actually doing within a team. We'll listen to what the players say when they play with him and listen to what the players say when they're no longer playing with him. They all praise Saw.
Okay, so he gave us a guideline of how well he feels like G2 are doing, considering the amount of roster changes happening, the new roles and responsibilities floating around. How well would you grade Hunter so far in terms of what we've seen of him in this new role?
As I said, I think it's a great combination between the two, as Maui alluded to, the fact that it's a simplified playstyle at the moment. It's also the fact that Hunter has played together with Nico, who is the greatest mid-round caller probably of all time, or at least a guy who's been doing it for such a long time within G2 because no one else had the abilities to do so. I think he's learned up and picked up a lot from that. So I think he has both facets to his game. And then what I'm the most impressed about, we've seen a lot of different riflers over the course of the years, Maui. They go into this transition. They can't keep up their individual level. But so far, Hunter has arguably been playing as good, if not even better, as an in-game leader.
He might even, yeah, I'd agree with that he's actually been playing better. When he was on G2 in the previous season, sometimes he was a losing condition because he's playing those pivotal CT spots. Even while taking lesser positions, I feel like watching him just in those anchor spots, he's controlling the action very well around his bomb sites, making sure that they're going for pushes with whoever his connector player is. And then he's also just enabling the team so much on T side by playing a selfless role, but not just running in and dying. Like that's where so many in-game leaders fall short.
Just going back to like a previous topic of conversation with obviously MOUZ, who we just saw on our screens, and the whole T-side conversation with them going, okay, Brolin, you've taken up this responsibility. It's a big task to be undertaking, and maybe that's why we see the T-sides fall off. Has anything been the same with Hunter in terms of him coming onto G2? Are there any worrying signs from that perspective?
It's just that they need to develop their playbook, but that might not be today. That might actually be something when they only start facing the most elite teams, because even with a playbook that is a lot more about calls from spawn or defaulting for 30 seconds, then running a play, they still were able to take down Spirit. That's already such a massive scalp, regardless of the fact that Donk and Shiro were both popping off, trying their darndest to slow them down. So if they can pick apart some of the lack of cohesion in, say, FaZe today, then they can really keep shooting higher.
I'd agree with that, and I think it's going to take time, and I think the only way we can evaluate that is by giving them the time. The results doesn't look that impressive, but as I said, during the Blast Bounty, they picked Spirit in that game. They made it hard for themselves. Not sure why. During IM Cologne, they actually played some decent Counter-Strike, came very close beating Furia, who we know now is one of the, I guess, dark horses to win this entire tournament. So they've shown us glimpses of very proactive, very good Counter-Strike, but for Hunter to see some of his flaws, we need to see more games. We need to see more time. Otherwise, it's impossible to guess.
Individual form, where are you placing MOUZ at right now, Maui?
I'd give him probably a B+ of what I've seen. I still think what we got from him in his first season with G2 was just perfect for him. No expectations, very little weight on his shoulders, and then overperforming in practically every single circumstance. I still see moments from MOUZ, and I'm gonna even list one spot, Mirage Connector, where it just looks a little bit uncomfortable, where I'm not sure he's always aware of what fight he wants to take next, and he's more so now just saying to himself, I gotta take more fights, I gotta get more information, and he's limit testing in a way where sometimes G2 are hurting because of it. T-side, on the other hand, I still like a lot of the entry work from MOUZ. I still think he's one of the best in that role particularly. So for him to become the guy on G2, to be the designated star rifler, might still be too tall of a task, but he's getting a lot of help from the rest of his players.
He's a massive win condition, simple as it is, and I think that's one of the finest jobs of Saw and Hunter, to make sure that MOUZ is as comfortable as absolutely possible. This tournament so far, we've seen it. He's the highest rated player within the G2 camp, or one of them, and he's having his best tournament in 2025, right? MOUZ right now is trending upwards. I agree with you. Not the best version we've seen of him yet, but if he's going to continue his trend upwards, that's going to be the win condition for G2 if they want to make the next step into the top tier teams.
Prior to coming into this very tournament, Maui, you were giving Heavy God a hell of a lot of praise. Has he lived up to his end of the bargain in terms of that?
I would say not every single map at this event is he looking like the second best anchor in the world, which is what I would categorize him as. But I feel like so many times he's saving them. He's incredibly clutch. On bomb site defenses, he's always shaving one off before they actually begin the execute. Like, he's found the perfect balance for me of an anchor where, yes, he can actually be left alone by himself on a site and get 1 or 2 kills, but he also does such a good job of being lightly proactive, just kind of feeling out during the execute, can I catch a guy with a nade in his hand earlier? So he's constantly keeping the offense on their toes when they know that they're charging his bomb site.
I feel like he's everything we wanted Jimfat to be or continue to be in MOUZ back in the day. Jimfat obviously in 24 was absolutely fantastic playing those anchor roles, and I think Heavy God has some of the same qualities, maybe a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive, but he's doing it consistently at a very high level where we've seen Jimfat fall off a little bit. Heavy God is also a massive win condition for G2.
100%. Do you feel like he's being used in the correct manner in terms of this iteration of the G2 roster? Because it can be difficult when you're bringing in so many players into your team and people having to move around a little bit. What do you think of that?
The one thing I would maybe change if I'm G2, and I mean, this kind of can be a little bit of a tangent, is that, you know, if any rifler is struggling on any position, consider Heavy God. I'm not even kidding. CT side connector, he could totally play that kind of spot. It's just that right now they're trying to feel out mobs, and it's almost just they could get more out of Heavy God. He's already doing almost the absolute most he can in every position he's playing, but maybe even give him more responsibility. And honestly, mobs was fantastic when he was an A anchor for G2 when he first joined. So I wouldn't mind a couple swaps as they continue to try to develop and just bolster their defensive side.
Well, let's check in with one of the newcomers on the G2 camp. It's Mattis with Banks.
Matty's 4th event already for G2. How satisfied have you been with your own performance and just how things are developing with the team?
I mean, I would say towards my part as individual, I would say I'm not surprised. Like, I'm not doing the best, I would say, so far. I think I can do way better, and I will try to prove it to myself, to everyone, that I can do in following months for sure. Because I'm not the biggest fan also changing, you know, in general, like big stuff. I had the kind of same start in Fnatic, to be honest, but since I have way more already knowledge about how to deal with stuff, I know about myself way more. Now I'm handling way better towards everything, changing positions. Again, 4 completely different players, completely different coach. Yeah. So I would say I had lots to be compatible with, but I'm still looking myself in the best scenarios, you know, for sure. But when it comes to team-wise decisions and how we are doing, I think I'm really happy.
And in terms of being really happy, first arena for you, right? Obviously very special in that sense. What emotions are you feeling? What is your mindset like coming into this?
Well, I'm being generous. I'm being really happy, to be honest, of course. Like, I'm really excited. I really want to play already. Now I have to wait for the last match between MOUZ and M80. I already want to play and show everyone that we can actually be really good team, which I think we already are, but we need a few more experiences, especially on stages like this actually. And I think we can go through FaZe for sure and show good results. So let's see how it goes.
Not surprised Mattis is so hungry to be getting on this very stage to play. And when we're looking at G2 with all the moves that have been going on around Mattis involving him, I feel like he's kind of overlooked in some situations. What's the story with him?
I'm glad you said that. I feel like we speak MOUZ, we speak Heavy God, we speak Hunter. Guess who's the highest rated player within that team the last 3 months? That's Mattis. Ever since he came into G2, done a good job. Came from Fnatic as well, where he was their talisman together with Blame F. I think he's underrated, and I think he's overlooked, but it's also hard for a player to come in and require all the spotlight towards you when you're flanked by MOUZ, when you're flanked by Heavy God, when you're flanked by Hunter. But to be honest, I think he's doing a tremendous job.
Well, yeah, one small detail about Mattis is he hasn't really played at an arena playoffs of an S-tier event like this. He did actually, though, play at the Shanghai event when they did have a crowd. Unfortunately, that's when Rare Adam upset them. So I'm a little bit concerned about him if he's going to feel the jitters in that kind of moment again.
Okay, do you reckon that could be a possibility for him, considering, you know, how well you were just harping on about him performing? Does the stage really matter for a player like him?
You never know before you see it, I guess, but I think playing in Fnatic, that's a different task. That's a different...
Maybe that hurt him more than the arena did, actually.
Different environment, so I won't hold that up again.
Okay.
Either way, let's talk about FaZe and the success they found throughout the group stage. A win over Ecstatic, a win over Na'Vi, and a very, very interesting series versus Vitality. How much did you take away from those results?
I think FaZe are trending upwards, and I think the way I would describe it is that we see new life being pumped into this lineup. It's been a little bit disappointing to follow FaZe. You know, we spoke about it before, more than 500 days since they won a trophy, which for a team of this caliber, with a guy like Kerrigan leading them, shouldn't be the case. But I feel like whenever you see the body language, when you hear the players speak in interviews, you see Kerrigan treating, this is the old FaZe we got to get back to, you know, we have to get Brokey in here as well, and he fits the system perfectly, etc., etc. There seems to be a notion now that everything is positive when it comes to FaZe.
The mood is definitely up for FaZe, okay? I don't think it's really much of a secret anymore that there was a bit of a cloud that was hanging over them when they played with Elige. I'm not saying that Elige was toxic necessarily, but he had clashing ideologies with Kerrigan in how he saw the game and how Kerrigan saw the game. Really, they just had flowcharts that just did not mesh whatsoever.
And that's the thing, when we look at results throughout 2025 as well, like they were less than stellar, I guess we can say, for the side of FaZe, considering, you know, some of the names we have on that team. It seems like, you know, they, you know, shackles were kind of released once Elige stepped away.
That is kind of the feeling you're getting right now. But again, we gotta hold our horses a little bit. Yeah. I'm very curious to see if they can continue to trend upwards, or if we're gonna see the same stagnation that has been the case for FaZe. Let's not forget that when they brought in Elige, that was also for a reason. That was because they were not playing well for the vast majority of 2024. I know they got into the major final where they came dangerously close, beating Team Spirit, but that was, again, the FaZe magic. You know, there was a reason why Twist didn't want to be there anymore. I guess he wanted to leave. There's a reason why Robs went on towards Vitality, and there's a reason they've been struggling for a long time. So it may feel good now, but I still need to see them break that, you know, spiral they've been in for the past year and a half.
I heard it was just because their contracts ran out. But either way, a new contract they have signed is, of course, Jacob. What's been the story with this, let's be honest, relatively unknown player? I think when everybody saw, you know, the first tweet of, okay, Elige has been benched, then bringing on Jacob, a lot of people were left scratching their heads like, huh? Who is this guy?
First of all, respect Apogee. Second of all, it did come from a relatively unknown team, okay? It feels like FaZe saw him as a player with potential based off of a single tournament at PGL Bucharest where he had a really nice event, took some pretty big scalps, was able to take down Mongols, was one of the best players in that series. But then, honestly, I think this more so comes from the fact that Kerrigan's wife was the team's psychologist and then was able to really say, this guy's a good apple. Because we know that FaZe is a vibes-driven team. Yeah. And so if Jacob is able to slot in, not step on anybody's toes, even if he doesn't have a great rating, it might actually just enable the other players. And we've seen some of the individuals on FaZe do incredibly well in the online group stage. People like Brokey, people like Frozen. Feels like they're freed up from having to play with Elige. Even when Elige was putting up good numbers, everybody else now is playing better.
And that's the thing, right? I think they picked him up because they tried with Elige. They tried to recycle some proven talent, some experience, whereas sometimes you just need a bit of a fresh energy. When Brokey first was brought in back in the day where Yanko was coaching FaZe as well, that was another, you know, moment where it felt like, okay, we could go for more experience, but we need some new energy, someone who's willing to fight and give everything every single time.
Well, let's get a bit of a vibe check from Jacob ahead of his first Tier 1 playoffs appearance.
Jacob, second big event of your career, first with FaZe Clan, first in an arena as well. It's all happening very fast. So how are you handling it all?
Yeah, it's happening very fast. Like, I was playing Tier 3 online games a few weeks ago. Yeah. Now I'm playing on Arena in London. So, pretty crazy. Yeah, pretty crazy.
What has been the most important thing that you have learned from your team since you've joined FaZe?
I think it's just in-game stuff, like all the details in the game. Yeah.
Looking back at Jacob, obviously there's times where he's looking a bit more nervous, but there's a lot to handle. So you guys are super experienced as a team. How are you helping him deal with this and get ready for his first ever stage?
There's two things to look at right there. First of all, he has not all his positions from Apogee. He's coming in from a Polish-speaking team to an English-speaking team with a lot of pressure from being in FaZe Clan. It's a big jersey to wear for a lot of oncoming players. But the thing is, I can say a lot of stuff to him. I can give some advice. I even had a team talk with the team where everybody gave him one advice from there, what they would do different if they were in the young career again. And I think there's a lot of good things to take away. But that said, I think he just have to be exposed for everything, for the interviews, for being here, sitting and waiting for the next game to start and him to play. And then only there he can learn the most. But we will be there to support him and catch him if he's falling through.
What emotions are you feeling today before you're about to go to your first ever match in an arena? To me, you seem pretty calm.
So, pretty excited for the game, a little bit stressed. We'll see how it goes.
I can imagine so many emotions must be flowing through Jacob's head right about this very moment. I love that Karrigan answer, though, by the way. The fact that, you know, you get the teams together, give one piece of advice to essentially your younger self that will set you up to succeed. And that's why, like, when I look at Jacob and go, okay, this is a baptism by fire. Like, this is jumping in right at the deep end. I can't imagine any better in-game leader to do it with than Karrigan.
I think that's an excellent point. I think that's sometimes overlooked, that Karrigan's player management, you know, how he makes everyone feel part of the family, how he makes everyone feel important. That's one of his best qualities, which is also why I'm a little bit disappointed that it didn't work out with Elish back in the day, right, while he was still on the team. So I think you're spot on, Freya. Jacob is coming into what he's trying to make a family, what he's trying to make a home for the future, and hopefully he's going to pick up on it.
I mean, Karrigan's really just put together a team at this point where it almost just feels audacious. It almost just feels like, how is FaZe, an organization that has actually kind of just driven itself into the ground? Like, you let Elish, you're benching Elish, you let Rops go away, you let Twist go away, and then Karrigan's still holding it all together. Okay, that's why I still vouch for this guy in the slew of ridiculous events that so many other in-game leaders would just make excuses about. This guy is now putting this team into the playoffs. You would maybe argue that they're the favorites in this kind of game against a G2 team that is loading themselves up with talent. Like, we're looking at Jacob. Like, come on, guys. Like, they made it to the playoffs with that. They had a Brokey resurgence too. He gets the most out of players that really feel like they're on the latter stages of their careers.
You have a little bit of a different perspective on this, don't you, Jacob? I don't want to start a fight, but you're looking at the glass maybe half empty for Karrigan right now.
Not necessarily. I don't disagree with everything you say, anything you're saying, to be honest, but I do think Karrigan has gotten to a point where we have to open the conversation in terms of his individual level. I feel like when it comes to leadership qualities, when it comes to everything he does around the team, him never giving up, you can put a finger on Karrigan, one of the most legendary in-game leaders out there, and still a bright mind for the game. But I do think there's a conversation to be had that when you enter a level where your individual output is so low, as it is for Karrigan right now, you become a liability. In a world where CS2 is more individual-driven than ever, you know, all the players have to deliver at a higher level than ever. I think Karrigan right now is facing a bit of conundrum in his career where he has to find a way to just put out a little bit more on the server. Otherwise, all his great qualities will be overshadowed by the fact that he individually and the productivity he puts up on the server is a liability for FaZe.
This is all recency bias. Just because he had a bad fragging nuke that Frozen decided to drop and die from, like if Frozen didn't fall and lose that 3v1 on nuke A bomb site, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Then Karrigan would be fine to have 18 to 22 kills in a double overtime game. Okay, it didn't matter up until that point. And another thing is, stat-wise, yes, Karrigan is incredibly lowly rated. Second best T-side round win rate of the past 3 months. That's a good in-game leader right there. Okay, it doesn't need to be him putting up the numbers if everybody else is enabled to actually put forward a great offense.
There's no recency bias in that at all. No recency bias in that at all. He's currently having the worst 3 months stint. The last 3 months he's at 0.80, I believe. The last 3 years he's been averaging 0.85 rating.
You know how many major finals he's made in CS2? You know how many playoffs in CS2 he's actually gotten FaZe into?
This is why I didn't want to open the conversation, because that's what you face every single time.
I love it.
There is a point where your liability from an individual standpoint becomes a problem. I don't think we're there with Karrigan in terms of him getting kicked or anything, but he has to fix it. He has to work on it.
I wish I could stoke the fire in this debate for another hour, but alas, we do need to find out what maps we're going to be playing in our picks and bans. Okay, Maui, you had a couple of ideas, a couple of theories as to where this one could be going. What do you hope to see from this one?
So I feel like G2 has shown that they just love to pick Inferno. Whenever it is an option, they are going for that map. They've liked a couple other ones. On the FaZe side, with Jacob, they've picked a couple different maps. I've seen Mirage picked, I've seen Dust 2 picked, and we do get the Inferno out. G2 specialty, feel like this has really been their home map for the last 3 years.
It's a straight up punish towards FaZe. Jacob had never really played the map as an individual. He's now being thrown into it as well. FaZe played it twice in the group stage, lost badly to Vitality, and also almost lost to his Static. Now the pick coming in right here, that makes an awful lot of sense for FaZe. As you said, that's where they've been leaning towards, and it's still a very limited map pool they have to work with Jacob. So in that regard, stick to what you know works, and that makes sense. Overpass, oh, I mean, for G2, fair enough. Don't want to play it. I don't think FaZe necessarily would have liked to play it either.
All right, and then it looks like for the final map, we're going to be getting Mirage, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's pretty good for FaZe, actually. You got 2 maps that you've actually shown some promise on already in D2 and Mirage. Definitely Mirage has been my favorite from Jacob so far, but we'll see if we get to the third.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about Inferno when we're talking about Jacob now being integrated into FaZe, because it's not necessarily a map he has a lot of reps on.
No, it's not what I like watching him on, actually. It's actually been really the Frozen show for this map for me. I feel like Jacob is still just kind of floating around, trying to slot in where Elige did, and I don't think he really picks his timings necessarily as well, doesn't know in the priority of who's supposed to be going first all the time. He looks clunky. That's the easiest way to put it. It doesn't look like he's really got that FaZe DNA, that synergy there. That's apparent on some of the other maps that they've tried working with him on so far, like Dust 2 Mirage, but Inferno's the one he sticks out like a sore thumb.
It's natural, though. It's a map he hasn't played a lot throughout his career. He's still very new, very green into it, so it's going to take some time before he's going to be up to speed on Inferno, which is why I like G2's picking it. That's a straight-up punish towards FaZe.
It's pretty crazy when you look at the tenure of, of course, somebody like Jacob who's just recently joined FaZe versus somebody like Rain, who, if he stays on the roster until January of 2026, that'll be a decade on this organization. That's pretty nuts. Does he have the numbers to back up, his remaining time on FaZe?
Yeah, he does.
Rain defenders are going to go to the ends of the earth to say that this guy will always belong on FaZe, that he embodies the clan.
Just like the Kerrigan defenders, huh?
But he actually has been good recently. He has actually shot up, and I feel like what I've seen so far from him towards the online portion of this event so far, I think he's actually liking the fact that he's not playing with Elige. I'm not trying to say that too loud, but I feel like he's freed himself up in some of the positions that he's now reclaiming, and he's honestly looking better. I'm not going to say world class, though.
I don't think he's world class, but I think he's back to a level where he's out of the conversations to be booted from the team. I think he's playing at a very high level right now. As you said, when Elige came in, we saw him change roles, especially on certain maps on the T side. Didn't look too comfortable in it. Rain and his longevity needs to be studied. The fact that he can poise such a high level for such a long time, despite being thrown into different roles, that is massively, massively impressive. So he's safe for now.
And Brokey being thrown back into the mix of this FaZe clan after, taking an extended break for himself. Like, I can't reiterate how amazing that was for him to do, because I feel like we've seen the Brokey of old, the Brokey of when FaZe were in their kind of quote-unquote era and lifting those major trophies.
It's the second Latvian redemption we've had this year. Think about Yakindar, think about Brokey. All these guys need is a break. I don't know what in the culture says that it needs to happen for them to come back, but Brokey went supernova in the group stage here. The performances that he had versus Vitality, the ones that he had to even get to the point to play Vitality, bewildering. Having moments where he is making the impossible seem possible once again, making clutches produce out of thin air. Like, he, in those moments, makes us into FaZe believers once again in a way that I haven't for maybe a year and a half. It's been since maybe Chengdu since I've seen a Brokey that has looked like this.
He's the X factor of the team, right? That's something they've needed. You look towards Frozen now becoming the star player, the consistency coming out from FaZe Clan. If you need someone to win a game on your own, if you need someone to change the tide of the game in a very crucial moment of the game, you look towards Brokey. He has that, he's not explosive per se as a player, but in the clutches, in the 3v3s, he's very, very cool at changing the tide of the game, and that's something FaZe have needed when he was gone.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. It is almost time to be diving into our second quarter final here in London. Two legacy names ready to take to the stage here in Wembley. We're going to head things to a quick break, but when we come back, it's G2 versus FaZe.
All right, listen up, people. There's a lot the government don't want you to know. The ramen deep state operatives. You can just put in cold water and wait a little longer.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news from the downtown area. An active robbery is taking place at a grocery store.
The following footage was captured live at the scene of the crime.
Put the noodles in the bag. I want every flavor. Move quicker.
Scalpel. Batwing. Suction. Fork. She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
This is a never-before-seen meteorological event. Please take immediate shelter. For your own safety, I repeat, do not go outside. You must shelter in place now.
I'm gonna have to pressure you for an answer now. What's it gonna be? Is it pot noodle again? That's correct. Congratulations, you're through to the final round.
We're getting word globally that pot noodles are raining from the sky.
This seems to be a global phenomenon, with chicken and mushroom appearing from the north, original curry flavor hailing from the south. Experts appear to be baffled by.
Nadie esperaba esto. Creo que habiendo pot noodle.
Meine Damen und Herren, es regnet Pot Noodle. Das ist nicht gut.
Well, we got a treat in the first game, and I'm sure you're warmed up. But I need all of you to make some noise for me now. Let me hear you! It's okay, it's still Friday, maybe you didn't have enough to drink, but I know by the end of this game, things are going to get wild. On one side, you've got FaZe, who have found their way back. Brokey is back, they've got a new player taken to the stage for the first time, and they are looking to show what they can do and go further than they've been able to go all year long. Have we got some FaZe fans in the house? Then on G2's side, they lost their superstars, they've started a rebuild, they put their trust in Hunter and Saw. And honestly, their route to here looked good, and they showed up in spectacular fashion against Spirit. So, is there some people supporting G2 out here? London, you're loving the boo at the moment. Let's try this again. FaZe! G2! Let's see what happens in the game. Let's get this started.
How would you describe your team's dynamic?
Structured, because I think we have really good coaching staff that is taking care of that. They're doing a really good job.
How would you describe your team's play style?
Pretty explosive.
Pretty exciting moment here for the G2 camp to put themselves back in the spotlight.
But he's missed that first swing. Oh, dodges the nade, just gets ahead of it.
6 places in London, one of them belongs to G2.
This is a new look FaZe with fire in their veins.
It's Knives Out, he hits the first.
No!
Quick scoring ever! FaZe Clan where they belong. Playoffs.
How would you describe FaZe?
This is resilience.
How would you describe G2?
Rebuild. They're rebuilding team and confidence.
Nine months of struggle, but they are back with a bang. Back with a new player. Back where they belong. This is FaZe Clan! No definitive star. Everyone contributing. A new leader, a new way of playing. Out with the old, in with the new. This is G2 Esports!
Two legendary orgs with such deep history, and now we are at the beginning of writing an entirely new chapter for both. We have such a treat on our hands, Vu. The fact that both of these two teams get to clash when the stakes are so high in a quarterfinal in front of a crowd. This one's certainly going to deliver.
Oh, and their playstyles too. It's going to set them up for such an interesting game. Both teams playing so aggressive on their T sides, getting into these matches. It's going to be a head-to-head, just absolute clash of aggressive play.
You know, I see Kerrigan as one of the best directors that we've ever had in Counter-Strike, but with the pieces he's got right now, G2's just better in my eyes. I think G2's got this one. I think right now he's acting as the critic in what is an anticipated box office release for Jacob in his arena debut. Saw's gonna say thumbs down, it's gonna be a flop.
Okay. I raised you some comparisons then, because of course we were talking a lot about Brokey for good reason in the online portion. How does he compare to Sun Payas on the other side of things?
I think that's why I got FaZe. That's why I got FaZe on this one. You've got Brokey, he's just absolutely popping off the aggressive play. Sun Payas really struggling. Rifler-wise, I think I might give it to G2 with that duo. Map pool-wise, I think G2 have an advantage. But man, you can't deny the FaZe magic, Maui.
It's hard to, it's difficult to, and the one word that I would use to describe FaZe is resilient. They always can outlast their opponents. They were the hardest team to put away through 2022, 2023. I called them the great procrastinators because they would join a series so late into it, but they would still get the assignment done at the end of the day.
And FaZe just hits so different when you enter these playoff stages, when you're playing that true LAN experience. And for Jacob, this is what is going to be the ultimate test of resilience, right, Vu? I can't even imagine what he is beginning to experience right now, knowing he is just moments away from entering his first official inner playoffs in front of a huge audience.
That's where the big question mark is for FaZe, because Jacob, I think when you look at his first couple of games, he really struggled to hit the ground running. He basically just kind of capitulated at times, and you see him come into an arena, especially on a map he's not comfortable on. He's gonna have to bounce back, I think, because map 1 I don't see going well for him, even if FaZe can pull it over the line.
Even though I have G2 as the favorites in this one, FaZe themselves definitely worked on Inferno. They knew this was coming in the veto. They knew that Jacob was having trouble with it. It's time to see what Neo's made of, because he's gotten a lot of flack. He's been under a lot of scrutiny as a coach. People asking, what does he even do when we know Kerrigan does so much? Well, he needed to go back to the drawing board, instill a little bit of Polish wisdom to his fellow countryman.
And that's where I feel like extra sorry for Jacob, right? Is because they're going to be starting on the CT side of things. So that aggression that you were talking about from the get-go from G2, Vu, he's going to experience that so quickly in this series.
If he doesn't pull it off in the first few rounds, G2 are a team that will absolutely run them over round after round after round. We saw it in the previous series as well. This is a map where Jacob has to hit the ground running.
This is such a late night delight. Our second quarterfinal between FaZe and G2 live from London.
It is. And London, thank you for having us. Thank you for receiving us here. What a playoff that we have coming up, starting with this match. It's a new FaZe, a new J2. A lot of questions about individuals on these teams, but no question that this is going to be explosive.
No doubt in my mind. You know, what's beautiful about this matchup is just that London has been blessed tonight. When you consider that FaZe Clan have only played Counter-Strike in 3 stadiums this year, and this is one of them. They've only ever won a single stadium best of 3. So whether that is a possibility with Jacob in the server is the big question tonight. G2, other side, looking to revamp their organization's reputation. Not with a m80, not with a Nico, but with a new system and still that Kovac blood. It runs deep when it comes to Hunter IGL.
And I think they've done it the right way, rebuilding from the backbone of the coach. And from there, I think giving themselves a lot of future potential. Saw's in a position where I think if he's on the team, you're going to be able to attract talent to the roster because of Saw. It's one of very few coaches where I think you could say that. A lot of his former teammates who are playing for other people have said good things about him, you know, and how much value that he's brought so far. We had one of his tack pauses, which sort of called his teammates out for being scared, ended up having G2 come back into a game versus Spirit, beat them in a very close match, eliminate them on Ancient, absolutely crush them in the finish. It felt like off of purely his advice.
Bro, I would say embarrass them. And there was almost like this unquenchable bloodlust on the G2 side of things. Hunter was glowing in that post-match interview because he knows that defeating them is no easy feat, and to embarrass them is all the rarer. So I think it's about time we get into this next matchup. London, you're blessed. It's G2, it's FaZe Clan, it's Counter-Strike on a Friday night, so let's make some noise!
Let's do it, and it's going to be the biggest test here for FaZe to play Inferno with their new piece, with, I hate to say it, Kerrigan's individual low. That is sort of weird because you'd think there'd be no way they could qualify with his level being so low, but they've actually still done that. Sort of implies that there's more to show, but MOUZ has other ideas. Instant takedown of Frozen. 2 players still up here at the top of Banana.
You better get ready to seeing MOUZ find these first frags. Highest first kill per round stat in the entire event, higher than Donk even. His entry's unstoppable.
Love that.
But the second frag comes out from Jacob, and that's what the desk was emphasizing. Jacob needs to hit the ground running because you may be surrounded by some of the most clutch playoff players of all time, but you've got to prove that you're not going to be a broken cog in what has to be a fully functioning FaZe machine tonight.
It's a bit of a standstill because the CTs can't overstack, knowing that there's enough time for G2 to go back, and in fact, that's what they're going to try to do.
Train takes the mid peak, gets dropped by Hunter, king of the pistol. And now they're just going to try to barrel through onto Brokey. A new, in-form, refined Brokey, feeling confident. And with dual Berettas and no teammates, the first one's free. Won't fall back into safety. Hunter gets his second of round 1. And it's man advantage for G2 in the pistol. Bomb not planted for Pit, curiously. Seeing as Heavy God's over there and Sun Pius is elsewhere. You catch my drift? Potentially to flank onto these 2 players on the retake. They're waiting out the Moto smoke. 1 low health in Kerrigan, so even more pressure on Jacob now. That quiet approach gets just denied, and Hunter picks up the 4K in the pistol.
It's a great quad. I mean, the refrag, the frag on the way back to the A site. He is super sharp today. Sometimes we get a supernova form out of Hunter. This might be one of those games, and it's extra special when it's on the pistols, again, because I think this is where he sort of built up a foundation for his in-game leading in the first place. And we saw when they played against Spirit, they won every single pistol. Was that right? Or 5 out of 6?
At least 5, and by the time the 6th came, who knew? It was already a dead Spirit.
Yeah.
He's kind of one of a kind in that regard, to be born as a caller of pistols and then the evolution into full-time IGL. You know, Nico said one day, I'm going to become a caller. Who knew Hunter would beat him there? But it is what G2 needed to try to revamp this project. And it's nice to see that his individual level doesn't take too much of a hit. 4 kills, 1 round into play. And the T-side kickoff begins. Deagle peeks down mid from Rain. And a smoke in front of it, but Mattis won't give a damn about that. He's going to follow right through, find nothing. on the other side of Arch just yet. Library smoke to charge out through Arch from the defense, and Hunter.
There we go.
Up to 6 frags already. Making quick work of that panicked rotate from FaZe, trying to get into a site that's definitely lost by this point.
It is the question of, can G2 keep the bulldozer up versus the better teams? And they've already had such a great run, and there's no reason now that they beat Spirit that they can't keep doing it. So their confidence is at an all-time high. What we saw when they played against Tier 2 teams was the same game that we saw versus Spirit, and that was for the first time. So I think they've unlocked a new level, and it's really important for, in the early game, the mental side of things, for FaZe to show them that, well, now it's a stage. Now you actually have to earn this. Now we're the ones who are going to be in a more advantageous position, because otherwise they're going to be able to turn that tap on and just have unlimited ability to rush down all these FaZe players who individually are struggling, besides Brokey, who's going above and beyond. Rain's doing better. Kerrigan's doing a lot worse. Frozen's good. It's really Brokey is the main thing that's standing out for FaZe at the moment.
I think what really helps them is that specifically at this event, despite a recent downturn, Frozen is right there with Brokey. Like, you're talking about 2 FaZe Clan members in the top 5 highest rated impacts of all of London so far. So that Frozen-Brokey duo could damn well be enough. It's why they've succeeded enough to get to playoffs. He just can't have a slow start alongside Brokey. Because, like you said, the others afloat. But where's the win condition come in? So far, nowhere. FaZe Clan down 0-2. We get the Galils for the majority of the G2 camp. And some tidbits from the last round still to be played. This could be a fun round for Jacob, I feel like. You're freed up to be the solo MP9. Just get into the game, right? First stage. We saw M80 earlier today really start to enjoy the moment. Shed the pressure. Obviously helps when things are going your way. We'll see if you can get into that.
Wow, no commitment here from Rain. I liked it. Getting away with a headshot as well. It's going to be very scary for G2. They were intent on clearing out the A site, and then they'll still come back to it. This is where they look to Hunter to tell them, which way they should sail. There's no wrong answer.
You're seeing no resistance from this A site, no utility coming out of FaZe, even though you can expect it to be limited. Really no sign of life. They're really banking on somebody getting caught with this flash, but even MOUZ is very hesitant at the moment.
Going back to check everything, but this is 4 CTs over on the other side of the map. Time coming down. Rain saying, well, if it comes here, c'est la vie.
We can slowly talk through this one as Rain gets to the Moto smoke. They're going to jump out through apartments. Doesn't really look like there's resistance. Flash for MOUZ to find an angle. But down they go into the pit. Still no contact as far as G2 are concerned. First player spotted, dies instantly. And Rain's hidden 5-7. Does it even emerge? He's going to hope somebody tries to come at this exit, but a very slowly called round by Hunter. And so I ask you, before the gun rounds really get going, have you seen evolution in Hunter so far as an in-game leader?
Yeah, totally. I think we saw a lot of set plays and rushes that G2 were doing, and they still do them. But he has a lot more range already, I feel like, with the variety of calls. Their defaults are looking better already, for sure. I don't think they could have beat Spirit on that one-note type of gameplay that helped them beat some of the lower-tier teams they played against. So I kind of, I really believe that Hunter's got the perfect base and foundation. He's a player that's kind of slept on, even though he's reached around top 10 multiple years in his career. Inside the shadow of Nico and Monacy, right? Not just one other great player. So wasn't talked about for that reason.
That can't be Elise. She's smiling.
That's great. But I think he's, it's the perfect place for him. He's always been a high utility player. He's always been somebody who does multiple roles within one round. And even though he's had those great stats, he's never actually been the superstar of any one team. So yeah, kind of love to see it. I think it's working out quite well.
Turning into quite the puppeteer, fine-tuned by Saw. That's a whole other side of the conversation. But Brains to the wayside, Bronze up next. We've got guns in hand for FaZe, looking to start their game on Inferno. We hear the rumblings of this banana presence. MOUZ gets popped open inside that smoke by a teammate. Meant to jump on the defenders that were standing right there. The defenders he knew was there because they were making a ton of sound throwing out that util. I feel like FaZe are actually lucky to get away with as little damage as they did.
Well, they're kind of in business now. This helps out a lot in a round where they have an MP9. As we can see for G2, they've got money left over, but the buy they have remaining, it's really not that inspiring. We've got very active spotting over towards A. If G2 don't find an early timing on this side of the map, there will be a push coming out quick. They're already starting to block on B, because again, they're not tucking on A site, they're actually actively spotting into middle.
Well, Hunter kind of gets wind of that, goes back to take a look. He better be careful because he is playing with bomb. In the world where somebody peeks down middle in this moment, Hunter's done.
Yeah.
So good on him to disengage that utility.
They messed this up because
looks
they're
like it
spotting
missed.
middle. No.
The smoke on library. So it's like a half-assed execute coming over the top.
Yeah, they just assume that no one's actually holding this.
Here we go into the B site. It's going to be a scramble over from the Arch players. Hitman goes down with bomb. Frozen gets his double where Kerrigan drops the ball, no frags. It maintains man advantage. We get the upgraded gun picked up. Mattis to plant front sight. A flash for Sunpius on 50 health. And he gets flashed in the backdrop. More utility coming forward from this retake out of the CTs. Instant headshot for Jacob's good. He's trying to get his game going early.
Let's go, rookie.
And he's off to the start with Frozen by his side, hyping him up. It's these players right here. Those two just dominate inside that B as the hold, as the retake for FaZe Clan's first.
Yeah, they're definitely in business now. Again, I think Hunter takes a little small risk here by trying to smoke library instead of actually just smoking off Arch. He doesn't know what's going on A. If he did smoke that, he's assuming that FaZe are in the same passive setup we saw last round, then there's a lot of value there because they're going to be really afraid of that Arch trap to come in. There was enough time for it. But because they didn't, well, it really just put the B players on high alert. And it just paid off that they were spotting from Arch that entire time. Information pays.
Brokey into the AWP. Not the case for Sunpius.
Looks like they've actually just copied and pasted this last round. Jacob and Rain side by side. Uh-oh.
Bob's looking for his opening kill again. Oh, Frozen steps into the stream of bullets. Utility's gonna keep him peppered.
Oh, that flash is perfect.
He's full blind, still alive. Hunter has no business getting that kill.
Yeah, he had to switch guns.
Sitting duck
Frozen.
on top of car. Frozen couldn't believe his eyes when he comes around sandbags.
Yeah, he could. He just didn't have a gun out. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't just get spammed out anyway, though, as soon as that flash hit.
Hunter should be counting his blessings to still have the 7 health to work with. And again, we'll see if this Arch emphasis, same setup as last round from FaZe, untested. Jacob gets a bit forward.
Oh,
Beautiful
no
double down here for Mattis. That is the kind of headshot transition they need. Brokey, star of the show this time, whips it around and misses that second kill that could have been on short. Team nade. Mattis starting to let Kerrigan get back into the game, but he knows this one's too far gone. All that early damage, no kills yet for Kerrigan. And so Mattis has secured it. That double Arch entry, huge in pushing Brokey into the one-man holds.
It was well supported with a flash to help him get the first kill. Jacob got caught off guard. He was just about to turn that corner and push himself. But again, well supported. And then the second kill is just all aim. And that's kind of what we want to see from Mattis, because we've seen moments now from him that he can keep up with basically anybody in a good round. Mattis is really, really explosive. He's been really impressive when it comes to his mechanics. That one puts it on perfect display. That was like a total off angle. He doesn't come out clearing Rain.
Well, you know, one of the comparisons we can make between these teams beyond their lack of stages this year is just even more so Mattis. First big outing, same as Jacob. These are two teams trying to deal with the same thing. Jacob's got to do it in a FaZe Clan jersey. But the pressure that comes with either of these organizations comparable. So good on Mattis, holding his nerve, getting that double kill.
Well, the flash in them both, too.
And we can forget about this part. Sunpius barely surviving that nade as well. Would have been a double team kill. Pretty sure 3 team kills, you get kicked from the server, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, that's just a standard FaZe round.
True.
So attack comes in. I think you don't want to think about this too much if you're FaZe, but at the same time, now that we replayed that tactic and you see how that flash hit them both perfectly, it didn't even matter that Mattis hit a great second shot. They were both dead no matter what. That was all in the team play for G2. That's what you want to see on stage.
4-1 lead for G2's T side, their map pick.
And Kerrigan, he's only 0-4 for now, but Kerrigan, seriously, I mean, the last series they played, it was...
It's been cause for concern.
Yeah, extreme concern.
Wow, swinging through smoke, frozen, ballsy.
MOUZ doing an awesome job on these openers. Oh, one more HE, and that would have just been an enormous disaster for FaZe. They barely skate by, make this a much longer round because of that.
Life just drains from Brokey as he has to run away from this site with 8 health. In an act of desperation, just putting a smoke down in front of the B site.
Good emergency protocols here for Kerrigan to reclaim control and at least leave some doubt as to how many players have rotated over. G2 know it was a bit of a scramble just now, but they have lost track of the op. It's gone back to the A site.
Feels like FaZe kind of setting themselves up to just transition into another save.
Yeah.
Hoping that they come to the A site instead, but what is Kerrigan truly going to do against 5 players on site?
He's going to find a quiet way to exit through Con behind their CT smoke when the time is right.
You know, if he wants the ace, I'll be ready. Odds low. Smoke in front of him, 20 seconds to that clock. He's going to pop this open at some point. We'll see what he's catching on the other end. The climb up onto orange, but MOUZ has got the return. Bomb plant guaranteed, and more bodies drop. The fact they even take a look at that from bottom middle, considering the site hold goes as poorly as it does. So 5-1 early T-side advantage, G2.
Yeah, agreed. It's kind of like, do you even want to try? Because you could have a majority saved in this spot. G2 had full control of that situation. And I think as soon as Hunter has discerned that B site's the right place to go, it's mostly a bluff over here that someone's probably paying solo. He saw the angle of that smoke on CT spawn, and they knew that it was like someone rushing back to make that happen. It was that point at which I think they knew they won the round. FaZe knew that they're probably going to end up saving. So a pretty disappointing start here for FaZe. But G2 doing all the right things.
Really leaning on this MOUZ opening success. Round after round, guiding the banana kills, whether Frozen comes charging at him or MOUZ is taking it to the other side of the half wall.
I think Frozen knows right now, because of his level and because of Brokey's level, like there's more emphasis on him to like start the like saving the day each round, and I think he can certainly feel that pressure.
Disappointment thus far. But watch as Kerrigan works his magic. A fan favorite no matter where we go in this planet. He is trying to kickstart the war machine that needs to step it up.
He probably has fans on other planets too.
Probably, yeah. Mars rovers and whatnot. And as FaZe flail around, the fan base kicks in. And that is the 6th member of FaZe. Always is. Utility exchanged again, yet on banana. MOUZ not gonna stop, man. Oof. But Brokey's got him, dead to rights. This isn't that 8 health Brokey that had to run from sight last time. He gets his opening kill, you shut down MOUZ. Who's gonna pick it up? Could very well be Heavy God, but Jacob just pushing off of sight with lesser weapons. The majority of FaZe here, lesser weapons. Lesser nades as well.
Would have been a nice upgrade to find, but I think it's just scary enough that Heavy God got that kill. So Jacob getting back to safety. MP9's in a good spot. He can really stay here for the rest of the round, honestly. G2 looking for a way to make this worse. Hunter's the perfect guy to just cause a disruption right now, but Brokey's on the right line.
If Brokey fails this shot, low likelihood, you've got Jacob insight to clean it up, but that could help. A departure from the library. And Kerrigan just picks up this angle in brackets, says it's clear. Jacob knows there's a threat, there's somebody here, but if Jacob lets his guard down, Hunter could catch him in an awkward moment. Just like that.
Oh, that was so good.
Kerrigan's got a health advantage over Hunter, but Hunter's got closer teammates. They are barreling in, and Hunter will be dropped by the FAMAS, but no double kill from Finn. Mattis fakes it, just in case. Brokey wants to play his hand. But here we go, the big impact players of FaZe Clan versus Mattis and Sunpius. Stomping up from middle, Sunpius takes his angle, and he'll get that man advantage now. It's a Brokey clutch or a FaZe Clan bust. And deep inside that site resides their anchor.
It's almost unwinnable. Who's gonna make a mistake?
He wants Sunpius to make that move. Wanted Sunpius to step into the scope. Not gonna happen.
Oh.
FaZe have to retreat yet again to the single save. And G2's winning ways won't stop because Hunter keeps the pressure on.
You know, as the desk brought up that this is a real big punish pick, I don't think there's anything wrong about the way Jacob played, and he could have killed Hunter. I just think Hunter is just playing amazing Counter-Strike right now. What we saw was like literally the perfect call. He got two players to leave. He got lodged into a position where he could lead off on the A-side attack. He took the peek at the perfect moment to kill Jacob and really had a good idea of how he would play in that spot with an MP9. Everything was based around Hunter, both his individual skill and the rest of the team. As a tactician, I think that was just excellent. Let's see how careful this was. He sort of had it already figured out in his mind.
FaZe Clan with slightly better weapons. But coming into round 8, battered and bruised, and MOUZ just remains the singularity of G2. So all in on this early B presence. They've tried to throw Brokey on a passive angle. They've tried to throw Frozen through a smoke to stop him. But more often than not, it is MOUZ coming out on top. And again, he has this early position. Fully blind is Frozen. Oof, and MOUZ almost able to jump on that. We'll see if another volley of util comes through. Something to support MOUZ's challenge is right there on the line, on the limit. He steps into the flames. Frozen slays him. Hunter doesn't want to make that same mistake and go through. We've got a FaZe Clan man advantage.
MOUZ is so scary. It's worth letting him just go search if he wants to, especially when he's hitting shots like he is now. But with this find, it's an opening for FaZe.
Bit of a change up in the A defense, no longer over on Arch.
We saw the one round that FaZe won is with this late mid control, at least vision on it. Here it's Arch that's been smoked out. The CTs already have vision from Porch, so they're in a position to push.
But do they? Previously, they didn't. It was a late scramble through their spawn. It's a retake that was pieced together because of Jacob 2K, but it wasn't a push down mid. Rain starting to sprint over. And the question on Heavy God's mind is, where could Kerrigan gotten off to? And he seems locked in, but he takes a nade out. Perfect invitation for Kerrigan, and then the trade through that edge of the smoke. A 10-second clutch for Sunpius. Fake plant once, no run through from Rain immediately. He waits for that teammate's utility, and it nets them a second.
Yeah, so the door's ajar, if only barely and briefly, but they use that opportunity to turn it into a round win. It's a nice find on MOUZ in the 5v4. And at least one clean. Oh, we have James Bardolph in the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. This one peek, at least from Frozen, to stop things. This kind of gives them odds. Like, you get the semblance of a sight hold. Kerrigan not getting cleared, of course, helps out a lot. But even at that point, they're up numbers.
Nothing comes for free on Banana. MOUZ remains constant. Frag through, smoke fades. Two players facing, layered, same angle. And the T's are going to do the same. Yeah. Peeking into it, Kerrigan comes out on top. Both the defenders do a good job of getting that damage in. And Sunpius chipped down.
They set up to punish a contact play. That's to punish the fact that sometimes this is what G2 will do with MOUZ. They'll send him out again and again and again. And so FaZe say, fool me twice in this spot. Total punishment. That was really nice, because what also helps about that kind of setup is you use no utility. You specifically leave it open. That helps your late round a little more. We're in a spot right now where Kerrigan has no util left. Frozen only a single flash.
Jacob's got all the nades, but he's on the other half of the map.
Yeah, actually. No.
Gonna test this bomb site yet again.
No arch play. It's a slow rotation now. Rain won't be here to help quickly.
Nobody's second to orange, seeing as they just caught them off with that position. Oh, but the fire spreads, or does it? Frozen, yeah, gets flustered out on a quarter health. Kerrigan goes down with nothing. It's a double heavy god entry at 15 seconds spare. And G2 sliced through that bomb site like it's nothing.
Maybe they stopped that MOUZ play because they just didn't have anything to use. But either way, that was a good start. The problem was when you take a glance at the mini-map and there's 3 players all around Porch and Pit, it's a setup where they're so far from the B-side rotation. MOUZ has taken all 9 of G2's opening duels so far, and he's 4 and 5. I mean, I think they've done a great job of converting them. Obviously, this previous round is one where FaZe win, but
it's fun as it's him and Lake as the highest opening kills per round. The Americas coming through with those entry fragging abilities today. This layered defense hits it. So now I ask, with the amount of rounds we've had, it almost feels like FaZe trying to set up a mid push.
I just think that one consistent.
Where is it?
Yeah, like the one constant that's been good for FaZe is keeping late round eyes on bracket, because G2 haven't been pushing them back that aggressively. Sometimes you don't want to set up aggressive, and you want to just hold the perimeter over on the A site. But if you're going to play that late into B with no nades, you need at least a smoke,
right? Finally, a bit of a change-up. It's Hunter to take that first glance at Banana. Frozen gets away from the nade damage, but Jacob takes it instead. And the one round they move that third player off of A, guess what's coming? Early, unexpected bracket pressure. We'll get this sprint over from FaZe through their spawn, but you already have G2 flooding in. Hunter has sensed timing, and Brokey and Rain come up big with a 5 versus 3. Challenge into the library. Mattis wants to get this going. Wraps around site with Heavy God. We've got that op in the back of the site. Still yet to pull the trigger. Brokey's gone unnoticed, but they find him, and this could be a massive recovery.
Rose is going to come up on the bomb right now.
Yeah, but no, he actually goes around the apartment, so Heavy God will be given a chance to go back and grab it.
It's a bit
and
of
the
insurance.
utility. One more tool for the job in that frag. Mattis looks back to the apartments, and he gets popped out by Frozen. It's low health for the 3 players of the FaZe clan. Huge moment for Heavy God.
Oh, it's a good rest to take here.
Smoke behind him, 2 players in front, but Jacob pushes through. And they'll deny. 2 members of FaZe stand tall as they secure their third.
I mean, it's quite good here for FaZe. I still like the call, though, from G2. Again, to answer to what they haven't really done in this game, it's to go quick A. And to take that bracket control in a spot where FaZe have been looking in late rounds, maybe coming in for a re-aggressions. It's a cool change-up to see. Could be hard to prepare for. Nearly works and catches them off guard. Maybe if Mattis gets this kill, it becomes a whole lot more tricky. But for now, this is actually a chance for FaZe to reopen a conversation about this half.
Nice,
let's go.
Nice push, nice reaction, boys.
Yeah.
Now we're playing, okay?
Go, man. Yeah, like even mentally, you can see it. Yeah, that's such a big win. So key frag from Frozen, I want to say.
Quote, nice push. It's what we've been trying to allude to. The possibility of many more. Never materialized. Brokey versus Mattis in a moment. Couple players in the apartments as well.
I feel like this has been such a good spot to keep Brokey in. He knows when to come back to it. He's getting the kill, and there's some success for Frozen early.
He's been on edge looking for it. Missed chance.
Good
Great
cover.
coverage.
My goodness.
Rain from the stratosphere.
That cover's insane. Before he dies,
you get that trade, we still praise Rain.
Yeah.
The fact that he got it before Brokey gets popped. Golden moment here for FaZe Clan to try to finish this CT side with a bit of momentum.
yeah, they're looking to end with hope, and they're really doing a good job of earning it.
And hope is something you should never give FaZe Clan. Sunpius to be flashed through smoke. Jacob, maybe not blind. Started firing as it popped. This is looking like the most comfortable round yet from FaZe.
Finally not a power position for G2
Yeah.
where they don't have the money to put pressure here on FaZe.
Sent to the save.
I don't think they wanted to disappoint London, and it looked like they weren't going to this half, but FaZe have actually earned this position. I thought this game was done for a second. Now I'm not sure.
Felt like a few misplaced setups, a couple of opportunities that they didn't jump on. But you let them win with now 2 rounds in a row, a potential 3rd in the 12th round of play.
Ooh.
This cover from Rain
Can't
could
believe
not have been better.
I mean, watching that is so good.
G2 have managed the economy the whole time, able to come through. Final round, Deagle limitation for MOUZ. Is it a limitation or is it freedom? Because he's so ready to come around that half wall. Looking for the entry despite the pistol. And Frozen gonna flash himself into the play. So down goes the sidearm. MOUZ finishing the half 7-9. Second kill for Frozen. Lost his teammate, and Sun Pius remains adamant on the challenge. Kerrigan from the corner in with 2. His 5th and 6th of the half. But Heavy God will piece together an interesting situation. London, we've got a 1-minute clutch on the line.
And it's a clutch that could win the game for either team. The difference between 5-7 and 4-8. Kerrigan, who started off 0-4, 0-5 in this game, going up against Heavy God. Sharp enough to make it a 1-on-1. Not a situation you see often.
Oh, he peeks right before the smoke goes up. It's FaZe Clan to go down in the final round of play. A T-side defined by one man. 11 out of the 12 rounds we just watched, it was MOUZ to take an opening duel. Unfortunately for G2, he only succeeds in 4. Luckily for them, trade frags at an all-time high, and they come out of that one with an advantage. So let's see what FaZe's T-side has in store for you, London.
Yeah, they're sort of set up on a trajectory now to maybe have a close game, but still closely lose here to G2. They've done everything they need to.
Ooh, cheeky Sunpius smoke challenge. Tries to get back into it. Hunter, it's a one and done in this pistol. Sunpius survives all that, but you get Jacob looking for impact with the entry into A.
And they can join up. Yeah, Brokey and Jacob in the late rounds.
Versus 3. MOUZ buying time. And interestingly, Mattis is going to go into the apartments alongside Sunpius, so there's nobody actually coming down from the short side. This is a double apps and arch swing, but the arch swing still looks a bit removed. MOUZ is playing a bit cautious. Bomb's ticking beyond the halfway point. Insta-kill for Brokey. He's going to lock horns with Mattis, who gets him done for. Jacob between both dead. And Mattis coming through, swings it in with time. It's a G2 pistol again.
Damn, that one's coming down to the wire as well with this defuse. It is so close, but they'll end up pulling it off. It is a 2v4 attempt here from FaZe, and you know, as close as the try was, it feels kind of imperative that they actually pulled it off. Now we're in a situation where, well, G2, they're in such a strong position. They've got all the money, the lead, and the chance to outright embarrass FaZe Clan here on Inferno.
That guy's wearing a Valorant jersey.
That's worse than saving.
But he's here, guys. Action speaks louder.
It's okay. He'll never find out because he can't watch the demo.
Popping it. No way that connects to the headshot. He was blind.
Yeah, and he was actually just shooting both sides. Muscle memory's perfect, but you're gonna see him do it over and over again. Ooh, not the way you want to go if you're frozen.
Molotov to unravel Hunter's setup. Push down from Sunpius. Into the Galil, goes Heavy God for the trade. Mattis keeps the pressure up. Even though Hunter got wounded, Mattis steps forth. Take a look at the health bars on the bottom right side of your screens.
Yeah, it's not looking too pretty. Just the sheer numbers, though, is.
Rain and Brokey to try to bust through what's left of this A defense. Oh, but they eat their own flash. Certainly not ideal. And now the CTs want to go for the peak. Even though they're low health, they take that fight on their terms.
Yeah, and that's, no matter how much health you have, if you're going to peak with multiple players who are low, you still have to spray transfer them. That's why the value of more players, always more than one guy with more HP. And I like that G2 are not going to play it scared in a spot where maybe they can get picked off one at a time. They're a team who are massively in the lead in rounds. They have more players alive, and that's how they're looking at how they're playing the rounds. They know they're just trying to make sure that FaZe can never just run forward, get confidence back, and that's what's gotten them here in the first place. If you want to close strong, you have to have that follow through.
Oh, Rain trying to charge into what he knows was an occupied position. Nade comes over top from the boiler stairs, but nobody seemed home. Hunter on the fallback. Sunpius nearly getting caught out by the Kerrigan Desert Eagle.
He was weaving through those bullets like Neo.
Hunter's continuing to keep this pressure up. Oh, and the pillar, just perfect cover for Hunter. And he knows he's got a third one locked in. Sunpius back into the play while MOUZ gets aggressive towards Banana. And it is a cleanup on mid as far as G2 are concerned. Hell, it's a cleanup here on Inferno. Because right now it feels like FaZe are pinned against the wall, nowhere to run in this opening map of the matchup.
Yeah, it's the kind of game where you need 2 1v3s from Brokey to get back into it. A bunch of no-scopes, a bunch of absolutely insane X-Factor rounds. And to be honest, I just don't think Inferno is the map where that's going to happen so far in the series. Now, I will say I don't think that FaZe are actually super pressed about losing Inferno. I think for Kerrigan, what he wants is to be able to get a good amount of rounds here in a spot where they probably feel like they're going to lose, just so that in between maps now, they can actually talk up the thought of coming back and winning too.
MOUZ blind. I think you're dead on. You know, Kerrigan, ooh, Hunter with the nade. Cuts the head off the snake.
Just don't want to end this game with 4 rounds. Even if you thought Inferno wasn't going to go your way from the start and then you lost the pistols, you just want that 8-9, put some pressure back, at least have G2 a little scared.
Yo, Kerrigan always champions that school of thought that you've got to keep the score close, even if you can reset in between maps. What it takes away from your opponents is valuable. And so we'll see what else they can endure. 4v3, frozen low. Right now, this A site looking prime for the taking, barring Sunpius somehow slipping the net on the approach. 3 members of FaZe coming his way, and he has no assistance. This is a big Sunpius moment or bust G2.
It's such a good spot to get a kill.
Back turn, trades good from Brokey. Gets that ball rolling. And Heavy God comes running over. He will be met by this smoke. He's gonna challenge it, pop it open. Catches ahead, over sight. And Brokey tucks in, just punches in the digits, get it done. Plant the bomb, and try to get this T-side back underway.
Yeah, it's a 1 round already here, so that's just a lot of work done to get the CTs back. They had to go up against a lot of utility. They'll have to give up another AK in this moment, but I don't think they care about anything but the round itself at this point. That'll be 5, they're on the board. And there will be a lot to praise, to be honest, if they make it close without the pistols. You know, 2 good starts for G2 is something to think about in a map that they were already very confident on. It's funny how important that this map has been in Kerrigan's career, good and bad.
100%.
I mean, all the way from, you know, the Boston absolute tragedy in overtime to completely collapsing versus Navi at Copenhagen, winning on Inferno at Antwerp. It's a map where he's really just seen it all. But this iteration of FaZe and current form and everything, it's just not one where I think they've got a huge ego on it. First time.
Solid buy for G2. Shooting for 12, but early fire at Sunpius' feet.
I feel like the way to do this sort of emotionally when you're calling for FaZe is to play slow, because you want to get G2 really scared. If you give them fast fights, I feel like that's kind of how they're built.
That's what they do.
To be comfortable, yeah, early rounds. That's, I think, where the thoughts don't creep into your back of your mind. We've got a bunch of players who are a little bit less experienced than the guys we're going up against.
Yeah, you give G2 a second to let that self-doubt bounce around their skulls.
Even the Hunter self-doubt, you know, like he's still putting the pieces together as an ideal. Oh!
Sunpius back into the bomb site. 40 HP between the incendiary and that chase out boiler. It's good damage on G2's op. Kerrigan's been hurt on the other side of this smoke, though.
He's about to start shooting.
Feels like it. Oh, but it fades. Molly goes too deep. He doesn't realize they're both right here. And that swing comes through. There's more where Kerrigan's at. Frozen has to get both now.
He has to fight this.
He's got MOUZ locked into the corner. MOUZ is letting him come to him. And as MOUZ is hesitant to swing, he slides out with perfection. Then the op strikes. Low health or not. 4 players strong are G2 at the moment, and Heavy God puts the barrel to the back of Rain's head.
God, that's just beautiful out of MOUZ. Individually, you know, in those moments, I feel like he lives for that. You know, a one-on-one aim map situation where you have less space to work with. Instance to the head. And Kerrigan came through mauling top car, but I don't think he was prepared at all for the double push down B. That was absolutely perfect for G2.
All right, London, it's time for a temperature check. Who thinks FaZe run this to overtime? And now let me hear it if G2 closes right here, right now.
Ooh, wow, new G2's got a lot of fans. Let's go.
pleasantly surprised.
You know, you've changed enough flanks on this boat where it's just not the same G2 at all, right? It doesn't feel like that in any way.
Yeah, but I've
just
heard
like with Hunter.
I feel like I've heard FaZe get out-cheered over m80 and Nico. This isn't their G2, and here we are.
Yeah, exactly.
Fans on their seats. MOUZ right back to what he does. Banana, his playground, it's a one and done. We know the pace of this one, we almost missed the bombardment up Banana. All of FaZe Clan were ready to rock until they're met by Util, so they'll pause. And man, did it hurt to get that close to sight. Jacob, Frozen, 45 health each. Not ideal. So much runway for G2 to play with.
Ooh, awkward bounce. That actually could have been more and massive damage. Could have outright taken his life, to be honest.
What are you gonna do here, Hunter? What are you thinking?
Man, it's another good CT play. They're pulling over some help. They're looking for the early push. The timing looks like it's gonna be good.
Oh, Jacob covers.
Ooh.
Trade's great.
Ooh.
Hunter gets his double, but the third piece here in Heavy God, right on the edge. This is where it ends. The third piece steps forth. A Goliath of a wall on that B site, and G2 force FaZe to take a knee.
Man, G2 woke up and chose violence tonight. Great fragging and calling from Hunter, and the proof really is in the pudding, Maui. There's a reason why G2 was so confident with picking Inferno into this series.
I mean, they've got so many weapons on both sides of the map. They're taking great space towards A regularly. They're getting a Banana very frequently. In terms of mid-rounding, it's the one map where I actually do think that Hunter has a great grasp of what he can do when he's pushing and pulling a defense, and just comprehensively. I feel like all of the individuals on G2 had some moment where they got a crucial multi-frag, and FaZe were just not able to keep up pace.
And I mean, when you look at it, FaZe, they were able to get some openings. I believe Frozen was 5-2 in the first half. They were 8-4 in the first half for opening kills, but you still have the follow-up. You have MOUZ being followed by someone like Hunter or Heavy God. You're getting the trade kill. You're turning it back in your favor, and that is G2 playing in a way that, I agree, I think on other maps they're not quite as effective. They're not quite as effective in the mid-round, and MOUZ on the entry is less effective, but we didn't even need MOUZ in this game to get incredible entries. It was more about the entire team.
I mean, either way, he was involved in an insane amount of opening attempts. Just some quick maths on my part. 15 attempts, a bit 50-50, but that's insane for him to go for that many opening attempts.
But MOUZ loves it. That's the thing. MOUZ loves going for that many openings. He loves to be allowed to go that aggressive, and he has the players behind him to get the trades, to turn the round back when he does get bested, honestly, in that first half by Frozen.
I mean, Freiburg, hold my beer. I mean, like, what he's doing at Banana is just constant. It's relentless. He's always going to be going for that extra fight. And I mean, towards the tail end of this game, the way that he was able to defend it, getting that crucial final kill at Frozen at the bottom of Banana. I mean, even when he's just backed into a corner, that's when you can really see that MOUZ mechanics are just world class. Everybody knows who's fighting who then, but he still gets the better of them.
I know we sound like a bit of a broken record when we're talking about Inferno and just harping on about how important that Banana aggression is and being able to take control of that area of the map. How did that work out for G2 on their T side?
I think coming into this one, that Kerrigan was a bit of a target. I mean, you have MOUZ that loves his Banana aggression. They're going to go for that a lot of the time. But when you look at how the half was built out, it was pound home on B, hit B, get aggressive on B, trade out. If you can go 1-for-1 with Frozen, then Kerrigan, we're going to be able to take him down. Kerrigan really struggling individually recently, and that's exactly how it built out. Then you get later into the half and they switch things up. They get the aggressive. They pull 3 players from FaZe over to B so that they can hit towards the A side. I think this really was about Banana and the B site hits. That was the game plan for G2.
I mean, yeah, Frey, you say broken record, and really, I don't think you need to rethink the classics, okay? That's what Hunter's saying in this one. He knew exactly what he wanted to spin up for the game plan here. They still did use A couple of times very effectively, but it's because I'd say that they used Banana so well, so frequently, that it even opened up that side of the map too. You had FaZe sometimes rotating off of the A bomb site prematurely just because they think, oh, surely it's B again.
And it's rough if you're Karrigan, right? Like, I know we don't have the Jacob offense to Karrigan up here on the desk, but for him, right, when you know you're being targeted like that, because you have, let's be real, not been posting up the most star-studded numbers, let's just say recently, it makes sense for G2 to be targeting you there.
Yeah, in their game against Na'Vi, I think FaZe was a little better at moving Karrigan around, having him throwing supporting utility, and Jacob getting moved around. He was going aggressive on Banana. This time around, they had Jacob constantly on the A site, and they just didn't have the defense they needed to actually turn things around, because Frozen was getting entries all the time on B, but once they had to get defensive back on the bomb site, that's where the struggles really became obvious.
Yeah, it's once they lost information, really. That's the thing. I mean, even if Frozen gets a kill, even if it's a 4-on-4, FaZe weren't really poking and prodding to get a little bit more. You could see on the G2 side of their defense that they were a little bit more active. I mean, the way that they closed that game was with a great stack onto the B bomb site. Little bit of a gamble there, but one where they actually knew, hey, nothing's happening in bracket, let's just take a chance.
Were there any other indications from FaZe that maybe, you know, they weren't quite in the zone today?
Yeah, there was several. The most notable is that we actually found quite a few missed banana smokes. Supposed to be bottom banana smokes. I know at least in one of these rounds it was Jacob missing it. It might have been him missing it the entire time. They miss it 4 or 5 rounds in this game, and it just makes a lot of plays. There was a play where Frozen runs straight through the banana smoke. You're thinking, what is he doing? I think he was expecting a bottom banana smoke.
3 smoke? Yeah, no, actually there was that point where Frozen just went for the wide swing. They had one flash, but then he was peeking so far deep down banana, and he's probably thinking to himself, where's my smoke?
I've done enough negatives for this map. You guys have done a great job at illustrating that. Let's look at the glass half full, and let's look at Hunter and some of the highlights that he was able to be posting up in this map. Because, like, you guys have much more experience in the professional scene than I do. It's no joke to take up this mantle, take up such a huge responsibility on a team, and still post numbers like this. Like, that's pretty absurd and so rare to see.
What I loved about Hunter's performance on this map was that when he needed to take matters into his own hands, lurking up the short side of A, trying to get some crucial kills in the mid-round, he was able to do so very well. I mean, by putting himself in the fray so frequently, maybe not as forward as, say, someone like MOUZ, but being able to at least pressure sides of the map, he can make such better reads. And honestly, the CT side re-aggresses were flawless. I don't think there was ever a point where I thought to myself, oh, he's peeking and it's ill-advised. Like, every time he was catching FaZe off guard so well.
When you look at a star player turned IGL, you're thinking eventually they're going to have the downswing. They're going to maintain their level and eventually fall off. But you look at Hunter, and he's had an upswing since he's been IGLing. He feels like he's, if anything, playing better since he's picked up the mantle. And it's just incredible to see a player that took so long, so many years, you were thinking, Hunter, when is he going to start IGLing? Finally he starts IGLing, and it looks great.
And I like that he does it when it's, you know, a comfortable environment for him to be doing it, the right moment that he deems for it to be the move for the future of his career, because we've seen it so many times, right? I don't want to throw him under the bus, but the likes of Device, the likes of Twist, who have now rescinded that role because it was just too much to handle. This is such an impressive feat from Hunter.
It really is, because, and it's also just, I feel like so many people are relieved when they're watching G2 that it's finally happened, because it was always being floated, the idea of, can Nico become the IGL? Can Hunter become the IGL? We know that both of them were contributing heavily for CT sides, mid-rounds, even the fact that Hunter was calling all of the pistols for G2 for, what, like half a decade at this point? So finally, just calling that last maybe 40% of the game, it felt like it was time already for it to happen. And again, I continue to say this, but Saw being behind him, like, there's no other coach I want in Tier 1 CS that's going to help me or help anybody really to just get up to speed right away.
Well, either way, a monumental start for this series for the side of G2. But the job isn't quite done yet. That is because FaZe's map pick awaits, and a chance for them to be turning the tides on Dust 2. It's going down after this short break.
Counter-Strike is a worldwide game, but it also brings families together. I've got Leah, Adam, and their dad, Mike, here. They came last year, I didn't see them, and now I just learned about this crazy story. But Adam, you started with Counter-Strike, so when did you start playing? When did you get into it?
Towards the end of 1.6, Counter-Strike Source, around that sort of time. Yeah, pretty early on.
And what was your first event you ever attended?
Yeah, last year. Last year, yeah.
And how did you get your dad into Counter-Strike?
Well, he kind of got into it separately from me, but a bit later. So, yeah.
What made you fall in love and enjoy Counter-Strike, want to come to events? Because they said they bought you tickets for your birthday.
Yeah. Just the basics of Counter-Strike. I just love the basics, the smokes, the flashes, the assists and that, yeah.
And then, Leah, on top of this, right, you are a tattoo artist who tattooed Counter-Strike onto your dad, but you're also a fan of the game.
Here as well. Someone else here's got a Counter-Strike tattoo from me.
That's amazing. Okay, you're the Counter-Strike tattoo person, but why did you fall in love with Counter-Strike?
So I watched it because my dad and my brother liked it, and I saw a game of Cadian and he was really angry and I loved it. I thought it was hilarious. And then I saw Apex and I loved him more. So I love Vitality.
So you like the angry players?
The angry players, yeah, I really do.
And Mike, show me the tattoos again. Let's have a look at this. So look at that. The Olaf one, Karen bit in there, headshot, his name, the Asimov. Guys, you are everything I love about Counter-Strike, a family coming. Thank you very much. Counter-Strike is a family game. It's welcome for everyone.
Counter-Strike truly unites us all, but there might be a little rift in that family after this series concludes, because there was a G2 jersey, there was a FaZe jersey, and somebody does have to ultimately lose out in this series. Not a great start, let's be real, for FaZe. Is there hope on the horizon when we're moving on to Dust 2, Jacob?
I think so. I think we've seen FaZe play Dust 2 so far in this tournament at a relatively high level. We saw it in group stage twice. They beat Static 13-0. Not sure how much stock I want to put into that victory. That was a bit of a weird one, Moo. The win against Na'Vi, that's the one where I found it quite interesting. That's where I think FaZe played well. Close fought game. Jacob seems to be slotting in a little bit better into his role compared to Inferno. So I do think FaZe will become more competitive when it comes to Dust 2.
Yeah, when I'm looking at FaZe in this tournament so far, they're playing kind of replacement CS. So when FaZe has a stand-in, Kerrigan calls a certain style. He really likes execs. He really likes some fast plays, some rushes, things like that. And Dust 2, as much as FaZe are on the back foot here, this is a map where that type of play is benefited, that you can go for a B-pop, you can go for a long rush. It plays perfectly into the style they want to be playing right now. And despite the fact that on CT side, Kerrigan on the B site, he's going to get attacked, I think this is one where FaZe should feel comfortable.
What's been the temp check on Jacob so far? His first foray into the arena. Did we see any nerves for your money coming to fruition on that first map?
Not necessarily, no. I think that was more so a team effort for FaZe that didn't really pan out. I think Jacob was left in some very tough positions, and to be completely honest, Brokey wasn't showing up. Frozen had a tough time as well, helping out Kerrigan on the smaller bomb side. Overall, it was just a rough showing, so I haven't seen enough to say that Jacob seems rattled by the pressure. I think he looks calm, composed, and I'm excited to see him on Dust 2.
I'm going to disagree with you a little on that one, because we did have the missed smokes, and I know at least one of those rounds was Jacob. I'm guessing it was him because it got missed in the same way 3-4 times. That feels like nerves. That feels like the pressure getting.
That are under-prepared. Yeah, you know, just not knowing your smoke's coming into it.
Jacob, you have a certain phrase, a certain go-to phrase. Is it over right now for FaZe?
I think G2 are going to win this game. I think it's going to be competitive, but yeah, I think it's over.
Well, a chance for FaZe to be turning the tides must happen right now. It's map 2. It is Dust 2.
Yeah, either this one's over or maybe it's time for a little bit of FaZe Clan bullshit, Launder.
Yeah, it's totally possible. Again, Inferno's this really interesting map in Kerrigan's career with Boston, with the Antwerp victory. And then Dust 2's this other one where you at least have that Shanghai comeback, right? And it goes all the way to the end. And if we think about Dust 2 in this tournament, you have a situation where Brokey has shown his best, most takeover CS ever. And yes, that was online, and now they're going to try to transfer it to LAN. So, London, if you think we're going to 3 maps, let's get loud!
Running out of spawn with some pace here, FaZe. And then they pause. But for how long? Their entire team lies in head of Heavy God. Dual Berettas on his belt, ready to whip him out. Ready to tear FaZe down. And it's an insta-kill on their leader, but the trade's good from Jacob. The smoke on the door, and it's a execute in. Honestly, straight up what Vu just said, that exec heavy play comes out.
Yeah, it's almost like a one-round position here. The CTs know they're instantly on the back foot. 1 kill is not enough. They were relying heavily on that smoke to work.
But Launders, surely Hunter won't lose a pistol. I mean, these are the pistol kings. They got here over Spirit with all of them.
You're right.
They're on the brink of going 3 for 3 if they stick the landing on this retake. Triple push in through tunnels. Spotted and slowed down somewhat. MOUZ double headshot. That's going to bring Jacob back into the site. Or will it? He turns back through the door, kills that one, and so it is just Hunter left over. By God, he's done it. A quad kill for the newest member of FaZe Clan. And a pistol round that G2 just can't win.
Yeah, and I thought that was going to be the stat maybe that hangs over this entire run for G2, especially if it's successful, that they can't stop winning on these pistols. But instead, what we see is a kind of a reinvigorated FaZe here with the attack, the way that they approach this. And again, we look at the map pool right now, and it's oddly weak on a very common map that FaZe have been good on in history, which is Inferno. But when it comes to the rest of the series, I really don't think they're going to be talking about that or putting a lot of stock into it.
Swing for long doesn't net them the opening, so Jacob relegated to the scouts.
That's a pretty damning stat. You know, Sunpius on the T sides, that's kind of calling him out for being maybe a little too passive, or when he's aggressive, just outright failing.
Yeah.
At the moment, getting compared to Kerrigan is almost never a good thing in terms of individual stats.
Ooh, scout damage for Sunpius. Is 5-7 in front. It's one thing to win the pistol, it's another to convert and move forward with that strong start early. No guarantee with 2 players. 3, excuse me. Kerrigan also tagged.
You can see the preset A play. If they're pulling away from long right now, if Kerrigan calls the mid B, then he's called this round perfectly. If he doesn't, right into the trap that Hunter has tried to set. And Hunter's actually, I think, suspicious that he's getting called out right now. He's going for the push.
Sunpius is going to lose his angle.
He'll have to be damaged through the smoke. That's what they're looking for.
But it's a scout and a Desert Eagle, so not like they can spam through. Frag will give them temporary vision. We get Heavy God middle of the open ground. Hunter's 5-7 finds a victim. Frozen's let him get through the doorway. Now, all of a sudden, Brokey's 100 health gets taken down to 11. There is barely anything left in terms of HP for FaZe. Ball and the pistol!
Wow, I can't believe you pulled that off.
Upgraded into the Galil. Sure, there are rifles here for FaZe. Sure, that bomb is planted. But if you look at G2's position, the only thing that's really missing is the kit. So they gotta get a move on. They'll make it through that doorway. First player hits him. Line up here. Brokey's got great cover with those bricks. Tries to buy time. No kits. It makes a difference.
He can't find it. He's got to run from it.
He flees the scene and FaZe convert for 2.
Hey, there's the Brokey 1v3. There's the Brokey 1v3. It's not exactly as flashy as it was last week, but it is still a round 1, a conversion guaranteed. A very nice try here for G2 considering the setup. This really mirrors what you would do on Mirage when you blow up a connector smoke. You can play everybody on A as long as you have the people to look through that smoke once it's blown open. They get the damage they're looking for.
Ooh, but gonna keep the pressure up. And G2, the buys again, features that double M4. I mean, they know for certain FaZe Clan are feeling the pain of having nobody left alive last round. And we can see it. Mac 10's in play. Gonna try to go back and group up. And honestly, you find the weakest piece of G2 in this Desert Eagle. It's a bit of a distraction from Heavy God, but a big moment here for Mattis. And he'll hold that line with the 2K. Hits the dink onto the next one. Frag over towards the mid doors, keeps Kerrigan out of play. Big move. G2, 3 bodies outside this site.
Oh, but they don't capitalize and push in while Heavy God's still alive. Now it's 3 outside the site. Tunnel's control is theirs. That is FaZe's.
Bullets just flying through the smoke. Okay, that was close. Sketchy.
That's wild.
Kerrigan lets Sunpius almost slip the net, and now they don't like their odds suddenly. G2 to tuck tail, or at the very least look for this continuation of the damage.
Yeah, because you can't save in the site anymore, so we'll see how they exit and push into this, but G2 have a lot less to lose. Looks like going CT side is the answer for them, and MOUZ will die. This gives them a chance Yeah, now Hunter's got to think about his own life. No punishes. You actually see that it kind of, he's kind of like, oh, damn, I really wanted to at least get one pick off. So it's a majority alive win here for FaZe.
Much needed. 0 survivors the round. Let's hear it.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. FaZe cut it close again.
That's really the what could have been moment if Brokey wasn't as aware.
I'm loving the pairing, though, between Mattis and Heavy God over on the B side. I mean, the fact that they're still getting through it is impressive, but I can't help but feel like at one point in this half, they're going to just shut it down. It's going to be a first timeout called here for G2.
Saw into the action. The real brain of the project behind Hunter. And also somebody who I think times his motivational speeches very well. He is the reason they were able to dig out of that Dust 2 game versus Team Spirit.
It's also quite calm, isn't he? Like,
yes,
what he says, it feels like it comes from a place of clarity. I think that's when simple words have the most strength.
I also love that Hunter buys into everything he says. He said in the post-game interview that match, Saw's always right. Aggression into middle is maybe what Saw wanted, and it looks nice. 2 kills for Mattis, 3 with the MP9. Of all the players to apply pressure there, it's the SMG that gets man advantage established for G2.
Well, it's not a done spot here, but it isn't a done job for G2 either. We'll see what this mid-round call and the push-up from mid to get info back early could be the winning ticket. But to be honest, since it's not a long play, this is going to be quite confusing.
We get the Kings of Impact for FaZe Clan in Brokey and Frozen.
Mattis could do even more damage here, man. Oh, it was the gun.
Guns, and honestly, probably the better play, timing-wise, still ahead of it.
Yeah, but he's not coming up on the stairs. He's
smoke, though. A lot of nades for FaZe to play out.
Oh, they're calling out the bluff.
They're gonna walk through that, but Mattis ready for such a challenge. He's actually concerned about the site. They swing in. That's not ideal, Frozen. And he gets tagged by the scout. Heavy God's gonna spam him down. Mattis
nicely done.
Sets that one up. And G2 find early success off an MP9 cat triple kill.
Insane. That could have been a huge tilter for Mattis after putting through all that damage through the doors, but we know with Frozen getting the team kill, it actually helps.
Oh, nice adjustment. Back down to
and he gets his long range. Like, what is this?
I'm sorry, we did nerf this thing, right?
From long range, specifically.
Mattis seems to be having a lot more fun on LAN than he was online.
That's the tack pause as well to go for that mid-crunch strat with a low buy. And for FaZe, they're going to be, I think, quite grateful they got away with 3 alive on that previous round. But it's still going to be messy. Great call, G2. Now the investment is extremely limited here. Heavy on the smokes and not much else. This is a moment where G2 need to desperately hang on to that 5v5. Really make use of this op, really make use of their util advantage. FaZe are going to desperately be looking for 1v1s.
MOUZ kind of invites Frozen and friends to take a look at this. We get that double challenge around the catwalk corner. That's pressure from Long. Good thing there's 3 players here for G2, and their utility slows down the cat split.
Oh, but look at all the control, man. The CTs have to scramble over here. No choice but to respect it, but to be honest... Whoa. Wait.
Okay, jumps off site, gives up his position. That's room for the ramp push to come up. Mattis, whoa, double kill. And they're going to be worried about where Hunter got off to. He's thinking about challenging this on the reload. Comes through, drops the bomb back on Long. Jacob, chance to shine, brother. You're in that FaZe Clan jersey now. Show us what you've got. Nothing on this one, unfortunately for him. 3 players for G2.
Yeah.
As Hunter just throws himself right back into the wolf pack and offers them space on site.
I mean, that's, fair enough considering the MOUZ dies here on long and they lose Cat at the same time. They jump up to reaggress the perfect play. Mattis saves the day, man. This is a beautiful 2K. No trade means that Heavy God can now come up and be a second player they're not ready for. I feel like the second kill, again from Mattis, by the way, like it's the MP9 round from him last round that actually wins it outright. His multi-frag potential is scary, man. That 2K on Arch and Inferno was round winning. Very impactful. Big moments from Mattis.
Shows him a wrist. And the Dinky Glocks will tiptoe their way towards pit. MOUZ gonna have a chance to warm up. Clean mechanics, but doesn't get the last. Of course, Brokey finds a Glock frag in the middle of it all, but G2 still happy. They kick this off with that Mattis triple. Oof.
Yeah, Rain not having a great start. Like two starts, in fact. And he's someone who's definitely been playing well lately. And it was that Mattis refrag on Cat. Could have been him. Coming to round 7. It's a stronger buy here for both teams. MOUZ already pushed along early. Like, he's put himself in a very good spot to take a lead off. But we'll see if he pushes that minute timer.
We're now just tucked into the door, but taking a look at it. Sunpius up on the angle. Early warning sign comes his way. Great jump to reposition. Heavy God offers a helping hand, and Sunpius is going to get himself a second serving.
Lovely.
On the defense, Frozen's rebuttal, only one. And Mattis feels everywhere at the moment.
Love it, man. He's teleporting. This is so good from Mattis. Again, seeing him on stage with G2, all coming together, but not just in the pack, like really leading the way here.
Just throwing flurries.
Very solid.
FaZe Clan's way.
Important micro there from Sunpius. Take that peek early. If not, eats the flash, hides behind Xbox, and it's just a totally different situation.
Peek early and great jump back into position. How many times you see that player just get clipped as they try to get to tall box? And then an instant change up here from G2 as well. So trying to keep things fresh, trying to keep FaZe off the read. Frag's gonna open that up. Opening kill for Sunpius, easy. Again, new position out of the gate. Rain still 0 frags on Dust 2.
It's actually unreal how good G2 look from week to week.
And Saw's got his hands on Hunter, and he's making a monster. Sunpius remains mobile as he continues to try to have this uptick. As of late, of all the pieces of G2, he was a slower one to succeed, but more and more frequently now finding his groove. And more easily now, G2 taking these round wins.
You know, it's Saw's pause that gets G2 back into this game. It's Mattis's kills that really complement those tactics, because it was a situation with a low buy, it was a situation where they, start off 4v5. That he has to actually go to that next level to sort of make everything look good, and he does that. And now G2 are starting to build momentum. They kind of got all the markings of like a top team at the moment, and I only say that because, well, we had to see how quickly this project can get good.
Huge moves from Sunpius, but the boxes
did no damage.
Are thick. Damn, frozen Popeye MOUZ. Who's been pretty liberal with his challenges on long. We saw him tucked into that door at the first 15 seconds. Oh, but look at this, a new angle for Sunpius again. He'll pick up the mantle towards long. There's an unchallenged move up catwalk for FaZe Clan. Huge duel for Kerrigan to win. pressure onto the A site. Luckily for them, still 2 players in position.
Yeah, they want to just go through it.
Dodging the flashes, Heavy God into the action. Broky's got the trade, back into the smoke. Mid-angle, there it is. Ray's first frag. And so a man advantage to come with it. Hunter slides through the smoke and gets bested. Where the first one comes, the second's found right thereafter. And we've got a chance for a 34 health MOUZ. In 1v3, Broky up.
Broky can't just plant.
No, he can't, so he's sitting on this angle.
34 seconds, and Kerrigan doesn't want to screw this up either. MOUZ is thinking, but he's low.
And they're a little bit afraid of him, but you'd think Broky makes a move soon. Rain's going to confirm the position. At least then Kerrigan can continue to lurk, and Broky has confirmation he can plant. MOUZ not letting his guard down just yet, but Kerrigan taking his sweet time with this one.
He knows Kerrigan's going to want to come here to help out. Is he going to clear this?
Yet he hasn't. Gets dangerously close to killing Finn, or
he has to start
finding
coming
him.
now. Yeah.
And now it's going to be Kerrigan to take that look towards the back of MOUZ. Kerrigan plays that one to perfection. Not only versus MOUZ, but shout out for the long headshot too.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, the aim is looking really good. Kerrigan showing up himself from his online stats in that relatively, that really, really low performance. Unreal. Takes out Sunpius, who's clearing the angle, but doesn't smooth it, right? He comes into pre-aim again, and it goes a little wide on that moment. It's perfect from Kerrigan, a little unlucky from Sunpius, but it's the opportunity that FaZe needed.
Sunpius is feeling unleashed. Mattis has been this whole time. Off trade high, but it's good damage. Nade's got Rain's name on it. He survives. And Hunter's there to bail everybody out.
I like that the lead was something, man. That's the first kill, going FaZe's way, but G2 have perfect protocols in place to make sure that there's retribution.
And I think you go back even a month, those kinds of protocols were definitely something we could have put under the microscope, put it in the pile of criticisms for a team trying to recreate itself.
Oh, perfect flash.
Oh, mechanical failure!
He can't let that one go. He thinks it's over. He switches to his smoke to set up for the mid-B fake, or at least the mid-pressure, and instead now it's 3-on-4.
Frozen with head in his hands, an embarrassing moment out mid.
The CTs, though, could be in an awkward moment. This flash will be eaten.
MOUZ goes down with nothing. Hunter, chance to shine. He was the one that traded out the mid-play. Now he's feeling pinned against this wall. Luckily for him, nobody coming from long, but he doesn't get Sanctuary.
That's pretty perfect.
Here comes Sunpius. Hands busy on the plant. Oh, he didn't notice Rain's head over smoke. And so FaZe Clan still managed to take this back into their hands. But you've got Heavy God on the hunt. Working with the frag and the kit, he could take his time. Rain's head spotted, and that spot doesn't go both ways. Can't figure out where the second one's at, and Broky's gonna hit his shot up close.
That's pretty key from Broky. He's got that molly down on Goose. Make sure to flush out Hunter. Hunter really can't find an angle. Should have pre-fired the one spot that he had to stand in. Gave Broky just enough time to come to. Here's the real tragedy that was avoided. Frozen's got to thank his team for this. I mean, unfortunately for Frozen, it's just a misread on what he saw. He thought that the kill came down, instantly switched to a smoke. I don't even think it was a misclick. It was just sometimes you think you got him dead. Wanted to just go into, something a little bit too quickly. Overexcited, but the round is still saved.
Oi.
Oh, man.
Sorry, MOUZ.
Wow, bro. Rain's really opened up.
Ooh, what's
happening now?
All right. That's twice now. Kerrigan's ripped someone's head off in a second. And Rain's gonna find space in mid. They challenge that through the doors. Rain's got the kills. Heavy God and Mattis try to layer up, but now it's just Sunpius on his own, and Jacob stuck inside of the tunnels with Bomb for the time being. Looks like Kerrigan's gonna go on a bit of an expedition here, trying to find the last member of G2. Problem is Sunpius has been everywhere. Back plat on B, catwalk, long doors, inside of a boost. So they'll take their sweet time trying to find him, but bomb plant going down on B. This is FaZe. After giving up 5 rounds straight to G2 with no bomb plants, finding an answer late on this B side.
Oh, he got him again.
He'll sit him down. It was low health on all 3 of the remaining players of FaZe.
He did hit him for 80 right there.
But round wins are round wins, and FaZe Clan keep finding them.
And yeah, having a lead is pretty huge for FaZe, so especially after the way Inferno went. And now Rain's really woken up all of a sudden. The impact's more consistent. It's actually been Kerrigan's kills that I think above everyone else has stood out the most. Maybe him and Brokey being able to pull off that 1v3 at the beginning of the game. Definitely feels like the perfect time for another pause.
Yeah, but here comes Saul. He says, you want to play a game? Fine-tuning G2. Had success immediately, right? That streak of 5 rounds, you said it, set up by the Saw pause.
Yeah.
This feels like one of those coaches whose impact is indeed immediately felt. Fine. Oh no, you know who bought this, right?
Yeah, it's Rain.
You know Rain bought this, right?
We'll see if he will get the spam off on the cross. Okay, no one's jumping.
Ooh. Kerrigan sat down.
Wait, they don't know about long.
Frozen, trade frag, Hunter limited. MP9 only versus what's soon to be 3. We'll see if the assist from MOUZ helps off. Drops. Oh! That's actually Hunter with the second kill on Jacob. And then suddenly Frozen catches them off. Hunter pushes into the bomb. Frozen gets his 3rd of the round and then gets put on ice. So sure enough, Saw comes in with the pause and G2 head out with another round 1.
You ever dream?
Sometimes big, sometimes no.
Sometimes big?
Yep.
What's a dream that you have?
I forgot. Thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I've never thought of you to be so grateful for that. Hey, whoa, whoa. Cheers. It's very, very hot.
I need to continue eating.
You on bachelor help?
I'm good.
Yeah. You want a back rub?
No, yeah.
Are you famous in Latvia?
I would say no.
Did you know Rops is famous in Estonia?
Yeah, I keep seeing his car on the TikTok.
It's because he has the car, yeah. When's your Porsche coming?
Not interested in cars.
Reese, not into shitty cars.
No, not interested in cars.
Okay, okay. Who do you text the most?
The team chat.
The team chat,
Yeah.
Group FaZe CS.
Yes, exactly.
Is Eddie in there?
That's a different chat.
Different chat.
We have 2 chats, yeah.
You can't tell Eddie everything.
Not everything, no.
No.
Some things we can.
Any Latvian jokes that you know of?
No, I'm not Latvian.
Anything that you want, I'll give you right now in the next 5 seconds. Let's change the op. What do you think?
Bring back 2014 up.
2014 op.
Yep.
Running and shooting.
Yeah, fuck it.
Kenny op.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, in 2014, were you even good? You ever been on a chicken shop date before?
No, this is the first.
You having a good time?
Not really, no.
No. How would you improve it?
Replace you maybe with someone?
Replace me?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you eat made Shanghai major finals? What'd you eat?
What is this question now?
Hey? Shanghai major finals, what'd you eat?
I did not win the major.
I know, but Spirit got lucky, everybody knows that. That last round, your smoke missed.
I don't know, what? Probably some chicken or something.
Catering, yeah.
Yeah. I like to forget things that I don't win.
Okay. Is that why you took that photo in front of Navi when they won the Copenhagen major?
Yeah, that was not a good idea.
Not a good idea. That was one of your best moments.
Yeah. It's part of the social media.
Yes, exactly. All right, well, whenever you're done with FaZe, you can play with me. How's that sound?
What's the team name?
Wanderers Gaming.
Yeah, I'll think about it, yeah.
Unlimited salary cap.
I'll think about it.
Yeah. What would it take to go on a second date?
I'm ready to go now.
Ready to go ahead?
I want some more.
All right, let's get some more chicken then.
We got MOUZ shooting lasers so far throughout this game, dude. Headshots through the roof, almost as fast as Kerrigan, I would say, Mohan. FaZe actually bring it to the table in this matchup. And we've got our tied 6-6 scoreline. Read them stats, folks. 21 out of 23 kills are headshots.
That's who he is. He aims for the dome. That's what MOUZ does.
Crunch the numbers. 91%.
You know, one more pistol here could really seal the fate of FaZe. They won a pistol and got 6 rounds. It was promising, but the momentum was really stopped from G2.
Rosen doesn't want to sit out on that island any longer. Ooh, Jacob into the action. Always got to be careful with that jump back around the corner. It always gives you an extra shot as the tunnels player, but he doesn't get punished for it. Nobody beats G2 in 2 pistols per map.
No kidding. Yeah, that's what they're the best at right now.
Jacob sticks around. Oh, Sunpius wasn't wide enough. Runs into it. Oh, the nade.
That's the assist. That is the alley-oop between the old and the new.
Don't put him in a home just yet. Kerrigan gets popped by Heavy God from long, but that's Jacob in the action for all 4 kills. 2 frags, 2 assists, and waiting for Heavy God to walk out into car. Jacob swings, and Heavy God hopes that they misstep. Oh! Downtown.
Yeah, what a lob here. And honestly, great focus from Jacob, getting the first kill and then being aware of the refrag potential after he missed his first few shots. He was thinking ahead. Oh. And he set it up in a spot where, you know, Kerrigan can't miss here because he stays alive. He's been kind of an asset on pistols, man.
Perfectly placed. I see what you're up to, G2. What do you think of that, Launders? The fake scout decoy.
I love that's the Monacy.
Buy a scout, drop the decoy, sell the scout. It accomplished
psychological warfare.
Nothing.
The game
not looking half bad this map. Trying to get up there with Frozen. Glock's not likely to achieve all too much. You know, it's wild that we still talk about FaZe Clan as a team that comes into playoffs and then powers up, but of the 4 matches before this one that they've played in stadiums this year, they've only won once versus SAW at Cluj-Napoca back in February. It's just a reputation that they hung on to for so long. Trying to get back to it tonight. Kerrigan gonna shut it down with the 4K.
Bottom of Farmers.
Feast on the Glocks,
Yeah.
good sir.
Minimal deaths, and the people are getting excited because they want a 3rd map. And the way they're gonna do that, if you're FaZe, is build up the money.
Feels like the people get excited whenever FaZe starts winning. Wherever FaZe start winning.
I've seen a pretty split, though, in the crowd with the G2 jerseys and the FaZe jerseys. I've even seen some of them are friends with each other.
Some of them family.
Yeah.
G2's rebuild. A popular reception.
Oh, these flashes are excellent.
They get out to blue box. Kerrigan again trying to hold the line. That's all he's gonna get. That 1 kill on MOUZ. Heavy God's got himself the double, 6 health, and he's still looking for another thread to pull on. Looking for the kill that will allow them to charge down this A site.
Oh, it's a
Molly
terrible moment here.
has gone too far. Oh, if you let your guard down, then Brokey's gonna thrive off the flash. He peeks in with 2. Frozen killed in the meantime. Mattis on the challenge up from Catwalk, and he gets himself his 2nd.
Now, Rain, he's coming in fast on the early flank. The bomb needs to get recollected. He doesn't know what's happening.
He's also coming in from the bottom of the scoreboard. Back turn, and he drops that bomb.
Mattis will have to do it.
Looking for his 3rd of the round. 100 health versus 100 health in the 1v1. Mattis with the challenge from the top rope. Then out through smoke. Rain finally getting some momentum going And FaZe with more success.
That's a game changer. It's been a big game out of Mattis. To be honest, it was a big round out of Mattis. His cat pressure is the only reason this one came even close. And if it wasn't for that missed molly and the mistrust in that molly, the flash is excellent to support the peak, but there was no chance he was getting cleared. It just afforded him to allow to miss bullets on the second kill, have time to do it comfortably. And the CT smoke actually does a disservice to Mattis as well, who needs to get that third kill quickly.
Holy shit. 21 and 4.
Damn.
In T-side pistols.
That's insane. I mean, it makes sense. You know, Hunter's already perfected that part of it. Now he's calling for everything else. Of course, the pistols get even better.
Yeah, tell me pistols are luck, by the way.
Yeah, if you can pull out a record like that, absolutely something to it.
Well, Brokey's off, skewed, pressure's on. Oh God, they are dangerously close. King of the no-scope, but he's gonna get dropped by MOUZ. Rain picks up 1 kill, Frozen still hanging on to the site. Through the door, they'll challenge, and they keep pulling pieces off, but you've given Sunpius his op. You've also tagged him down to 47.
Can't really just...
There's the challenge. Kerrigan just throws caution to the wind. It's double digits FaZe.
Sunpius can almost see himself winning the round. So much anger at dying right there. Maybe a small chance, but in reality, I think FaZe had that covered. All the options at that moment. Brokey's 1 kill's enough in the spot, right? Because it leads them into B. They still have 2 players in the site, and they wouldn't have been in a mid-B split in the spot if they knew that it was a heavy lean on that side of the map. No big deal, though, for G2. They're just playing from behind in this second half. That's incredible. They've got that 21 and 4 stat, and they, you know, so many pistol wins over Spirit.
But not FaZe Clan. Not tonight when they could have used it to close that gap. Instead, the pistol and the 4-round start to the CT side. No bomb plants yet for G2. It'd be a very awkward look if they switch over to the attack and fall apart there, because that's what they have, is the explosiveness on T sides.
What was mentioned earlier was that Sunpius' T side rating is even lower than Kerrigan's on this map, specifically. Struggling to find it with an op.
Try to bank on the riflers then. Oh, speak of the devils.
That's a big punishment. He stayed up there.
Hunter catching Brokey. They'll challenge that. Climb up! Nicely done.
Wow.
It's Rain from over Frozen's shoulder to get that man advantage for FaZe Clan. On the highway to a Dust 2 win at this rate. But there's no other frag grenade to challenge any kind of a climb up. Sure, you catch G2 with their pants down once. But look at this cat presence coming out of FaZe. They are tiptoeing closer to an unexpected gunfight for G2. G2 fully focused here on doors. If Frozen draws their attention, the cat swing comes over top. And the bomb carrier's dead. Heavy God's got the trades going. 3 kills on the round.
Oh, that's excellent. Now he's low. Has to be
again! They lock horns and Heavy God rips Rain's head off.
Every last bullet to pull that clutch off. It's actually an unbelievable moment for someone who had no space to work with. Look at him, crowded and surrounded.
2 players behind him to take the attention of Cat. He's through the doors, back and back again.
Oh, Rain had every reason to swing. He only had to get 1 more bullet in. It's a beautiful spray, a beautiful clutch for Heavy God. He had one at the tail end of the last half as well.
Sunpius can struggle all he wants if the riflers are on form like that. Hunter will lead the charge again. This is a G2 looking to make quick work of FaZe, keeping the pressure up, finding aggressive timings. They're gonna trade yet again into this B site. And now it's just the challenge on the door. Jump across. Kerrigan can't hold this back. Off out from Sunpius. Missed chance.
Yeah, maybe a big one. Maybe it doesn't matter. We've got a green box player in this spot. Site taken over. They're in jeopardy of losing these exits.
Molly underhanded. They bounce. Kerrigan, an electric move. It's a Jacob clutch attempt again. Last time he went down with nothing.
Is there any chance he would even check his flank, though? Heavy God certainly has it wrapped up.
Heavy God tiptoes forward, perfect timing. Key moments for Heavy God in back-to-back rounds, and G2 cutting that lead to a measly 2-round gap.
I'm in awe at the impact on some of these G2 players, man. Mattis in some of the early rounds, it's got Heavy God's clutches are just so...
The tempo.
Yeah. they're so low percentage too. I mean,
Oh,
I think
look
they were
at your
both
reward.
1v3s as well. Yeah, this is going to be a tied up game.
Sunpius bullying Rain. Rain is having a recovery within this second map of play. But in this round, the hopes are low for FaZe. Flashes find MOUZ. Wait. Not a bad pounce. Sunpius just racking it up versus these pistols. All's good for G2. 10-9. The lead has been cut down to size.
Yeah, them building a bank account. It's a little bit less important. It's just about the rounds, the calls here for G2. The pauses have had such high efficacy. I mean, it's got them back on track. The individuals have complemented the pauses. Now we've got to see if they can actually make this happen. One round to tie up.
No easy pickings for Sunpius this round. Hunter sees a gap, dude. He is embodying this tempo! And Kerrigan hits the headshot, dies. Rain gets the trade through door.
Yeah, they want to come back and get another. That's a cool play.
Simultaneously, Heavy God thinking about taking a look towards Long. And look at this long stack that we've got out of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. It's exactly what they want to come their way.
All right, we get a fight queued up. It's technically man advantage. Sunpius trying to give that utility edge over. Heavy God's bomb is down. MOUZ doesn't look like he's going to check for the second. Frozen sitting in the corner as the util comes through. Both players unprepared. He's going to try to milk this. And then he decides to pull the trigger. MOUZ with a second chance.
Oh, he got it.
That is the lifeline.
And now it's a 1v2. Now it's Brokey. Oh, just gets behind the wall. The patience nearly paid off. And now they've just got one threat to avoid.
MOUZ running.
There's an audible.
He could find it. Brokey could, oh, he crouched and that cross comes through. Now they've got that deep positioning inside B. Brokey onto the AK, will be given space to get outside of the site. Let's see what FaZe magic looks like, shall we? Challenging the door, flash over. Oh, yeah, it's magic, all right. Tries to still find a way to clutch this out. Bomb down, Mattis beneath him, he slides in. And without that kid, it's the headshot for the clutch. G2 tied game, 10 rounds apiece.
That's filthy out of MOUZ, man. Denying the refrag on Long, must hit shot. Getting this 1v1, must hit shot. And it's another Shanghai piece of utility out of Brokey. Bounces off the door when it needs to go to Carr. That Molly would have flushed out this frag. Somehow, like Batman, made this 1v1 possible, falling out of the window. But it's all for naught.
Oh, and another timeout.
Wow,
G2 are out of them, so every time FaZe takes one, you know you let this beast back onto the mic.
There's so many miraculous moments. This game could have been done in FaZe's favor already, and instead, G2 have been the ones to be more clutch.
And we talked back on Inferno about how Pistols maybe could have gotten FaZe into the game even though they lose with only 5 rounds. This is a map where FaZe have both.
Yeah.
Convert 4 strong starts, both sides.
And honestly, even on the rounds in between, it's not like they're failing. They're just failing the late rounds. They're getting outplayed. Sometimes you see FaZe are more clutch and more lucky.
Here we go, jumping onto the SMGs. But Hunter and Mattis ready for the challenge. G2, no tempo. They understand aggression. And they received it well here in the 24th. First, Mattis. Smoke over, but there's no overcommitment. You do not want to step onto the landmine that could be Brokey or Kerrigan. G2 group back up and are on the brink of a lead. Op connects from Sunpius. We look across that scoreboard for the G2 camp, and I can't find a weak point.
No, this is going to be, I mean, yeah, it feels like G2 are putting up all the rounds FaZe would normally do on a good day. The chemistry looks perfect. The individual plays are huge. There's so many underrated aspects about this team right now, and some emergent stories, right? It's latent with who is going to be the guy that's going to be remembered for their clutches as G2 get better and start winning things. in one of the biggest and most ambitious and maybe forced sort of reassemblies of a giant org, G2 have found a way to be successful. Now, it might be too soon to speak in this game because FaZe are only one round behind. But they've got some work to do still.
Guns up. G2 handle the fast tempo. Ooh, Rain through the smoke, clipping Mattis. Down goes G2's tunnels player. But what role does Mattis really play in the bigger picture of this round? Is that enough to skew the odds, guaranteed FaZe?
Yeah.
I don't think so, not with the way Sunpius has been landing this mid-impact. Jacob just giving this little jiggles.
It is a top performer down. We have Kerrigan, the other top performer, on this side of the map. We'll see if any discipline is lost as G2 decide what they want to do next. The temptation to push is there, but Jacob never lets up.
Sunpius has the trade back on him, and that's a bomb spotted, a bomb challenging. Yo, you have to be careful, Sunpius. A challenge out from the B site, slow it all down, things could get weird. Kerrigan's gonna slip his net through long, and it's gone unnoticed. The question is who can stop them in mid, and maybe
They're
it will be
confused.
Kerrigan.
They're expecting someone to fight, but no one's there, and now they get one in B, but now they'll have to cross back.
Kerrigan sprinting, hasn't been heard. Bomb yet again spotted, Sunpius is stuck. 25 seconds.
He's gonna have to cross. Now Kerrigan has to decide what site he's gonna go to.
25 health. Tough one for Sunpius, still just wants to evacuate, wants to bail out, and he has found that open road. They understand that Kerrigan must have pushed on long, but they don't know as Brokey did too. Hunter giving the back.
Oh, the spray is bad.
Kerrigan rips it back.
Brokey's still here on long.
And MOUZ this whole time has gone silent. G2 for a moment there looked lost. And while they will remain outnumbered, it is FaZe Clan for the retake, or G2 12.
Sunpius, he's got to stay focused, and a perfect play.
Flanks out through mid, activates late, Brokey down, MOUZ triple, G2 no.
Oh, incredible here from MOUZ. He's the one to drop into CT and the one to make sure they pause before they end up going to B. It would have been the worst solution. Both were open, but they didn't see anything and they didn't freak out. He got comfortable, set up on Cat for the play, didn't see anybody lurking towards him, and thought maybe A is the answer. He was right.
These are those kinds of messy, high-pressure mid-round moments that I thought a G2 months ago would never recover from. Look at the line, look down towards MOUZ, they know, and in classic fashion, G2 gonna crank that dial, take this fight towards B and meet their makers. Brokey and Rain, hang on. FaZe flailing around, defense strong, and you can't run from Rain.
This one goes all the way. All 24. It felt like for a second G2 were never going to let up. And the confidence call failed. It's another situation though, man. You look at these rounds on CT side, in the opening portion, in the first 30, 40 seconds, FaZe do have a good setup almost every time. They have the correct lean. They're often getting the opening kill. They've lost to that rush once before, but not this time.
Dude, they're gonna do it again, at least for opening positions. And there's a lot of bodies here to fight for FaZe. I don't think this is gonna be as free as G2 hoped, but the kills could still come through. They will with damage. Mattis looking for even more impact.
They're getting chip damage, no frags. Kerrigan low. Jacob out.
A big part of the conversation tonight was whether the lesser experienced pieces of these rosters could find their moments. And Mattis on Dust 2 absolutely has. It's pit control and a chance for us to catch our breath. Round 24 slows down.
G2 are gonna wind down for the moment. This is gonna be a handshake. They know they've got a guaranteed advantage, even if it's only small, to slowly win this round towards A. Mattis looking to opening a late door. It's still them with an extra player to work with.
Moments like these historically is where Kerrigan makes his money.
Oh.
And you put Hunter in new shoes to try to call a moment like this with
flank
composure
timing
across the camp.
This will get so messy if we look at Frozen, we look at Mattis, and we look at Rain watching the push.
Heavy God eyes on those doors. Frozen's activation soon to come. Rain gets the kill towards B. Heavy God is turned. Sunpaya scoped in. Frozen strikes. Kerrigan holds. And here comes the answer off of Hunter. But it's only 12 health. It's a bomb plant, but it's a FaZe clan breathing down his neck. He's dead. Triple from Frozen. Overtime from FaZe.
They somehow subverted that lurk. Got the kill over in B, had Frozen come back to kill everybody on long. They had everything figured out, 2 steps ahead. Finally, a late round goes the way of FaZe.
That was a 7-round streak that G2's T-side just ran on FaZe. And they answer in the dying moments.
It must be overtime.
Because it's FaZe. We reset those timeouts. Saw can choose to take one on his terms. And we go right back to an aggressive look from FaZe. Challenge out long.
Oh, what a spray.
Slightly blind, a little awkward. Kerrigan finds his. There's that barrel challenge. Frozen and Jacob come together top mid. And they rip G2 apart from the inside. Oh. Busted open. Flawless here from FaZe. Sure, you lose 2, but Heavy God's answer, you think too late. You think, unless you're a madman.
2 1v3s in this game. Heavy God setting up for a 1-on-5.
You would have said this was impossible. And the timing here from Rain catches him off guard. Heavy God jumps the gun. Thought they'd play with a bit more respect. Good move from Rain to secure it.
Yeah, could have talked, given Heavy God the chance to peek him instead. Make sure that he knows he's not scared. First round opening from FaZe. Here's Kerrigan, eyes closed at the free throw line. Gets his kill. Perfect spray. Perfect game for Kerrigan to bounce back after his online performance this past week. And now this is going to be a real test of depth for the new roster that is G2. Kerrigan and FaZe have old bones and are criticized for bringing back a player that they've already tested and played with for so long. Well, the one advantage that they're going to have, no matter how promising a new roster is how many rounds they played with this core in playoffs. Dust 2 has a lot more to offer. And as much as I love the calls that we've seen from G2, I think they've been outshone by their own individual moments overall.
Ooh, Mob's burning. Trying to find safety in a corner. Damn, steps back into the flame.
Oh, it's so expensive, and he just dies.
Kerrigan straight up kills him. FaZe Clan looking for a second in overtime. We almost saw a 1v5. Well, 3v5 queued up, caught, unprepared.
How does he do it? Mattis
Kerrigan comes running down without a gun in hand, and Jacob can't get that trade. Mattis has been a monster on this map.
It's another exciting, explosive 2K.
And look how the life drains from FaZe. What was originally 3 players stationed on this A site has become Brokey and Brokey alone. But sometimes that's missed. Still enough. You give him a chance to get back into cover. He's got his nade still to play with. And comes up from Cat is Mattis. Sunpius trying to cross over, try to chuck that bomb, but who's there to catch it, bro?
No one. There's a late-term solution here. It's gotta be Rain coming around.
Frozen's gonna tuck in. Or not. Tries the challenge, tries to keep Sunpius on his toes. Fast one out of Rain yet again. Mattis on for an ace. It was needed out of Heavy God. He dives the spawn, taking fights to FaZe, but FaZe take round.
Oh, not trying to cross with that bomb, Sunpius. I feel like he just clammed up right there. They needed to make that connection, plant for Cat, slowly work on the A side or fight together. But he was passing that ball to nobody. Two straight here for FaZe to stay alive. They fought hard to get to this overtime. They're not wasting it.
again.
Wow.
This time it's Heavy God, not MOUZ, to take the long fight. Trade critical there for Jacob. He had no assistance.
Oh, we've seen this Hunter lurk before. They're going to be watching it.
Kerrigan swings and loses his head for it. Hunter looking for the evacuation, does get back, and a shot out of Brokey snapped up into Mattis, who gets a little rambunctious towards long. MOUZ thrives. G2 back in, man advantage, open sight, and a much-needed terrorist round win here in overtime. FaZe Clan have to let Hunter take that space up, Cat. He had his rifle trained down on this exit, but he lets Rain come forward with space.
That flash is going to come through.
It's got to be key. Rain goes in off it, but doesn't really give it away. Caught again with his hands busy. MOUZ makes a mistake. Sunpius pinch. G2 get their one.
It's a lifeline here for G2. One at the tail end of this first half of overtime, and a chance to bring this back. It'll have to be another comeback. FaZe were good at keeping a lead here on CT side. I'm just in awe at the aim so far. It's one small mistake from Jacob coming through with this push that gives MOUZ an easy kill. But otherwise, like, they try to swing on Hunter, that should have been a guaranteed done deal. You know, you're coming in from the left side after he just missed a shot on someone in CT. He just wants to get out of there. He still hits it. They're so dangerous.
Wow, Jacob forced to dive. I think eyes fall on Sunpius throughout overtime. His mobility throughout regulation was unstoppable.
Wow, look at the call here for the CTs. They're just immediately all coming over. I like that they're having setups that are aggressive, different, and they're also just trusting your reads right away. Not overthinking this at all. Took Jacob out at long.
But met by that smoke and all that instant long hold, I don't think FaZe liked what was going on just now.
How has Rain gone from 0 and 8 to top fragging for FaZe right now?
The same reason he's never changed teams. He is forever. As you'd expect, FaZe always the favorites in overtime.
Oh, that's a fine.
Sunpius jumping, MOUZ. It's a one and done. We go even 3v3. Pressure yet again here on Hunter.
Oh,
he keeps winning these duels against Kerrigan. He flashes himself around. Brokey's got that up, cover up. Challenge out of spawn for Mattis.
He's got to find a way to get back into this.
Flashes and fire popping all around him.
Earlier is easier. Mattis, will he push? He's alone. Heavy God's coming around.
There's no helping hands just yet. No flash to set him up. Heavy God on and off. And Rain takes cover behind the car. Mattis, not even needed because Heavy God comes around that corner with the instant crack of the whip. No shot out of the off. Challenge up the ramp. Kerrigan, time to thrive. But the bomb isn't planted for him.
Planted single.
He's going to have to wide swing at some point. No way he wins this.
Now he's got time on his side a little bit.
Heavy God! Kerrigan! And if I'm not mistaken, that's a one health clutch.
Topping the charts today. Kerrigan says, how about today? They got here in spite of his performances.
Watch that health. 1 HP. 1 headshot. And 1 round away from robbing Dust 2.
Next level. Wow. Heavy God shot on cart, felt like that was going to be the one. That helped Mattis get out and around on the ramp. That made it too hard for Brokey to pick a target. And it looks like FaZe can clutch 2, and you know what? It's not like they haven't won clutches. Brokey's 1v3 earlier on, but clutch just as much. This game has had so many back and forth.
And who could have anticipated Kerrigan now topping the kills for FaZe Clan? 2 rounds to extend play to Mirage. London blessed tonight. 3rd stadium FaZe Clan play in 2025. And MOUZ looks to get active. Kerrigan's not ready for this player up close, let alone Hunter even further back. So G2 already off to a great start in this one.
Oh.
Okay, that will send a message.
Oh, that's such a nice setup. They start walking forward. They know no one comes off of Cat, and they realize that they can punish this mid walkout.
Whoa.
It's a beautiful call here for G2, one of many.
That doesn't just take the wind out of their sails, that rips the sails down. From a moment of glory to an instant execution to G2's favor. 6th round of overtime needed. London, why don't you make a little noise?
And now they're roaring.
Counter-Strike on a Friday night, nothing's better. Heavy God on an op. 2 ops late into overtime. You'd never see it coming.
Man, he is wicked with it right now. That is so nice from Heavy God. A rare gun for you to see him use.
4 kills from OT2.
Oh, and if this is going to be the play, or will it be the mistake?
Thinking about activity. Fully blind, bombed, confirmed, dropped, and in a moment, smoked off. Not to mention mid-player goes down.
And just like that,
Saw's pause.
2
G2 round wins
I feel
back
like
to back.
It's almost 100% win rate at this
coincidence. We're talking about a coach who has elevated so many unknown entities, created multiple systems now, and is making the most out of a G2 without Nico and Monacy.
You know, I don't know what the most impressive part is. That it's this team that doesn't have the star players they used to have, or this team that is brand new. And I mean, the coaching is obviously great, but I gotta say, the individuals are just showing up. They're being brilliant right now. Like, Heavy God's performance so far in Dust 2, it's insane. He's won this game so many times over. The same can be said over on FaZe Clan. I think they've got sort of less heroes right now. It just feels so even when it comes to X Factor, but that's the thing that's standing out. That's what's making this game so fun to watch, and now we've got another overtime.
It's Kerrigan who's a bit more X Factor than you'd want for a FaZe Clan. You'll take it when you need it.
Yeah.
But the question remains, where is Brokey?
Yeah. Yeah. He's been okay, but he hasn't been last week.
Not the level that they need. The beauty of Brokey is he is always in wait.
Yeah, he has had really impactful rounds this game.
Never too dormant. He'll take that point of contact towards long. MOUZ has 4 players coming at him, and Frozen instant headshot.
Oh, this is a huge setup. Sunbias has to stop this. They can't lose Cat and Long at the same time.
Hunter thinking about holding Cat for the time being. Sunbias sees utility, but no presence behind it just yet. We hit a minute.
It's a moment where the lightest bit of pressure will push him off this.
Wild Blind finds Jacob, and Rain looking to activate when the time is right on Cat. Hunter full commitment deep into this corner. This is a critical duel right here, right now, and it goes the way of G2 alongside an additional Sunbias frag.
That's huge. Hunter holds his nerve. Sunbias with 2.
Frozen trying to take the angle down into CT spawn, doesn't get that fight he wanted. Utility comes through with damage on both. And as Frozen locks into Goose, it is Brokey to just try to scour the site, try to find some point of contact, but the CTs get closer unnoticed. Sunbias is off, worried about Long.
Are they gonna try to boost?
Hunter's the guy with the kit. They've got to get this Cat player into the action. Here comes that boost, and here comes Brokey's moment. No, denied. They will run it in and take the defuse. 16 rounds, G2.
Absolutely perfect here from G2, the way they approach. Could have been scary if they went up the ramp. That's the round that FaZe were hoping for. But they lost a player first in a spot where they needed to make sure they held that man advantage. Sunbias, great kills. Oh, the second one through the smoke is beautiful. And if he's gonna be the last piece to activate for G2, that might be enough.
Now you've got a stew in it.
opening OT2 with a round.
A round that could have gone either way.
Yeah, they're in a winning but flimsy position. They know they don't have this game figured out. They know that FaZe have already scared them pretty heavily. They know there's a 2-0 on the horizon, but also that map 3 isn't guaranteed if they don't do it. We saw what G2 did to Spirit in a very similar situation. Nothing is promised if they don't close this out now. They're the team that suffer more in overtimes. They have a little bit more to prove here.
Mattis loves to try to get into this early action. He's been so key for G2's success. Tries to go for the continuation spray. Great trade frag from Jacob. Challenge over Xbox spotted. Sunpius waits for his chance. And just before MOUZ takes up that position, Frozen sprays it. Frozen ready. As MOUZ gets active and caught, Heavy God thinks he can get into the same kind of antics. He'll win his duel.
It's incredible the duels that he's able to win. 50-50s.
17 on the line here for G2 as the constant pressure, whether it's the long push that doesn't go their way.
The pressure right now is on Sunpius. Hunter as well. Could get his kill, could not. Won't even be cleared.
Again, he's fallen victim to not checking this corner. Or excuse me, last time it was him. Falling victim to his own antics. We just saw Brokey come up short of a 1v3 on A site. This time, another chance.
He can't get mollied in this spot.
Utility lets him know it's coming. He knows 2 of the 3's players' positions, now down to 60, not ideal. And he'll go for the ramp peek first. Blindsided as Heavy God gets past that line on the scope. And 3 players live on as G2's CT side succeeds.
Yeah, his smoke spills over and G2 win another round. Now it's very scary again for FaZe. They're looking for one at the tail end. It's Heavy God. I mean, I feel like he's just turning the tides. Every single time we come to watch him, he comes up with a 50-50. It feels like 90% of his 50-50s. So low. He is such a threat right now. It's not often that you see a team outdo FaZe in clutch and individual level. G2 are doing that right now.
Not just 1 or 2 pieces, but the entire team.
Everyone's had a moment, absolutely.
It's awesome to watch as all 5 individuals bring something to the table, potluck dinner, and on top of that, you've got Saw cooking. Every timeout's got impact too. You can see the system and the individuals coming to play tonight for G2. On the brink of clean sweeping a CT side in overtime. Neither team's yet had to face this, but they go double op again. This is what pushed them into OT2. And unlike last time, Heavy God not sat stagnant on the B site. Looks to get active in lower tunnels, but the utility flushes him off. Sunpius burning, eats the flash. That smoke opened up, but Kerrigan lucky to have not got clipped over top of it. Right now, Mattis.
You know what?
He needs Heavy God to come help, and he will get in as that utility comes over top.
He got a kill.
Get a frag. And then suddenly the other 2 a little slow to the draw. Now Brokey's got to have to do it all with Kerrigan. Mid. Double kill from Brokey could be massive.
Half the job done.
Utility to try to keep them at bay. He's got a smoke, but they're gonna, nope, not rush. Just
nailed it.
Hunter's got the tools for the job. G2, clean sweep.
And that's a sigh of relief here as they know they have swept this half of overtime. Almost no chance now for FaZe to get back into this. They could have closed, but Heavy God, again, instant transmission into the B site. We saw him just getting here, but he took the risk of falling through that window quickly. Got ahead of that flash. Set himself up. That Heavy God Mattis pairing on the B site is something different.
It's cool to see it also operate one with an op at times.
Sometimes they don't even need each other's help. It's one person getting 2 kills. Sometimes it's the push. They've got a lot of range. They have a lot of depth. And they've got a lot of stamina, man. They just keep it up.
Off the flash, Frozen to be tested, trying to tap into what Heavy God brings to the table. But unfortunately for him, Rain goes down with nothing. Frozen looking desperate, still fights on. Misses his second chance. Matt is thriving, Brokey arriving. 3v3 we go, and the utility over the top could be the nail in the coffin as Mattis gets a trio of frags. His hands will remain busy. Jacob Flash and Kerrigan into the play. Frags back to Platt, Kerrigan dives in dead. And so much pressure on the newcomer. G2 have seemingly done it their way. Aggression, activity, explosiveness. Fine-tuned by a coach who has created another great system. Down go FaZe, forward for G2. A recreation of an organization legendary in Counter-Strike.
This is such an amazing playoff game to watch. As much as we know FaZe have been struggling lately, they haven't been struggling now. Here on Dust 2, they showed their full strength. They showed their clutch, their X factor, and G2 matched them in every criteria all the way to the bitter end. They didn't even lose a round in that last overtime. It's absolutely amazing what they built here in such a short period of time. From the success off of the tack pauses to the individual efforts, G2 looked full strength.
And ahead of them lies Furia, another team with a new system, somehow finding success in the second half of 2025. But tonight we witnessed the evidence that long gone are the days of G2 banking on superstars. Instead, 5 players and a fantastic coach have molded themselves into the defeaters of FaZe Clan. On a stage, from start to finish, 2-0.
A long, drawn-out battle, but an impressive 2-0 for G2! Now, Hunter, let me ask you this. You're the ones who reached 12. It looks like you were able to fight back into that second half and overcome the odds. It gets to overtime, and it starts to get crazy. It starts to get weird. How was it for you in trying to have the ideas and know what you want to do next throughout all of this?
Yeah, I mean, it was really hard, especially on Dust 2 when we started our comeback after we were losing 10-2. Then we had 2 match points, and I would say not experienced IGL Cold Rush B, but yeah, we learned from our mistakes. And yeah, I'm really happy and proud of the way we bounced back on overtime as well, and the way we played, especially the CT side on Dust 2. And yeah, happy to play semifinals tomorrow.
Now looking at that, right, this game you had now, it's obviously a test of the endurance, but how much did Saw help in these moments of giving you some extra ideas, helping you just think of what to do next?
Yeah, I mean, we were doing good overall. We had really good ideas. He was just trying to calm us down on timeouts. That's what we needed because our comps got a bit bad, I would say, overall. I don't want to use some bad words, more bad words. So yeah, he was trying to calm us down because we were doing good overall, I would say. And yeah, that was his main idea.
Now, tomorrow, you're going to be facing Furia. They stopped you from getting into playoffs last time around at Cologne. Do you feel like this G2 has improved enough to be able to take them down and reach the grand final?
We definitely improved comparing to Cologne, but they improved as well. They are playing amazing CS, and it will be a really hard game. I respect them a lot, and I know they respect us, so yeah, I'm looking forward to play that game.
I think everyone's looking forward to seeing it as well. Guys, one last time, make some noise for Hunter and G2!
Resilience, fortitude, and tenacity under immense pressure. G2 do not crumble and instead progress onto Hunter's first semi-final of a Tier 1 event as the in-game leader. He had to find all the solutions in what ended up being a game of such slim margins. But credit where credit is due. Fantastic work from G2.
That was a fantastic game of Counter-Strike, and as you said, Freya, a fantastic game by G2 as well. Winning is one thing, doing it in 2-0 fashion on the stage in the playoff is another one. I think G2 were pressured to the limit in this game, but they would stand the pressure, would stand some, maybe, you know, some unprovocative mistakes, some calling that was questionable at times, but overall, it was just a fun and exciting game of Counter-Strike.
I'm at odds with myself on this one. I feel like this match deserved 3 maps, but G2 definitely deserved to win. The way the individuals closed out towards the tail end, I mean, people like Heavy God doing absolutely everything possible under the sun he did to get them over the finish line. And yeah, Hunter, rightly so, learned from his mistakes. That round 23 rush B call, I was yelling, I was screaming at the screen on that one, but they got it over the line because they had just enough buffer thanks to great calls earlier on.
Yeah, that was a questionable one to say the least, but credit to him for putting the puzzle pieces back together, right? Because we saw how much that ultimately led G2 to spiral, subsequently going into that first overtime. Massive props to, you know, actually putting everything back together, not letting FaZe run over them in that moment.
Showing a fair bit of mental resilience. Also want to give my flowers to Saw. You know, took some timeouts that was very, very impactful. In the beginning of the game, round 4, he took a timeout. They went on to win 5 rounds in a row after winning a force buy. In overtime as well, you saw take a timeout. You saw them win the following round. So I think the entire team just came together. Yeah, that call may not have been the best, but Saw with the timeouts, Hunter with the composure, and G2 playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen this organization play in quite some time.
Without a doubt. I mean, I cannot stop singing the praises of Saw and what he's accomplished with this organization, or what really with this team in such a short amount of time. To be playing at this level, to have the synergy, the playbook, the recognition that, or the realization that Hunter needs to call a certain style to be effective, to play into that, to have great executes, to have great ideas, and to really not overstep, not trying to play outside of yourself. I mean, you look at some of the players that he's working with here, and really, it's the first time that a couple of these guys are playing on big stages, so you're not trying to play these late mid rounds, make everybody think every single decision through, not give too much individual onus, but just enough so that they can flex their own abilities and also have that teamwork behind it.
And that's the question that we have moving forward, right, into the semi-final versus Furia, who've also been on such an upswing themselves. I love that we get these 2 stories colliding in the semi-final tomorrow. How do you think G2 realistically can fare?
I think they stand a good chance of taking down Furia. Equally do I think that Furia stand a good chance of taking down G2. I feel like it's 2 teams, as you said, on the uprise right now, 2 teams who are playing some of the best Counter-Strike that the players within the teams have played in quite some time, and also 2 teams that stylistically are very different, but willing to make it a brawl, willing to make it a fight, willing to make it a fun game of Counter-Strike. So I am looking very much forward to that semi-final. One of them will have to win, Maui. One of them will have to be in a grand final, which seemed out of reach for both Furia and G2 just a couple of months ago.
I feel like G2 now are finding their legs, but I'd say that Furia, they're already running with it. I feel like they already have so much momentum. The players all are fitting into their roles so well. The fact that Fallen is already such an accomplished caller and one that's delivering upon those accomplishments. He's not just resting on his laurels. Yeah, G2 and Hunter right now, this is a good story, but I feel like Furia are a much more complete team today.
Well, G2 do progress, and sadly that does mean FaZe fall in the quarterfinals. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Banks and Carrigan.
FaZe were back in playoffs, but the journey will be short-lived this time around. Carrigan's joining me to discuss through this one now. I know the loss is always tough to take, but I want to focus on just looking at this TOS2, for instance, because you're up 10-6. It looks like you kind of clawed your way to make sure you can take this map. Then they change things up on the T side. Things start to fall apart on your CT side. Where was it that you feel like you guys started to lose control of that?
Yeah, first of all, I think we played great on those 2. I think they made some adjustment, but we actually were in good positions all the time on the CT side, in my opinion, and we couldn't finish the job. I think there was some rounds in overtime as well. We're doing the correct thing with 3 guys B, but they're coming out tunnels, and we're surprised, even though we should win that round, in my opinion, when we start 3 guys B to counter that. So I think we had a good game plan and played the game pretty good, but I think obviously we're still in a process, and the nerve shows a bit today, and I also felt like communication and the things we did online was harder to replicate on LAN, and that's something we just have to work on. Especially the Inferno was a clear sign for me the team wasn't there today in the way we wanted to play.
Does that surprise you? Because obviously outside of Jacob, the rest of you normally thrive in this situation.
Yeah, a bit. I mean, I didn't really see someone really pop off today. And having someone to play a really good game is going to create some environment of him taking control of some rounds, right? So I think today maybe we were a little bit scared as a team, which is obviously disappointing, but we are also changing things. We're trying to follow the things we want to do, and today was one of those things where we have bad habits. Let's just be honest, the last 9 months have created bad habits as a team, but I think we fight it today. We never gave up. I think we looked strong throughout the whole game, from Inferno to Dust 2. I think the mentality was the same, but we just played better on Dust 2.
Now, just looking at the event overall, and the first with Jacob here, how much do you take away from this? How much do you learn from this? And are you filled with more positive than negative overall?
Yeah, I think I'm positive. You have to think about Jacob's coming from a very lower team. So we're exposing him to everything from the morning to the evening about how it is, right, and on the stage. And obviously, he's coming in and we're going to play an overtime game. So he gets to learn from that. Yeah. I'm just sad we didn't go to a third map to kind of show more and learn more from the game. But if you ask me 7 days ago if we went to the playoff and we played a game, and yeah, G2's not the best right now, but they're also on an uptrend momentum, and they had had the team or lineup since Cologne, right? So for now, I'm not accepting it, and we just move forward. And we have a lot of tournaments we said yes to during the season, just to expose the whole team to kind of like we need to thrive in this environment again.
Well, back on the grind then. Thank you for your time, mate, and good luck.
Eloquent, as always, coming out of Karrigan, even in the less than ideal situations. How does that frame FaZe looking to the future, Jacob?
I still think it's a great performance from FaZe, to be completely honest. It's a step in the right direction. The body language from the players, the mood, the energy. I'm curious to see if they can continue to trend upwards as well. Losing a quarterfinal is never fun, especially for a team like FaZe, but I'm positive for once here.
I liked a lot of what I saw from FaZe in that second map. First map, they got completely outplayed, but second map, I felt like I saw great aspects from Rain, the fact that he was going for pushes, going for flanks, and I feel like Karrigan there wanting a little bit more, a star to pop off here and there. You could look towards someone like Frozen, who's been incredible, so consistent, but not necessarily delivering the superstar performance, and it was just too much to ask Brokey to replicate what he did in the group stage here today. 100%,
and sadly not going to seal FaZe a spot in the semi-finals, but we can take a look at what is on the cards tomorrow, because we have two absolute bangers. Of course, as we've already talked about, G2 now earning a spot versus Furia, but Vitality MOUZ, Jacob, that's so exciting considering just how many head-to-heads there has been this year, and the most recent one, MOUZ finally managing to tame the beasts of Vitality.
A bit of a grudge match, but this time the other way around. As you said, MOUZ took down Vitality last time around, so I'm pretty sure Vitality wants to prove a point and obviously book a spot into the grand final.
That is exactly what is going to be going down tomorrow, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining me in what has been the first day of the Blast Open London Season 2 finals. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow for semi-final Saturday.